our vote. Boo. Our sacred and universal right as Americans. So let me be clear. Voto Latino has registered 1.5 million voters. And we are just getting started. Because since 2020, 4 million young Latinos have become eligible to vote this election. And I couldn't be prouder because we are registering them faster than any time in our history. This year, we will prove it again. Would Latinos vote? You guys got the memo. Another fun fact. This year, more Latinos will vote than any time in our history. So that means, sí se puede, se está haciendo, sí se puede. So that means that together, we will make history and elect Kamala Harris president. Vota!
My name is Scott from Tennessee. I'm a former Trump voter.
My name is Matthew. I'm from Pennsylvania, and I'm a former Trump voter.
My name is Mike. I live in southeastern Pennsylvania, and I am a former Trump voter.
The main reasons why I won't support Donald J. Trump for president again starts with his chaotic behavior.
He doesn't care about me. He doesn't care about my family. He doesn't care about working people.
34 counts, felony counts that he was found guilty of. That's not who we want running our country.
Trump scares the hell out of me.
2024 will be the first time that I have not voted for a Republican.
I will be proudly voting for Kamala Harris.
Please welcome New York Representative Tom Suozzi.
I'm Tom Suozzi, and early this year, I flipped the seat from red to blue. My father came from Italy as a boy. He was the first kid in the neighborhood to go to college. He served as a navigator during World War II, came home, and at 28 was elected the youngest judge in the history of New York State. What a country. The immigrant experience, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. My family's experience, Kamala Harris's experience, the American experience. That's why the polarization on immigration is so painful. Let's be clear, the border is broken. But this year, when Democrats and Republicans worked together to finally write new border laws, we were blocked. We all know who sabotaged us. We reject the divisiveness. We reject the dysfunction. We reject the deception. My Italian grandfather used to toast new couples. He'd say marriage sometimes is hard, but in the end, non ci sono rose senza spine. You can't have the roses without the thorns. You have to work for it. To be a nation of immigrants is hard sometimes too. You have to work for it. Tonight, we celebrate the roses of life. We come together from every state, from every ethnicity, from every race and religion. We come together tonight to celebrate our candidate, Kamala Harris, who knows America is worth it, who knows this nation, built by immigrants, is a rare and beautiful thing. and who joyfully accepts the challenge to work across party lines, to secure our border, to treat people like human beings, and to move our country forward.
Woo! Good evening, good evening, good evening. Welcome back to another episode of Mr.DenaliXXL. How is everybody doing out there today? Good to see you, good to see you, good to see you. Wow! Third day of the DNC. Tim Walz will be up there today doing his thing. Tell you that man's got a lot of energy for 60 years old. It looks like he's 72, but he's got a lot of energy. So I'm interested to see what he has to say tonight. We saw our former President and First Lady last night. Thank you. How you doing, Mr. O? Which was exciting to see them. Unfortunately, he's not going to walk through that door and run again. He's done with politics. He is definitely retired. But he gave a great speech last night. Great speech. So did his beautiful wife, Michelle Obama. She gave a great speech as well. Very happy. Listen. He definitely warms my heart and is definitely excellent. And when he was the president, nobody's perfect, but he did a great job in my opinion. And she was a phenomenal first lady. So much so that people want to draft her to run and everything else like that. But I do not think that she would ever do it. I think politics is not in her. She had enough with her husband. She doesn't want to take that kind of challenge on. Although I think that she would be good, laying out her policies and things like that. So I was happy to see them last night. And tonight we'll get, I think, Shapiro speaking. I think Cory Booker is going to speak. Cory Booker, I don't know. He tries a little bit too hard for me, along with Tim Walz. And I think that's it. Highlight. And then tomorrow, of course, it'll be VP Harris. She'll put a lot of meat on the bone. She's already accepted the nomination. So she's there, ready to go. I don't know when she's going to do an interview. That's another question, which I will continue to ask that question until she does get in front of somebody, in front of a goddamn reporter, ask some goddamn tough questions. I will continue to ask that question until she does. She needs to do as many interviews as possible. She's asking for the top job. And you have to do the interview to tell people what you stand for and everything like that. So I'm looking forward to her speech. I'm looking forward to her first interview as the nominee. I want to hear about Tim Walz. What made you pick him? I want to hear what you felt when you heard or you got the news that Joe Biden was stepping down. These are questions and I want answers for asking for the top job. This is not crazy to ask her for an interview. If she can't sit in front of Lester Holt or Norah O'Donnell, Abby Phillips, Gayle King, Michael Strahan, I'll even take. Then how's she gonna fight for this country against dictators like Erdogan and Putin and Kim Jong-un and Saudi Arabia's king? I mean, how is she gonna do that if she can't stand up to tough questions from reporters? It doesn't make sense. I'm telling you, it's driving me nuts. Every day I'm looking. When is her interview going to happen? And nothing. I get nothing every single day. Nothing. Let's go. It's time to go. Let's do it. Let's go. I'm sorry, but she's got to do an interview. I want her to do an interview sooner rather than later. End of the month. No way. No way. It's got to be sooner than that. Let's go. You want the top spot? Let's do it. All right. Okay. Miss, my dear, my good friend out in Vegas, how are you?
I'm blessed. A little tired.
What time is it there? Is it 4 o'clock, 4:30?
It's 12 after 4.
Okay.
And I just thought I would check to see if you were on, but I wanted to come on and say hello. I'm going to watch the whole DNC thing. I want to see it all. And
Okay.
if you're still, I'll check when I get off to see if you're still on, and I might come on then. Okay.
Yes. You always
All
welcome.
right.
You know that.
Bye
You have an open
bye. Bye
invitation.
bye.
Okay. I'll see you later. Thank you for
All
saying
right.
hello. Oh, that's my good friend. She's so sweet.
Send me down. Take me down.
All right. There you go. You don't gotta tell me twice. Oh my goodness. Who is it? Noah Salty? What is that? Noah? Thank you, Mr. O.
Yeah.
Noah.
Yeah, hello.
How do you pronounce that last name?
Salty.
Salty. Okay, great. Where are you from? I detect an accent.
Oh, I'm from Norway, but I moved to US.
Norway. Okay, great. What do you have to say, sir? Let's hear what you got. Let's go.
Like Kamala is better than Trump. I don't know.
You voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for Kamala.
Oh, you voting for VP Harris? Okay, great. Are you
Yeah.
a citizen where you're able to vote?
Yeah.
Okay, good. How long have you been a citizen?
5 years.
5 years. Okay, great. All right. What else do you want to say? Did you watch last night with Barack and Michelle Obama?
No.
No, you didn't watch it. Okay. All right. Okay. Anything else?
No.
No? You want to sit back and relax? All right. Let's go to Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe, how you doing, sir?
So I'm great, Mr. Denali.
Great. I love it.
Another good day. Another good day. And, we're going to see the DMC. I mean, look at it. They have a lot of nice artists. I'm sorry I missed all of the Atlanta put on a big show. Did you see that?
I did not. Tell me.
Man, I think I sent something to your inbox, but
Did you? Okay.
when
Take a look at
when
it.
Atlanta before Atlanta gave their delegates, Lil Jon
Oh, Lil
came
Jon was
out.
there. Okay.
Lil Jon he announced, he was like, yeah, way at the top
Yeah.
and coming down. But last night was filled with a lot of musical entertainment.
Right.
And tonight we have Stevie Wonder.
Oh boy.
And I'm
Stevie.
trying to remember
Uh-oh.
something.
Stevie's great. I love
Stevie Wonder
Stevie.
and what is the guy name? He's gonna do a tribute to Prince. What is his doggone name?
Are you talking about
John Legend.
John Legend? Okay.
Yeah, and they have a lot of other entertainers and people that speak, and Oprah is a big name to speak. But anyway, just to get back to the meat of everything, I think the DNC put on a good show for all of the people to be in there. And they did that double, Harris was at another rally. So they packed both places
Mm-hmm.
at the same time.
She's got to do an interview. I'm not impressed by the rallies. I'm not impressed by that. I'm impressed when she gets in front of a camera and answers some goddamn tough questions. Not anybody. Most politicians could put on a rally. I want her to sit down in front of somebody and answer some tough goddamn questions. That's what I want.
I'm sure when she sit down, you're gonna come away impressed.
Okay.
I'm sure of that.
Listen, anticipation's building, and the problem with anticipation's building is that she's got to give a good performance. Otherwise, we're gonna that's what we waited all this time for. You saved up for this. She's got to make sure she is on point when she does give the interview. And listen, I don't want some puff piece. It's got to be somebody with some gravitas. Lester Holt, Nora O'Donnell, Jake Tapper, I guess. I said Michael Strahan, but no way. No way. I want to see her in front of Michael Strahan. No way. No. Robin Roberts, I guess.
Yeah,
she got his her and Tim Walz need to start doing some interviews. They really, it's time. 80-something days left, whatever it is time because she wants a top spot and she cannot just run the clock out. Please don't do that.
Immediately after she finished with her speaking with this DNC, interviews will start coming.
Okay, all right. I'm holding you accountable for
Yes, and I did hear that. I did hear that from one of her staff persons that said the interviews are coming. So that's all I have to say. I think I sent that to your inbox.
She could listen. She don't have to fight for an interview. She said she want an interview. They're gonna come to her. It would have been great had she instead of doing a rally, she does an interview and then presents it. That's what she should do.
Right. There you go.
So anyway, all right. Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Mr. Vegas, out there in Vegas, how you doing?
I got you. I understand.
Okay. Mr. Vegas, how you doing?
I'm good. What's my name?
Oh, did you change your name?
Do you remember the other day?
I mean, I know your name. Do you want me to say your name again?
I came up on my other. Funny, that's all.
Yeah, I know. Someone said it. I didn't know if you came up. I didn't know that. So I got doxxed just a little while ago. I tell you guys about that.
If people
What's that?
So I'm a little upset.
About what?
I'm a little upset. So earlier today, I'm on my way to an appointment, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just scanning while I'm driving.
Okay. Vegas.
10 seconds later, I get a request to come on there, right?
Well,
so I'm like, sure, whatever. I literally got on the live.
Vegas, you cut out. You said someone.
Me up. I literally almost.
Who?
I literally stopped in his live for. His name is Militant Political something.
Okay,
I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay. Invite you up. Yes.
I'm literally scrolling by. I paused on his live for maybe 10 seconds at the most. But then after I had scrolled past, he asked me up. So I'm like, go in there. And then, he goes into his whole, who you voting for? I said Trump. And he goes, why? And I go, I don't even remember what I said, but I just, whatever. And he said, oh, so white man. And I'm like, what are you talking about? How do you come to that conclusion when you never met me? You don't know me.
Right.
And then some other guy on there starts attacking me, and they just go full attack mode. And I'm literally can't do this now. I'll come back later. So I finish up. I go back on there, and I explain myself, unlike I have never done on here. I've had to, it becomes like sort of a I got one speech, right? That whole when you go into a liberal live and you mention that you have black people in your life, it's you got one, like it's a token, all this bullshit, right?
Right.
Well, my family is more people of color than it is white. When you talk about all the people we married and all this shit, I don't have all my kids are half Filipino or full Filipino. My brother's married to a black woman. There's a black guy who's literally semi-adopted into our family, who's getting $250,000 of my mom's inheritance. My family is not racist, and I don't think I am. And me anyway. So I explain all this shit to these guys, and then they fucking just do the same old shit. And God, what was the final straw? Oh, I just told them, you know what? I'm willing to have a conversation, but just don't interrupt me. Give me a chance to talk. And here was the last part. I literally just talked twice, and I was totally patient. Listened to them, typical Trump attacks, all that kind of stuff. I'm like, fine, whatever, And then I said, so he's like, well, what do you not like about Kamala? And I'm like, well, first of all, there's a number of things, but her laugh, it's an uncomfortable laugh, and it sort of reminds me of a person in your life. Everybody's got somebody who sort of laughs out of discomfort when they're uncomfortable in a conversation. They'll laugh and there's nothing funny, and that's what she does. And they're like, oh, because she's a
black woman.
She laughs in uncomfortable situations. And by the way, I gave her credit for stopping doing it. But the bottom line is, when you have somebody with that type of personality, on earth do you want them to be the leader of the free world? And I have an opposing part of that. Whereas I don't think I even told you guys this. The first time around, I voted Obama because McCain was weak as fuck, and I felt like I'd rather have a liberal president than a weak leader. And I voted fucking Obama, despite the fact that I'm conservative more than I have certain conservative beliefs more than anything. So I'm just kind of pissed off about that. The assumptions. It's the assumptions, like, you must be fucking racist if you don't like Kamala. I'm actually kind of thinking maybe Kamala. Maybe if she wasn't so liberal, I might even want her. I might even go with her. That's all, man. Still there?
Right. It's wild around the app. They want to try to shame you and want to call you a racist. I have been called a racist, and it's just not the right thing to do. I don't like black women. I mean, the whole thing is just getting so old. And then when I ask for specifics don't matter. And I said, well, how can you say something without coming with facts? And it's just sick and sad. And it really just shows that they're just not real.
Go ahead. Here's the thing. There's definitely racist people, right? I don't know what percentage. These people act like fucking 50% of the fucking country is racist. I don't know about you, but to me it's like 5, 10, 15%. I don't know the number. You guys might have a better idea of that because, it's probably directed to you. But I think the vast majority of us, all, even conservatives, want the same thing. We just have a different approach to it.
Right.
I think that conservatives want people to have means, to have stuff through merit, through accomplishments, through hard work.
Right.
And by the way, we are willing to help people, but God damn it, try to put some work into it too. And the most important thing, I think, is we need to protect what I call the golden goose, which is
Vegas? He must be traveling. It's like the third time he's cut out. Miss Shelley?
Hey, Mr. Denali.
How you doing, dear?
How you doing?
Doing okay.
Good. I haven't been up here in a while.
Yeah, you've been hiding from us. Well, we've been coming on late, too.
Yeah, I just a lot going on.
You and me both. It's wild. I got a lot of stuff going on. So what you got? What you got? You been enjoying the DNC?
I mean, I haven't really paid attention to the DNC too much.
Okay.
I did, kind of hear around. I watched I want to say the first night, and I really wasn't pleased with what they had going on outside of the DNC. So I thought that was pretty foolish of them. I could see if it's like pamphlets out there or whatever, different companies with the ABs, but actually out there giving it, I think that's so bananas. It's so bananas. I mean, I wouldn't make it to where it's like, make it like a fashion, You know what I mean? I think they kind of pronouncing it a little too much.
Okay. So okay, let me ask you, did you like Barack Obama as a president? Okay, I don't know.
I didn't even watch Barack Obama speak.
No, I'm saying, did you like him as a president?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. I really didn't care. There's a few things I didn't care for of what he did, especially with the, so many people losing their homes and the banks was bailed out, but not the people. So that was pretty...
that didn't happen under him, right?
Well, the situation didn't happen under him, but them banks got paid under him.
No. If you remember in 2008, Hank Paulson, the Secretary of Treasury under George Bush, walked into the Oval Office and said, I need a check for $750 billion. Otherwise, the economy is going to fall off the cliff. That happened in 2008. It was either I think it was October, November. He asked for a check for $750. I'm sorry?
Who signed it?
Bush.
Bush signed it.
Yeah. Do you remember the end of 2008? We were losing 750,000 jobs a month. Lehman Brothers, Merrill Lynch. Merrill Lynch was acquired by Bank of America. The economy was going off a cliff. The housing market, all of that was going on. And Hank Paulson walked into the Oval Office. Hank Paulson, former Goldman Sachs CEO, and at that time, the Secretary of Treasury asked for a check for $750 billion. And he said, if you don't do it, then the economy is going to go off a cliff. That's what happened. Barack Obama came in January 20th of 2009. And he saved the auto industry. He saved the housing market. He got ACA done, Affordable Care Act. With all these things going on, we were losing. He was losing 750,000 jobs a month too, for I think the first 4 or 5 months that he was president.
He signed for them banks.
Ma'am, he probably continued what was already going on. The banks were going. We were in a free fall. Do you remember what was going on in 2008, 2009?
I remember what happened. Again, okay, bail the banks out, but let the people keep their homes.
I mean, listen, I don't know. I have to do a deep dive of all the ins and outs, but he may have continued what was already going on. And I don't know what could have been done to save the economy other than what they did. Because the economy that he handed off to Trump was because of what Barack Obama did.
It was okay for him saving the economy. That was totally fine. But again, the people should have kept their homes.
In many ways, I probably can agree with you. But I'm saying for what he was facing, he did a phenomenal job, in my opinion.
Well, it should have been an agreement with the banks that they wouldn't touch the people.
Maybe so. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying, there was a lot going on at that time. And I think he stewarded us. He navigated us through a very choppy waters. And in my opinion, he's one of, at least in my lifetime, I've been voting since probably 2000, because I don't think I voted for Clinton. But I do remember voting for Gore, and then the second time I voted for Bush. But I'm saying that since I've been voting, I think he was the best president that I can remember in my history.
Yeah.
No, was the one. Yeah. I mean, Clinton was good, but I didn't vote.
My relatives had lost their homes during that time. Mm-hmm. The banks was bailed out, but the people still lost their homes.
You get no arguments from me, but he didn't start it. The crisis started before he took office.
Well, again, he was president at that time.
No, he wasn't president at the time. Bush was president. He came in January 20th of 2009.
And if he signed even a penny of it, okay. If you're for the people, make the banks do a different agreement with these people, or let them keep their homes. Period. Homes was in straight foreclosure.
Let me ask you this, Miss Shelley, with the tax cuts for the middle class expiring in 2025, why didn't Trump make those things permanent like he did for the 1%?
Hell, they wouldn't let them.
Oh, okay.
They wouldn't let them.
Okay.
Oh, and I thought that the 1% was getting ready to, I guess Joe Biden, he's getting ready well, not Joe Biden anymore, Harris. If she's going to ride with Joe Biden, they're going to increase. They're going to increase taxes. So I don't see how that's possible. Yeah, the deductions and credits is probably still there and permanently cannot be touched. They're going to mess with that. They're going to mess with that, the increase of taxes.
Yeah, I mean,
we already know everybody's taxes are going up.
Taxes to me are pretty boring. I hate talking about taxes, but every now and again we talk about it. So,
I think
Barack Obama did the best job.
To be honest, that's really what all people need to worry about. Is they money? What else the government for?
Wait, when you say what else is the government for?
What else is the government for? To tell you you love them? They love you? What
No,
are
I
they
mean,
for?
they're for to keep us safe. They're for to make sure we have good roads.
That's national.
That's what?
That's national. We understand that.
I mean, are you more of a libertarian? You want less government?
Oh yes, without a doubt.
Are there some agencies that you like to get rid of?
I'm more with capitalism, more free marketing, less taxes, not too many regulations when it comes down to corporations. I'm with that.
Okay.
You walk into
So,
a
Michelle,
government
I'm
hospital versus a private hospital, and which one would you want to be? Which one would you want to get open heart surgery on? A government hospital or a private hospital?
Well, I know here in Atlanta, Grady is the #1 trauma center in the state, public hospital. I mean, if you have a big trauma, I think it's a level 4 trauma. If you have any kind of big trauma, they're going to airlift you to Grady, which is a public hospital.
Well, see, that's in Arizona. That's in Atlanta. I don't vote for Atlanta. I vote.
I mean, in all of Georgia, that's the #1 trauma hospital. If you're 250 miles away and you have a trauma, big time trauma, then they're going to airlift you to Grady because they're the ones that can handle it. And Grady is a public hospital.
Yeah, you know what I worry about when it comes down to the presidency? Our border, the national protection, working out deals with different countries, and pretty much our taxes. Everything else, the hell with it.
Okay. All right. Vegas, you wanted to ask Michelle a question, or?
Well, I'm on board with her. I'm probably more libertarian as well. And frankly, I've changed. I've softened my stance on a lot of things since all these lives came around. But about the home ownership thing, that's not libertarian. It's telling the banks, don't take over the homes when, the contracts were broken, the people weren't paying on the houses. To say that the government needs to tell them don't foreclose, that's not libertarian. That's not an attack on you. It's just sort of confirming it's not libertarian. And it sounds good on paper. And if there's a way to do it, maybe. But and I agree. I think all in all, I might have been critical of Obama back then, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. But the reality is that whatever was done pretty much worked.
Right.
I do think we're in a free fall, and yeah, I lost 2 freaking houses. I built I built a house on the Big Island as a spec home in Hawaii, and I had another lot that I was going to develop, and I lost my ass on all of that.
Right.
It cost me probably $500,000. It was not pleasant. Ruined my credit for fucking years.
Right.
So to go back and try and say we could have done this different, it's just very hard to do that. The reality is that the government got us into that, and you can blame Bush, but I think it was a combination of Bush. It was a combination of Congress that lowered the standards on lending with good intention. Everybody should own a home, right? But the reality is that everybody ain't responsible enough to own a home.
You're absolutely.
And what they did is they put on a home that had no business owning a home, and that was ultimately what caused that crash. The famous thing in Las Vegas, I didn't live in Vegas at the time, but the famous thing was cocktail waitresses were buying 3 to 4 houses with no money down and no credit. It was
no
a big
income,
joke.
no docs, no doc loans, no income, no assets, stated income. Yeah. You could just put down your income. You didn't have to verify anything. I know the business as well. So
what are we talking about?
Give me a second, Noah. Salty. 1 second. Anything else, Vegas?
And then by the same token, I think Congress and Trump overspent overspent in terms of the recovery, but it worked. The pandemic was a free fall also. And nobody, you can second guess everything, right? Oh, Trump said this. Oh, bleach in his vein, all that bullshit, right? But Trump was on TV like every day trying to do shit, trying to figure shit out, trying to get the word out. Yeah, second guess him, but the reality is that it kind of all worked out. I'll
Okay.
leave it there. Did you drop me, Denali, or did I just somehow drop earlier?
No, you had bars.
No.
You couldn't hear every other word, and then you dropped. I didn't drop.
Oh,
I left. I needed to do something.
All right, no, what you got? Come on, let's go. Bring the heat, no.
I am a Democrat indeed, so I want. Based on what I heard, Vegas, what's his name? Vegas guy is a Republican, so I want to ask him why does he support Trump?
Okay. His question, Mr. Vegas, why do you support Trump?
I'd rather vote for somebody that wants to spend less money than more money.
Exactly.
And I want a good, strong world leader.
Exactly.
Is there any other?
Right quick, I thought I was next.
Ma'am?
So
hang on
There's
one
a story.
Hello,
I don't know if you guys heard it.
Ma'am, just relax for 1 second. You're gonna have your what state are you in, ma'am?
I'm in Illinois.
Okay, you got something that you want to say, right? It's important?
Yeah, I do.
You think it's important?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm
Here
going to
we
be the
go.
judge. Everybody, listen. You interrupted Mr. Vegas. Hang on, Angela. Hang on. I'm trying to set you up, Angela. Because you worked it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's important, right?
It is.
It's important for you to come in and interrupt Noah and Vegas having an important conversation, right?
I thought you was going in order because Vegas spoke, so I thought I was next.
Yeah, Vegas was in here before, but you have something important to say. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to say, and we'll judge to see if it's important enough for you to interrupt Noah and Mr. Vegas. So let's go.
Can I request the hot seat video?
No. Hang on a second, Vegas. Miss Angela, please. The people are waiting for more show. You interrupted it, so we want to hear what you have to say because what you have to say was very, very important. So let's go. I want to learn. Tell me what it is that you wanted to say to interrupt Noah in Vegas. Please tell us.
Okay. I feel, I don't know where you guys are from. I would like to know what place you're from. If you're not from a sanctuary state, you have no idea.
Okay, so you want to talk about immigration?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go. Let's hear what you in Chicago?
Yeah, I live in the suburbs outside of Chicago.
Okay, let's hear about it. Let's hear firsthand evidence from your point of view. Let's hear what's going on the ground in Chicago, because most of us don't.
I love it.
What's going on?
I want to hear it.
What's going on over here? First of all, let me make it clear that I'm a Republican.
You're a Republican?
Yeah, I'm a Republican.
You're voting for Trump?
Exactly.
Okay.
So you don't have to accept my viewpoint. But
don't do any preamble. Just say what's going on. We have many Republicans and Trump supporters on this platform.
We are seeing these migrants being dumped into our neighborhoods. I live in a nice suburb. That's a black suburb. And we're seeing people just walking all over the place. Come on now. We need to look at these donors who are funding these campaigns. I think we focus too much on who is running for president, because Kamala, I don't even like to call her name. Her. I'm just call her.
Let's be respectful. You can call her VP Harris. She does have a title.
Well, she's her to me. She's her to me.
Out of respect for the platform, I usually don't like people to call people names. You can call her by her name. Ma'am.
I'm calling her who she is.
No, ma'am, she's VP Harris.
But what is she doing as the VP? She's running like she's like a new candidate. She
Ma'am,
is still
ma'am,
the vice
ma'am,
president
she's not the president. She is a
She
VP.
is the vice president of the United States. If
Okay,
Biden's
great. Angela, tell me what the vice president does. What's their duties?
foreign
I'm sorry? Miss Angela, what are the vice president's duties? Tell me what their duties are. Tell me. Unmute yourself, Angela. Angela, please unmute yourself, ma'am.
I didn't mute myself.
No,
Somebody.
I got you. Tell me what the vice president's duties are.
She's responsible for foreign relations. And
Nothing.
we look like
No, that's not true. That's not true.
It is. It is.
Ma'am. The vice president's job is to support the president. That's what the vice president does. The vice president does not sign laws. The vice president doesn't do anything but support the. Excuse me?
Read the bylaws.
Ma'am.
We need
Dude,
to look at
she does nothing.
we need to look at who is giving this funding. You say you raised what 40 some $million in 24 hours. Who are these donors? And what are they receiving in return?
Did you also question who the donors are when Trump got convicted and he raised $53 million in 24 hours? Did you question that, ma'am? Ma'am, the question is, did you question that?
That was his own money.
No, what, ma'am? He raised it on being convicted. What do you mean it was his own money? He raised the money.
Hey, brother,
No
can I ask you a
ma'am.
question?
No.
He didn't even
Denali.
Hey, brother, can I ask you a question real
I
quick?
said no. I said no.
You asking, wait a minute, you asking who his donors was. The donors let it be known who.
Hang on one second. Just hang on 1 second.
Why
I'm
won't
saying
you let me ask you a question?
because I said no. You asked the question and the answer is no. I don't care. The answer is no. Don't be polite and expect I'm going to go with you. I said no, not
because
now.
you can't handle the truth.
Ma'am, sir, you sit there in the corner and you wait for me to come back to you. Please, producers, don't let his mic come up and mute, please. Bye, because I didn't ask you to come.
Can we have
Get straight. I didn't ask you to come. You decided to come talk to Mr. Denali.
Can we have a civil
Let him, cowboy. Let's go. Now.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, what, Angela?
We need to have a civil conversation. You have your opinion, and I
Ma'am.
have mine.
I don't, ma'am. I have the facts, ma'am. The vice president's job is to support the president.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Can somebody get me can a producer get me what is the vice president's job?
Out here just making lies, just to make lies,
Who's
and
making
have
lies?
no facts. So
Who's
I'm gonna
making
hop
lies,
on
ma'am?
because
Ma'am, I asked you a question. Who's saying lies? Who?
Hold on 1 second. Let's not get ignorant.
I'm not. I said, ma'am, I asked you who's telling lies.
Ignorant here.
Tell me who's telling lies.
The Democratic.
I want you to say it.
Because it's the donors. We looking at the nominee and who's going to run for president. If you dig deeper, if you go down a rabbit hole, it's the donors.
Well, who are the donors?
And
Tell me the donors.
The donors that contribute.
Tell me who the donors are. Tell me who they are.
Don't cut me off.
No, I will cut you off if I want to. Don't tell me what to do. Tell me who the donors are.
But don't get so hostile. Like,
you be quiet. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You sit there and you wait until I come back to you. I'm not interested in talking to you at this moment. You need to calm down. Ms. Jennings, ma'am, please don't come up. Ma'am, do not come up from you. I'm sitting you in the corner, and you're gonna wait there until I come back and talk to you.
You have no fucking clue.
No clue about what? Bye, because I didn't ask you to come. Disrespectful and rebellious. I guarantee you she's not married. Gen X, how you doing?
Is it safe to come in here?
Absolutely it's safe, but she's gonna tell me, bye, she yapping, be quiet.
Hey everybody, hey Miss Shelley, hey Ro.
Next.
Yeah. Hey, Gen X.
Well, tomorrow I'm doing my next procedure, y'all.
Okay.
But y'all, let me tell you what I did today. I had a meltdown. I cried. I cried today.
Cried. Not on the show. On the show, did you cry on the show?
What happened, Gen X?
Miss Shelley, I was sitting here thinking about. I was thinking about how they had those AB mobile trucks out there at the DNC and stuff, and then I just got to thinking about all the babies, and I looked up about how many they have a year, you know, here and everything, and then I got to really thinking about when that baby comes to life and how it has a soul, you know, and then the soul's ripped out of it. I just started crying. I just got really sad, like real sad about it. All these babies. We're talking about 1 million a year, y'all. Almost 1 million a year. But anyway, that's about it. And I'm going tomorrow to get my thing done. But the last procedure, I don't think it worked, y'all.
Uh-oh.
My leg's back the way it was before I started. So I don't know. So what's the subject, Ray?
Gen X, what do you got again? I think I heard it. Tail
You're gonna
under
be all right.
What's your situation, Gen X?
They're trying to redirect my blood back to my heart from the veins from my legs or whatever. Closing veins and
That's serious.
Huh?
That's serious.
Yeah, but I thought I was getting better, you know, like a week ago, like from the procedure. But this week my legs went back the way it looked before I had the procedure done.
Wow.
So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, my son's been so many hard things. I can relate in more ways than you can imagine.
The one thing is, tomorrow after the surgery, you'll be okay. I believe the doctors know exactly what they're doing, and you'll be okay. But you're gonna get some good rest. I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah.
They're gonna give you that Michael.
So
they're
what
gonna
we
give you that Michael Jackson medicine.
Yeah, propofol. That's good
I
stuff.
hope not as much, though.
The cardiologists these days are miracle workers.
Thank God for modern science, modern medicine.
Yeah, but what I need, they don't have it yet, the technology. He said that he's hoping within 3 to 5 years they'll have it.
Okay. Well, we're gonna keep you going. We're gonna keep you going. You keep coming over here. We're gonna give you some good entertainment and some good information. The next president will just be leaving when you get that new technology. So that's gonna work good. Don't worry.
So what's the topic tonight, y'all?
I mean, we're just kind of bantering around. I mean, you know, the same thing with me with Harris. She needs to do an interview and things like that. Like Mr. Vegas was telling me about how he got. Well, he was saying he had came up on his own other page and somebody had doxed him. Not doxed him, but said his name. And yours truly got doxed earlier today. It was amazing. I'm like, that's crazy stuff.
Really?
Yeah. I'll play it for you. Yeah. I'll play it for you right now.
Wow.
You hear me, Denali?
What'd you say, Michelle?
I said people just bored. They shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I'll let you guys listen to it. Yours truly, if you guys know daddyO, you know, he had told Miss. I'll let you play it. Here we go.
I, as a person, support all the criminals. Trump's a criminal, Mosley's a criminal, and the fight is so hard for the people to commit the crimes and against the people who stand up and prosecute those crimes. And that's kind of odd to me. That's fine, daddyO. A lot of things are odd. When you tell a woman that she should suck your eggplant, that's odd too, sir. Well, you tell me. I've never told a woman anything like that. If I was to start a public fight with women trying to sleep with. That would be odd.
Trying to sleep with, sir. Come on, listen. You know I know everything about you,
Ali,
daddy-o.
listen, Ali. We can go there if you want to.
Go ahead, daddy-o. Daryl.
Okay.
Daryl, go ahead, Daryl.
Daryl Kinder.
Daryl, go ahead, Daryl. I'm not Daryl. Did you or did you not tell? Did you or did you not tell a woman to suck your eggplant?
Right now, you can suck it too. Motherfucker, who you think you're talking to?
I'm talking to Daryl Kinder. That's who I'm talking to. That's who I'm talking to, Kinder.
That's what you are. You what we call a Mitch where I come from.
I know, sir. Yes,
all day, every day.
Yes, sir. You're the best.
You came over here.
I came over to have a conversation, sir.
I was treating you cool, but I can talk to you like I want to.
Sir, you know what? You're
a bitch.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah, you're a bitch.
Anything else? Is that the best you got, sir? Is that the best you got?
So I'm gonna say
What's the capital?
Is that the best you got, sir? Is that I'm a female dog?
This clown comes over here.
Is that the best you got, Daryl?
Wait a minute.
Take a beat.
Hold on.
Is that the best you have, Daryl?
Yeah.
Please tell me you have something better than that to say to me.
I don't see. This is the reason why that I asked. Why did you decide to come?
Well, I haven't called anybody out their name.
And I'm starting to think, Denali.
Yes, ma'am. Anyway, there he is, daddy-o at his finest, doxing yours truly.
I'm gonna have to drop daddy-o out of my contacts right now.
And he told me to suck his eggplant, and he called me a female dog. Now, if you don't know, he told Tanjeez to suck his eggplant. He did.
Daddy-o is off the rocker.
Yeah, I think so. And then later on, you'll hear it later on, he invited me out to Oakland to, I guess, to fisticuffs? I'm like, brother, come on, man. You are 60 years old. I am a 50-year-old man. This is TikTok, sir. This is TikTok.
He have 1.5 minutes of win. After that 1.5 minutes, he out of breath. If he could get that much.
It's not even, I mean, like, am I 12 years old? Come on.
He's in the live right now.
He's in the comments.
Good, because he likes to be here. He's upset. He's upset that I've dropped his ass off the platform many times. And he got the information. He got my information, I believe, from someone, and he decided to say it, which is like, wow, what? Like, really? Come on. Come on up and have a conversation, daddy-o. Come on, you told me to suck your eggplant. You told a black woman to suck your eggplant. That's what you did. You told a black woman to suck your eggplant. That's so disrespectful, sir. I have never done anything like that, ever. Ever have I ever done anything like that. I would never do that. Everybody says I'm disrespectful to black women, and you don't have any tape of me saying anything close to that I would tell a woman to suck my eggplant. Oh my, and they've done some vicious things to me. Said some vicious things about me. I would never say that, ever.
You don't have any tape of me saying that, and that's not what I said. Either you were lied to.
Did you tell me to suck your eggplant?
I told you to, because you's a bitch.
And you said, oh, so see, there you go. Is that the best you got?
Yeah, dude, check it out, man. You came over there to start some stuff.
Is that the best you got, sir? Is that I'm a female dog? Please tell me you're a little bit more creative than that, sir. Please. Please, for the people watching, the 60 people watching, please tell me you have something better than I'm a female dog. Your brain has to be a little bit more creative than that, sir.
Who told you I told somebody to do that? That's your problem. You might have got some bad information. You don't know what I said, but I do know what I said. And I'll admit to anything I say.
Do you disrespect black women?
No, I disrespect people who disrespect my boys. Is that the same person who disrespected Lenny Soul?
Have you ever?
Yes or no? Did she disrespect Lenny Soul?
Have you ever disrespected a black woman, sir? Please unmute yourself, but we got to have a conversation.
I don't owe her any respect if she disrespected Lenny Soul the way you allowed her to do on your platform.
Sir, did you disrespect Miss Shelley?
What you did, what you allowed on your platform.
Be quiet, and you sit there until I'm ready to talk to you.
I don't be quiet. You can drop me.
I didn't ask you to come.
Just like I told you over there. I let you.
You pushed the button, sir. I didn't push the button. You pushed the button to come here. You talked about Miss Shelley a couple of weeks ago. That was disgusting. That you're just a person who goes around and disrespects black women. And I mean, that's not cool to do, sir. I'm sorry, but it's just not the right thing to do. It's just not the right thing to do.
Miss Shelley talked about me. And you allow that.
It's okay for you.
You
to
allowed that.
disrespect a woman. It's okay.
I can talk to anybody the way they talk to me.
Okay.
I don't even remember you, dude.
What? He's the one that brought it back up. I let it go too.
I don't. I'm so tired of hearing all the fake
Here's
shit.
the problem, Miss Shelley. You let it go. I let it go. He's got a problem.
Sir, you did it.
I did. She did too, and I let it go. Everybody grew up except you did.
You said that I disrespect
Everybody
black women.
grew up except you.
I know. You said I disrespect black women.
You
did.
do.
Tell me how I did it. Give me the evidence that I did it. Tell me. Tell me what I said.
Well, in that live, everybody who you disrespected showed up to tell you about it.
Tell me the way. Tell me
You
the
only
way.
recorded that. Play the rest of it.
What? Play the rest of what?
Everybody in that live that you've disrespected showed up to talk to you. Straight Facts showed up.
Straight Facts the liar? You're gonna quote
Straight Facts is not a liar.
She is a liar.
No, she's
I
not.
got the evidence, sir. Everybody's heard it, and you're standing behind that.
You
and that's
asked
the type of
her,
person you
did
are.
she call you a fat neck motherfucker, or whatever her son called you? And she did not.
She said, I
She's
didn't
not
know.
the one that called you the fat neck. That was her son.
I said, who
You
said
said
it?
who? You asked her,
Sir,
did she? She said no.
Who said it? Did she know who said it?
No, you said, did you call me that?
Did she
You
know
said,
who
did she say it?
Mr. daddyO, I'd like to have a reasonable
I knew
conversation.
who said it.
Give me a second. When I said who said it, Straight Facts said, I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You recorded it.
Let's not move past
You
that.
recorded it.
Let's
Go
not
play
move-
it back.
Let's not move past it. If Mrs. Straight Facts says, I don't know, is that a lie?
You asked her, did she say it? She said no.
No, I didn't. I said, who said that? And she said, I don't know.
She said no.
She said, I don't know. I got the recording, sir. I don't have to lie.
That's what I said. Go listen to the recording.
I have. It's on my page. I've listened to it many times.
The problem is you went over there looking for a fight to get
really?
content. You were looking for content.
No, I don't need that for
You're
content. I
desperate.
got plenty of it.
You're desperate.
Oh, my goodness.
Name another creator going to other lives to create content.
Sir, what
You're
are you
like a
talking-
kid. You're like a 50-year-old child.
And what are you, sir?
I'm a grown man.
I know. Anything else? Please
Grown
tell me
man.
you're a little more creative than call me a female.
Oh, no. I gave you an opportunity.
No, I
Because you
said,
like to
tell
talk
me
all
that you
that
have
shit.
more-
I told you just like this.
tell
If you
me-
want to say,
Tell me that you have something more creative to say than call me a bitch.
they got flights coming in California all day, every day. You want to talk to me? Catch one. Let me know when
I'm
you get here.
talking to you now, sir.
No. You know what I'm saying. Bring your ass. Come talk to me
For
face to
what?
face.
I'm
That's your
50 years
problem.
old.
You want to be on. You're a TikTok dude.
A TikTok dude.
You're the
Oh,
toughest TikTok dude. You go messing with women.
Listen,
You go chase going on women's live for.
I go on the street a lot. I've done 7 locations, sir. 7 on location. So I'm on the street, sir. I talk to Trump supporters. I talk to everybody, sir. I'm not sitting on TikTok. I'm the same
We're in
person.
California, Oakland, California. Go do one down there.
I don't live in California.
Oh, well, get in the Uber and come on out.
Why would I drive to California? I would fly. And I want to go
Get
to
in the
Oakland.
Uber and come on out.
I go to San Diego.
Well,
Much better.
Can I ask
Oh,
that?
I grew up in San Diego. I could be there.
Why do you think I want to meet you? I know you're a fan, but I don't want to meet you. I don't want to meet you. I know you want to meet me and shake my hand.
Nobody wants to meet you. I want you to say what you got to say like a man.
Sir, you're coming to me and
Like
telling
a
me to
man.
come to you.
You're
telling me to
going
come
into
to
women's lives to talk shit to people.
No,
So,
you're the
daddyO,
one
can I ask
talking
you a
shit.
question?
You're the one talking shit.
Can I ask a question?
No, you cannot ask a question.
No, you can't tell me what I
tell her
can
what
ask.
to
You're
do, Mr.
disrespectful.
daddyO.
So
You be
first
quiet.
of all,
You're
did you
disrespectful. You're the one
disrespect?
who's talking shit to people. He
So
doesn't
did you
talk shit to
disrespect?
people.
Did
He
you
treats
disrespect
everyone
2 black
fairly.
women?
Miss Kim, let Tanji. She
Hold
has a
on.
question
Did
for
you,
Mr. daddyO.
daddyO, let me ask you a question. I've never said anything negative to you ever. I just want to know that you
I
disrespect
did not
2 black
disrespect
women.
any black women.
So you didn't
Let Miss
tell nobody.
Tanji say what she needs to say, Mr. daddyO, please.
So daddyO, so we were in a live, and it was me and Nata Shay on the panel. So did you tell somebody to do something to you
in the panel?
Suck his eggplant. Oh, and he ran away.
Gone.
Because he don't want to. He can't answer the question, and he says I'm disrespectful. No one has any tape of me telling any woman, black, white, Asian, Indian, to suck my eggplant. Never.
I done cussed out so many people. I don't even remember who all.
Hey, Miss Shelley. Hey, y'all. How y'all doing?
He has a real problem.
Miss Shelley,
He comes over here and he invites me to go. He wants to meet me, so he tells me to come to Oakland. I'm not interested in meeting you, daddyO. I'm not interested in it.
Mr.
What do you guys? Can I ask a question real quick? Because I stepped away.
In the comments, Mr. daddyO, you can come up and you can press the button and try to finish this conversation. And then he says, "I'm desperate." Are you kidding me? You know. You go to my page and you see the content I'm creating. It's amazing content, and it. Oh my goodness.
But it's funny how he said that you go into women's lives and say something, but he was very disrespectful to you, two black ladies in a live, and it's okay for him. I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
I'm glad you called it out, Mr.Denali.
Here he is. Let's see if we can do this again, respectfully, of course. Mr.
I
Daddy,
wasn't disrespectful to any black ladies.
Okay, can Tanjeez ask you a question?
No, if you mute me, no.
Well, you gotta let her.
I'll let her talk. If you mute me, no.
Okay, listen.
So, do you remember?
Ask you a question. Please don't interrupt her until she's finished. Go ahead, Miss Tanjeez.
Do you remember when we were in a live? It was me and Natasha in a live, and I guess it got heated or whatever.
When I was having a conversation with BA and you guys came up to help him.
No, it wasn't that we was helping him, but we were talking.
Really?
Civilly.
He and I were one-on-one, and you guys came up to help him.
It doesn't matter, daddyO. It doesn't matter. But did you tell somebody to suck your eggplant?
No, I did not.
Oh, you didn't.
I said I got a big one.
So why would you say that?
Wait. Go back. Did you accuse me of saying I told somebody to suck something?
However, it was because.
Well, no. It does matter.
Okay,
it does matter.
So
did I tell someone to suck something?
Okay, so we'll just leave it
No,
at that.
it's not okay because
okay.
if you're spreading that and it's not true, you got to acknowledge that.
I'm not spreading anything. This is my first time ever talking to you about it because, as a matter of fact,
this guy here decided to come and ask me about it.
I'm not a guy. I'm Mr. Denali.
You're not a guy. Okay, this whatever here decided to come ask me about it.
So if you're going to be on my show, at least give me the respect to call me by my name, Mr. daddyO.
So daddyO, my question to you is that whether it was to suck it or if it's big or if it's little or whatever, why would you say that to black women? Like, why would you do that?
A black woman too.
No, you got to say it again. My phone rang.
Okay, I'm waiting. I just want to know whether you
No. You said whether it was something, and then
I said
my phone rang.
Whether it was for if I'm misinformed, whether you said suck it or if it was big or whatever. Why would you say that to black women?
So my question: did you hear it?
I did hear it.
Okay, so what did I say?
I'm just telling you, whatever it was, I heard you say something about.
I was accused of saying something I did not say.
Sir,
so that therein lies a problem.
Listen, sir, you said something about an eggplant, and it was.
I used the term that I heard on your platform about from one of the women on this platform how she loves the same term I used.
What are you talking about?
Hang on a second, Sandra, my good friend out in California, says, "daddyO, own your mistake."
I don't have a mistake. It was on purpose.
Oh, so that's the way you feel?
Wow. Oh, it wasn't.
What I said was, I said I have a big head. And then I told BA, you know what? I apologize. I shouldn't have said that. Did I do that or not, Tanjeez?
I don't remember. I don't remember that.
You don't remember what I said? You don't remember me saying apologizing?
I don't
but
remember
you can misquote me. You can misquote me.
This is the question. Did you reference your eggplant in front of me?
I sure did, but I apologized and I was misquoted. You're running around here saying I said something I didn't say.
So what you referenced?
Did you hear that I apologized about it, Mr. Denali?
I'm saying, when you referenced it, was it to be a positive or negative?
Did you hear me apologize about it? Yes or no?
Answer your question.
If I apologize, I don't owe you an explanation.
I'm asking you a question. When you you referenced
I apologize to the people that were there, and that is all I owe.
Wait a minute. Did you apologize to Natasha?
I apologized on the live.
So you apologized to Natasha on the live?
I apologized on that live. And you can ask BA.
No, I'm saying to Natasha that you apologize.
I didn't tell Natasha, hey, Miss Natasha, guess what I got?
So you so did you apologize to me on the live?
All right. Well, listen, I think that Mr. daddyO, are you there?
I went on that live and owed up to it. That's what I'm supposed to do.
Mr. daddyO.
Yep.
What the?
Mr. daddyO.
Yeah, my phone rang, but
Mr. daddyO.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I got you. Why would you say my name, dox me like that?
I got you a whole bunch of things.
No, I'm saying you said my name.
When you decided to bring that up, you became you came for me. I came for you.
So you
when you come for me, Mr.Denali.
Can I finish?
I'm like this. I was prepared to have a conversation. You wanted to go low, so we went low.
Sir, listen. I have a son that lives with me. You know
I got
how
a son that lives with me.
Yeah, but I didn't say your name, sir. Until
yes, you did. You just played it.
Mine.
But you said
I didn't. Sir, you said my name. Why would you do that?
But you said it. You did what I did.
Sir, you said my name.
Yes.
Why?
I just told you.
I have a son.
You came for me, so I came for you.
Okay.
The rules are simple. And Miss Tanji's will tell you, I'll give the same energy you give me. That's her motto. You like that motto.
So you said, so your thing is...
I say this. If you would have stayed on the conversation we were having, and you didn't go for your personal attack, we would have never been there.
Sir, so you think it's okay to dox somebody on the internet who has children that somebody could show up at my door? You think that's okay?
I got your information from somebody on your live.
I know you did. So you use inside information.
No, it wasn't inside information. Benny sent everybody that damn thing.
Okay. No, so you decided to continue it.
Yeah. When you came for me, I came for you. Yes.
No problem. Okay. Well, at least we know you're admitting it.
I'm admitting that when you came for me, I came for you.
I disagree
now,
with
if people don't like that, I'm going to tell you this. Mr. Denali came over there in search
Can I ask a question real quick?
I disagree with people doxing people because the internet is dangerous.
Can I ask a question real quick?
It is.
Yes, Mr. Montana, go ahead.
I don't know. Is doxing legal? I don't think it's legal.
You'd have to get somebody's full name and address.
Well, Miss Loyal
What's the law on that? What's the law on that?
I don't know what the law is. I'm in California.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you know. What is it?
It's a free state, so, you know.
Well, you did dox me. And the reason that
You're not
did
doxed.
You shouldn't be doxing people. That's all I'm saying. That's
I didn't dox him, but I tell you what, I gave up as much information about him as he gave about me.
No, but you did it first, daddy-o.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Whatever you say.
Two wrongs don't make a right, and you shouldn't do that.
Exactly.
And you shouldn't do it. Nobody should do it.
Wait. If I was the wrong and he did the second one, you should be talking to him also, right?
Hey, I'm talking to both you guys.
Thank you. I agree with you.
Drop it.
I agree with you.
Two wrongs don't make a right. Don't do it, and apologize, and don't do it anymore.
I agree with you.
Problem solved.
I'm waiting, Mr. Daddy-o.
Waiting for what?
Mr. Montana said you should apologize.
Well, I said I agree with him. That dude, the chance of me apologizing to you would be right after you tell me the flight you landed on in Oakland. I'll apologize. I'll apologize to you at the Oakland airport.
Hey, if you can't apologize,
what?
That's weak.
I'll tell you when I have my meet and greet.
Because I'm going to apologize to you, a man. Like I said, if you got something to say to me, say it to my face like a man. I'm going to apologize to you like a man.
Why do you want to meet me?
Why is that such an issue for you?
Because you want to meet me. I don't know.
Dude, I'm not looking to get physical with you.
It's like a fan. I'm physical. I'm very
fan. Are you serious?
Hey, nobody wants to go to Oakland.
Fan of what?
I'm pro
Nobody
vagina.
wants to go to Oakland.
A fan of what?
That like me, I'm pro vagina.
A fan of what?
Sir, you said you want me to come meet you.
And that's what fans call people to say, hey, come meet me. Michael Jackson would come meet you like that?
Did you push the button to come talk to me?
You sound outrageous.
Did you push the button?
You sound a little bit out there.
Did you push the button to come talk to Mr. Denali?
You told me to come up.
Did you push the button, sir?
You told me to come up.
You listen to what everybody says to tell you to do
I
something?
listened to you, Mr. Denali. Yes, I did.
Okay, well, be quiet.
Okay. You requested it.
You pushed the button, sir.
Yeah. Well, if you're waiting for an apology,
You pushed it twice. We dropped you and you came back.
My God.
No, you sent a request the second time.
Maybe one of the producers did. That could be possible. I don't know.
Well, you checked. Somebody sent a request.
The first time you pushed the button.
Okay, so now you find out that you find out I didn't tell somebody to do what you thought I said. You find out I didn't request. When do you start taking responsibility?
Be quiet. You talk
I
a lot.
agree.
You talk a lot. Oh my God. Yeah, like a woman.
And there it is. He's leaking. He's leaking.
You're a chatty
Well,
daddy.
you know, any man that sits up and talk about how big they thing is
You don't know nothing
always
about
a
men.
lie.
You don't
It's
know nothing about
always a
men.
lie.
You're not a man.
It's a lie.
You're not a man.
You are a liar.
You're not a man.
And if you gotta talk about
You're not
it,
a man.
be about it. Don't talk about it.
Mr. Rowe, have you ever talked to a guy about the size of your eggplant, sir?
No, never.
I didn't talk to any guys about it.
Mr. Vegas, have you ever talked to another guy about the size of your eggplant, sir?
It might have come up once upon a time in my life.
Okay. The way daddyO says, like something that happens at the barbershop.
You know, you joke about that shit, Denali. Come on, once in a while you.
But he said.
This is the Mitch I was talking about.
Oh, are you done?
About how small it is and about how big it is.
At the end of the day, daddyO, you was very disrespectful.
Tanjis.
You was
I'll
very
be honest with you. After what you did to Lenny Soul, I don't owe you any
I
respect.
don't care about Lenny Soul.
That's
how
where
much
we're
I
at.
don't care.
That's where we're at. I'm
care.
gonna give you as much respect as you gave
And that's
that
okay,
American soldier.
Because
I'm
we
gonna
know
give you the
you
same
like
respect you
men more
gave
than
him.
you like women. We know you like men more than you like women.
That's why I deal with women.
It's okay.
That's
You
why all
like-
I deal
you
with
like
women.
men more than you like women.
No, I protect men. I
know you
protect men
do.
because that's my nature to protect people.
Do you have some evidence of that, Mr. Angeles?
Can I say something?
No.
All I can say
I
is
love that.
that he's taking up more for a man than a woman, a black woman. So
I'm taking up for
if
a
black man can't
100%
take up for
disabled American
himself,
veteran.
If he can't,
Can I say something?
Go ahead,
Miss
Michelle.
Shelly.
You know why I started to just kind of shy away from this TikTok? Because I was on here for a little bit over 9 months with the politics, and I have heard disrespect after disrespect from the black man's mouth so much that it just became so sickening to me. I don't get that from white T-men on here. I get it from the black man when it comes to politics, and I think it's really sickening, and it just really makes black men look kind of bad. And all we're doing is giving them something to laugh about. If I'm on a live with a white liberal man, he will not dare call me out of my name as much as a black man on this platform. It's sickening, y'all. And that's why I kind of shied away, because I just can't take it no more, you know. So, daddyO, with all due respect, I hear what you saying. I know you said you apologize, but at the end of the day, we got to hold our.
Here's my question. Shelly, did I ever
our.
call you a name out of your name?
I don't even remember you, because I've gotten cussed out so many times.
I didn't cuss you out either. I didn't cuss you out either.
I'm just saying.
Miss Tanji, did I ever call you a name out of your name?
No, but you said some vulgar stuff while I was on
Okay,
the
so
panel.
here's my question. We're talking about people out of their name, right? I was called a name by Miss Shelley. I didn't go make a big deal about it. I was called a couple names by Miss Shelley. I didn't make a big deal about it. Mr.Denali is upset because I returned fire, but I didn't call her anything. With what's her name, Tanji's, we were cool. When she did that to Lenny, we haven't had one word until she came on that live, and we're not cool. That's not cool. I didn't see any apology for that. That man almost died on the battlefield for this country.
Listen, sir.
And to do that, to make fun of his disability, I was pissed
didn't
off
make
about
fun
that.
of his disability.
Yes,
If
you
had
did. You
been-
said, "Oh, you must be
you
off
had
your
been
meds."
on the live, you would have known.
You said he must be off his
You would have
meds.
known what happened.
Miss Tanji, Mr. daddyO, she did say it and she did apologize for it.
I didn't see apology.
Because you wasn't there.
Hang on a second.
Well, I hadn't heard nothing about that.
Hang on a second. If you go on my YouTube, the episode is up at Mr.DenaliXXL, and she did apologize.
I'm not following you on YouTube, bro.
Well, you want me to come to Oakland? You can. That's the closest you're gonna get. You can watch me.
Bring the video to Oakland.
Sorry, why would I do that electronically?
You brought it up.
I send it to you electronically.
Send it electronically. That's fine.
You know what, daddy-o, let me tell you something. If I hurt anybody's feelings, if I ever hurted anybody's feelings on this panel, I don't have a problem with apologizing. And that's what I did for him.
I did apologize on BA's live, and if you ask him, I did apologize, and I said I should not have said that.
But I'm saying to you, you're accusing me of something that happened between me and Lenny Souls had nothing to do with you.
That was public, and I was there.
I'm saying it had nothing to do with you.
And that was messed up, and it wasn't just a small thing.
What do you mean?
I'm not. You know what? I'm not going to go into it. Everybody who was there that was there will agree that was fucked up. Completely.
Okay, it was fucked up because it was fucked up what he said to me as well, sir.
I want to bring up BA. I think BA wants to come up. Give me a second. I'll bring you right back, Miss Kim. Let's get this flushed out all the way. Here we go.
And Linda and Miss Linda Talley, you can come up too if you want. You got something to say, ma'am.
Hold on, Miss Linda Talley. Let's leave Miss Linda Talley.
No, she always got something to say. So I would like to have a conversation with her.
Let me quarterback this thing real quickly, okay? Mr. BA, you're live.
What's up, brother?
Your live came up and something, I don't know if you remember it.
It's funny, I just popped in. I just popped in because I come to your live all the time, and I heard a little bit of conversation.
Well, Mr. daddyO says I'm desperate for content, so I need to go create content otherwhere. I know you may feel differently, but the question is,
not at all.
The question is, Mr. daddyO, did he reference his eggplant in front of women on your show? Do you remember that episode?
Of course I do.
Okay. Now, do you remember what he said about his eggplant in front of women?
Yeah, he said he had a big dick too.
Wow. And what was the context of you saying that, Mr. BA?
So, say what I said, BA.
Let BA finish what he's saying.
Yeah.
BA, do you remember the context?
Yeah.
Now, what did I say, BA?
We were talking about women, and you got into it with one of the women on the, I think it was Tangi and Miss Shelley and.
No, Miss Shelley wasn't there.
Another Shelley was there, and they were going back and forth, and I forgot what it was, but you made a couple remarks, and then you referred to your private. You said, "Yeah, I got a big D too," and I said, "Hey, bro, I dropped you once, and then I brought you back up to apologize." And then you said it again. And hold on, let me finish.
Oh, wait. Did I say it again, or did I apologize?
Finish, daddyO, you gotta let him finish, please.
No, the first time I dropped you because you were being disrespectful to the females, and then when I brought you back up because I said, "You know, I'm gonna give you another shot, daddyO," because I know daddyO. He's from California, so I brought you back up, and then you started getting kind of really perverted, and then you said, "Hey, I got a big D too," and then I said, "Man, that's fucked up, bro." I dropped you. However, you did text me, and he did side message me and say, "I say, bro, that's not like you. You're better than that, bro." And he did apologize to me and my DM for the conversation. And then he was telling me that he wanted to get at me about something else. And I told him, I said, he did apologize for his behavior on the live, though. I mean, I don't know if that helps or not, but he did.
Well, so did he apologize to you in the DMs, or did he apologize on the live?
Publicly.
No, he apologized in the DM because I called him on it in the DM. I say, bro,
right,
I know you. I think we were talking about race. We were talking about race. We're talking about race, and he was mentioning that.
This is the question. Question: did daddyO apologize publicly for referencing his eggplant in front of women?
No.
Okay.
I didn't tell you. I apologize. I should not have said that. Yes or no?
In my DM, you did. Yeah. In my DM, yeah, you did apologize.
Privately, but you did it publicly.
No. On the live, did I say I apologize? I should have said that. Say it again. I did. I said it on the live.
The first time I dropped you,
I said I should not have said that.
Back up.
Gotta let him finish, Mr. daddyO.
Yeah, the first time you apologized, brother, and then you have a lot of background noise, bro. I can't hear him. Yeah, the first time you apologized for your actions when you're speaking of women, and then you said that word, and I instantly dropped you. So, and then you never came back. You was trying to DM me on the comments or something.
Well, he is the creator. He's got a good memory. Yeah,
but that's not what happened. He only dropped me one time, and I left. He said, the lady said, you know what? No, that guy, the one guy that kept trying to talk to me, said, you got to drop that guy. And that's when I got dropped. But I did say, you know what? I apologize. I shouldn't have said that. And that was it. I wasn't going into it. I wasn't going to give no big, long, heartfelt cries into that. I apologize. And then I sent you.
Apologize to the women.
I went to the creator to tell him that in the inbox, because I want to apologize to him for even doing that on his live. That's not right. Shouldn't have done it. But I didn't inbox anybody else. No.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. It's okay. You know.
I did my apology.
Yeah, it's cool. We didn't hear it though, but it's cool.
So, okay, if you didn't hear it, then what are we here for?
Well, we're not, because you don't take accountability. That's the problem.
I did. I apologize.
Because it had nothing to do with somebody saying something about the eggplant to black women.
The question is, if I apologized, what more are you asking for?
You didn't apologize to the right people, sir.
I apologized publicly, so I apologized.
Okay.
Well, like you said, if you're talking to men and you say you compare eggplant size with your guys or whatever, I'm saying if you say it women,
that's not what I said.
You said that guys talk about their eggplant among
that was your the guy that was standing next to you said that just went down. Conservative something.
When I did ask you to apologize the first time, you did say apologize for what? You don't feel like you have to apologize. That's when me and you start arguing, and then I dropped you and I brought you back, and that's when you made the comment about, you said, well, I have a big D too, and I said, bro, that's it, you're out of there.
No.
Okay.
I was only dropped one time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big Steve, what do you say to a man who made reference to eggplant in front of black women?
Why they gotta be black women? How about as women in general?
Women, okay, women then. Go ahead.
No, I don't talk like that.
Right. And why don't you talk like that in front of women, Big Steve?
Why?
Yes, sir.
I always reference I wouldn't want nobody to talk like that in front of my mother. So I respect women.
Got it.
Right. Okay. I don't know. It seems like I was here once and somebody was talking about eggplant with Mrs. Breckenridge on multiple occasions.
Yes,
or maybe it was here. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe I was in a different life. I don't know.
I said that she needed to go get some. That's what I said. And it was a running
that's
joke,
not
sir.
that's not disrespectful.
Sir, but you're not smart enough to take me down.
You do it all the time. That's
But you didn't say eggplant. You didn't say eggplant though, bro. You said the actual word.
No, I did not. What I'm doing is I'm drawing a parallel.
You know what you're trying to do? Okay, you know what? Where's Miss Sylvia? She's in the comments. Everybody was talking about that, Mr. daddyO, and you're trying to make a comparison, but it doesn't stick,
I am showing that this is what we call hip-hop.
This is what I call muting your ass. Miss Sil, what would you like to say?
I remember it so well because I was really shocked that it came out of daddy's mouth. daddyO's mouth that he said that, how he said it, and he didn't say eggplant. He said the actual word, and I was like, bro, that was wild.
He left. Jeez Louise. Maybe he wants to come back. Did he leave or did somebody drop him? No, it looks like he left.
I don't know, but Miss Sylvia got a lot to take up for her, so we want to hear what she
You're right, because daddyO, you did tell me on your show I needed some eggplant.
I did say that.
Okay. Why y'all messing with daddyO?
I did say that. It was a running joke. Stop it, Miss Sylvia.
But
what daddyO do?
So did you ever come to, let me ask you a question. Did you ever come to After Dark?
Yeah, one time.
All right, then. Oh, yeah. Well, that's what it was.
Hey, After Dark is After Dark. It ain't supposed to be brought on Main Street.
You're not new to it. You're not new to it.
But Denali brought it to Main Street, so that's the difference.
But you're not new to the fact that he has After Dark, right?
Okay, but he didn't bring it up After Dark. He brought it up on Main Street.
Sylvia, are you angry with me for that?
No.
Okay, what are we talking about?
I don't hold anger with people.
Were you upset when I did it?
Why are you all messing with daddyO? Because that was our buddy.
He
So
was
what?
rude and he told us that he had a big eggplant.
Yeah,
That's what
I
he
heard
said.
that, and I was shocked because that doesn't sound like daddyO.
Well, it
So,
was him, and he said it.
and you know, I was liking daddyO, so he got a big eggplant. I'm gonna have to get in his inbox.
Oh well, go ahead, girl. Help yourself. I tell you, help
Hang on a
yourself.
second. Let's hear from Miss Sill. She came up. Miss Sill, you had something?
I did when I was listening to this, but I don't know. It's just a mess, and I feel like the thoughts that I had, if I actually speak on them, it's probably going to start something. So I think I could just reserve my comments.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, listen. I don't know. He doxed me. You know, he said because he doxed me because he said it about an eggplant. Okay, I guess that's fair. I don't know if that's equal. It seems a little out of balance, but you know, listen, it's okay. No problem.
Okay,
And
so
then
I do have a question.
and he tells me to come see him in Oakland. Like, I'm not. Why does he want to see me? I don't understand men that are obsessed with me. Oh my goodness.
So I do have a question. So he said, it sounded like he said your first name. Did he say your full name or your first name?
No, he said my first name.
Okay, he said your first name.
Sure.
And it sounds like he, I guess, felt some type of way because you was on somebody else's platform. You called him out. It sounds like what he was called out for, he did not actually say those words. So he was called out.
Well, he references the eggplant in front of women.
I get that. I'm just trying to process this.
I got
because
you. You're right.
Well, he did it
So
first.
what I'm
First.
saying, okay. So this is what I'm trying to. Okay, so it sounds to me like he was saying you was on somebody else's platform and then you called him out. But not only did you call him out, but he was called out for in a reference to something that he didn't actually say.
Right.
So
He didn't say
that.
suck. He did say I have a big. He said I have a big DICK.
Okay, and then it sounds like he got pissed off because you called him out. So I guess he felt like because he was attacked, he felt it was fair to say your first name, and then you came back and said his full name. So
no, I didn't. Hang on a second. Hang on. I'm going to play it again because this is what gets me here. I'm going to play it again. Hang on 1 second. Make sure we have the record straight. Give me a second.
They're playing fake games.
Hang on.
Stock was down yesterday. They're playing fake.
I'm gonna go as low.
The other live. You saying when yes, it's a tip. Now,
Where you at? The one that started it under Trump, but Merrick Garland and
Trial
for a paper crime. For taking. Trying to sleep with, sir. Come on, listen. You know I know everything. Know that the relationship.
Support all the criminals.
Listen,
Trump's a criminal. Mosley's a criminal, and the fight is so hard for the people to commit the crimes and against the people who stand up and prosecute those crimes. And that's kind of odd to me.
That's fine, daddyO. A lot of things are odd. When you tell a woman that she should suck your eggplant, that's odd too, sir.
Well, you tell women to hold.
I've never told a woman anything like that.
If I was to start a public fight with women whom I'm trying to sleep with, that would be odd.
Trying to sleep with, sir. Come on, listen. You know I know everything about you, daddyO.
Listen, Ali. We can go there if you want to.
Go ahead, daddyO. Daryl.
Okay.
Daryl, go ahead, Daryl.
Daryl Kinder.
Daryl, go ahead, Daryl. Did you hear that? Did you hear that, Miss Hill?
But you didn't finish playing it.
No. Did you hear that he called himself his name? And I replayed it. I said his name because did you hear him say his last name?
No, I didn't hear it.
Hang on, let me replay it.
I mean, you don't have to prove
No,
anything.
I want to replay it because
because
because if that is what's out there, that I said his full name, I want to make sure I get the record straight. Give me a second.
He's
tell a woman that she should suck your eggplant, that's odd too, sir. I've never told a woman anything like that.
If I was to start a public fight with women whom I try to sleep with, that would be odd.
Trying to sleep with, sir? Come on, listen. You know I know everything about you, daddy.
Listen, Ali. We can go there if you want to.
Go ahead, daddy-o, Daryl. Okay. Daryl, go ahead, Daryl.
Daryl Kinder.
Daryl, go ahead, Daryl. Did you hear him say his last name?
All I heard was tell Tinder something.
That's his name, Kinder.
Kinder?
Kinder.
Oh, I thought he said Tinder, like the dating
Kender,
site.
K-E-N-D-E-R, Kender.
Oh, okay. See,
and
I
then
didn't hear that.
repeated it, Miss Hill.
Oh, okay. I thought he said tell Tinder, like the dating app. That's what it sounded like. So that's why I thought
he said Kender. And I repeated what he said. That's what I did.
Okay. Well, like I said, it just at the end of the day, it just sounds like it was a whole lot of mess. I don't know where you got the suck the D from, but then even when it was brought up here, it sounded like the information was not.
Mr. BA.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
1 second, everybody. Mr. BA, can you tell the story, what happened, and how he references DICK?
Please tell it again.
Please replay the story, Mr. BA.
Yeah, we're on my live, and he was being a little competition with the girls, and they started going back and forth, and then I dropped him once for the disrespect because, you know, the females are my friends, so he was getting a little bit out of line, and then when he came back, they said something to him, and he said, yeah, I got a big dick too, but what's your point? You know what I mean? So, and then I was like, hey, bro, that's way out of line, bro, to talk to a female like that. Excuse my language, I should have never repeated that, but you asked me.
Right. Now, see, I didn't take that as he's not really referencing his private part. So evidently he took the woman as being aggressive. And that's something that a man will say to a woman that he feels that's being aggressive toward him because she's acting like a man, like she's got a set of balls on her.
So who's acting like a man, Miss Sylvia?
I'm assuming the woman, whoever he was in the conversation with, that was
Nobody
he.
was.
It was nothing like that.
BA is the creator.
Well, I thought BA said he was going back and forth with the women. That's what.
Go ahead, Mr. BA.
No, they were in a conversation. I forgot exactly what the conversation was, but they had called him on it before because, like I said, I dropped him before because he was getting a little bit out of pocket with the females. And then I forgot what actually was said to him, but he had jumped in and said, "What's your point? I have a big D too." So he just threw that in the conversation because he was just being, he was a little, I was surprised that he said it because I've never heard him speak that way. So that's why I do remember it. But he did apologize to me in a DM. But I asked him to apologize a couple different times, and he felt that he had no reason to apologize. And that's when I said, okay, bro, you got to go then. You know what I mean?
But you know what? I don't even like to talk about the whole conversation. That Nada Shay is not here, and I've sent her to come up because she can definitely elaborate on what happened that day better than I can. Because I don't pay people attention when they say shit like that because I don't care. Because you want to go low, I'm gonna take you straight to hell. So it is what it is. So it rolled off my back.
Okay, so
for her, it was more so a problem that he said that. For me, it was a problem too, because how can you say some stuff like that? Like being a man and you want to protect, looks like to me you want to protect men more than women. So it is what it is.
Okay, so this is the part that's interesting to me. So it's okay to say rude things to people, but then it also then demand respect in return.
No. Nada Shay never said anything rude to him. She never said anything rude to him. We were just having a conversation. And so he's the one that got mad and said what he said about sucking his eggplant or his beef.
He didn't say suck. See, you adding to it.
Okay, so I'll take that back. Let me take that back. He said it was big. Miss Sylvia.
So the way I'm taking the conversation.
So why would he say that it's big?
I'm trying to tell you, Tanjay, but you don't want to hear it. Men reference when you as a woman And if you're in a conversation with a man, or altercation or anything with a man, and he feel you getting out of pocket with him, whether it be verbally, physically, or anything like that, some men, they will say something like that. They'll say, "Oh, well, I gotta," but they're not talking about their penis.
Men don't do
They're
that.
talking about. They're
Sylvia.
talking about what when women act that way with men. Men always say we acting like we got a ding-a-ling, and they're referencing strength.
Well, Miss Sylvia.
Meaning, do you understand? They're referencing your strength.
I don't know.
So they're saying that you're acting like a man. That's what that means. When a man tells you that, he's telling you as a woman that right now you are acting like a man with him. So he's letting you know that he is a man.
Okay, so now it's a problem with
that wasn't the conversation.
My thing is that that is no excuse for you to say that.
He was arguing. He was actually jumped. It was actually a conversation between Natasha and I think Tanya was there too. And I think he jumped on Tanji because he said kind of like, I have the clip. I'll go in my archives and I can find it because I record all my lives. I have to find it. If it's that important, I can find it for you. But he was being a little aggressive with Natasha, and then he said that, and I remember it because I was surprised that he said it. So it was kind of fucked up how he was talking to the females that day. And Natasha wasn't being rude to him. He just didn't like what she was saying.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Is that's the whole problem, Sylvia. You wasn't there, so you don't know.
I'm just going off of what y'all saying.
But
I'm just going off of what you all are saying.
I understand that. I understand where you're coming from. But what I'm telling you is that there's no excuse for no man to talk to a woman like that. Period.
And what I'm saying to you is, based on what you all have said, he ain't told nobody to kiss, suck on, or do anything to his eggplant.
He whatever he said. Pertaining to his,
I'm not saying what he said was okay, Tanjay. I'm telling you based on everything that you all have. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm just saying I don't see it the way you see it. That's not making an excuse.
Okay, so
I don't get the same. I just told you, but you don't want to hear it.
Okay, I heard you. So what you're saying is that it's okay for him to say what he said.
That ain't what I said. What I said is where he was coming from.
Okay, and that was fine with you, right?
You have said that he said suck it, and he ain't came nowhere near and said that.
Miss Sylvia.
Even so you accused him of saying something he did not say.
Miss Sylvia, even if he didn't say suck
what
it.
I'm saying, Tanjay, he did not mean the eggplant comment the way everybody is out here trying to say on TikTok. That's all I'm saying.
Miss Sylvia, do you think it's okay for a man to mention the size of his, and he said DICK?
Well, she's not a pro. She don't care because she wants it. She wants it.
Denali, I said that what really wasn't cool. It's out of his character.
Hold on.
No.
It should be a period.
Okay, but what I'm saying to you is, but this is it. If we're going to talk about things people say, we got to put it in the right context.
But
hold on.
Is it ever okay to reference the size of your eggplant?
If that's what I reference,
Miss Sylvia,
if that's what I go and do, and you talk about it, please say the correct words that I said. Don't go and say something I didn't say.
Miss Sylvia,
I just told you it's not. But if I do say it,
hang on a second. That should be the end of it, period.
Okay, so the end of it is when we're going to go and repeat something that somebody say or talk about somebody said. We need to say exactly what they said and not what our feelings and not what our feelings think they said.
He said, I have a big DICK.
No, he wasn't referencing it that
but
way.
He said it. It doesn't matter the reason why.
It does matter. It does matter.
How do you know how?
Because I'm going based on what everybody on the panel has said in the conversation. I don't have to be there. If you're a witness on the witness stand and you
We heard a lot from you right now.
I'm listening to the same conversation that you're listening to. If he would have told the woman that she's acting like she has a pair of balls, that would be meaning what you're saying. But that's not what he said.
He wasn't talking to her when he said it. He was talking.
He said, you don't know because you were not there.
He was talking to BA.
He said that he has a big eggplant.
He was talking to the females.
Your words.
That does not mean the same thing that you are saying. Those are two different things. Those are two different things. What you're saying and what he said. If he would have told the woman that she's acting like she has a big eggplant or that she has balls, that's what you're saying. He said that he has a big eggplant.
No, he said D-I-C-K. He used an actual street term. He said D-I-C-K.
I know. I'm just
Okay, so now that she stopped repeating the same thing 10 times, if you listen to BA's own words, if you listen to BA's.
Okay, so can I say? Okay, wait. Can I say something? Okay, because now these two ladies are about to start arguing. When again, none of us were there except for a few people who are currently on this panel. Dr. Shay said that Nada Shay is coming, so you will have Nada Shay, who sounds like was a part of the quote unquote victim of these words. You have BA, who was there. So I think at the very least, this part can be paused at least until Nada Shay, because there's no reason for any of us and these two ladies to start going back and forth.
I guess the thing is it ever okay for a man to reference his D-I-C-K and the size of it in any way? Is that ever okay to do that in front of women?
I don't think it is. I mean, because from what BA is saying, it sounds like it was said rudely. The way he is saying it, it sounds like it does sound like it was rude, but the way he's saying it is like, well, this is what I said. I didn't say what I was accused of. But
I got that, but okay, we can move past that. I apologize to Mr. daddyO for misrepresenting what he said. Now, since he did say, I have a big D-I-C-K, referencing his own D-I-C-K in front of women, I think we have a consensus that that's never okay to do. It's disrespectful to do that in front of women talking about politics. I think we're all in agreement of that. Am I right?
Yes.
Well, it was basically because I was addressing Nada Shay, and he was talking about. I think he was talking about how you're not going to speak to, because you know Nada Shay is. She's like, hey, look, I have not disrespected you. I have not raised my voice, and you know Nada Shay is. She goes, and you're not going to disrespect me that way. And that's when he came out and said, he's like, I can say whatever I want to say. And then she said something. He goes, what's your point? I got a big DIC too. And that's where the conversation was going. But like I said, he did
once again, that's what I'm saying. He wasn't referencing it in a.
Man, you got
Sylvia. You look. Is Nada Shay in the queue? Is she in the queue?
I don't see her. He did apologize to me and my DMs for his behavior. I told him that you need to.
Okay, she's in the queue. Who wants to draw? Let's see.
I told him you have to play.
Can you drop for a second, sir, and I'll bring you right back, Big Steve. Thank you, sir.
All right. I did tell him he should apologize to them, not me. I appreciate you apologizing to me. And he goes, no, I'm not even talking about.
We have Nada Shay here. Nada Shay.
Denali, how are you?
Hey, Miss Nada Shay, how you doing?
I'm fine.
I got doxxed earlier by daddyO, because I referenced something he did in a live. I thought it was that he told somebody to suck his eggplant, but it seemed like he said, I have a big DICK. That was the term.
Add two behind it. I have a big dick too.
Hold on.
Okay, be quiet, Miss Sylvia. I'm not interested in what you have to say right. We've heard your point of view. You'll get a chance to say it again to Miss Nada Shay. But Miss Nada Shay, I'm trying to understand because she was there.
When he did side message me, I thought he was apologizing to me for the thing, because I said, hey, bro, that's not like you. I'm not mad at you, but you were being hella disrespectful, and that's not cool, because I tried to keep it peaceful. And his rephrase to me was, I'm not tripping on that, bro. I wanted to talk to you about some other shit. And he gave me his number. So I would have to look at my DM to see if it was an actual apology. But when I asked him about it in the DM, he said, no, I'm not tripping on that, bro. I'm trying to get at you about something else, because we're both from California. So I would have to look at the DMs. I'll look at the DM, I'll screenshot it, and I'll send it to you now if you want. But
he minutes ago you said he
Miss Sylvia,
apologized.
please
BA.
be quiet, Miss Sylvia. Stop talking.
I don't. It wasn't a phone call. It was a DM. I think you apologized, but when I did ask him,
he's done the same thing to me as he had a problem with somebody. I think it was Michelle, and he sent me a DM apologizing for the platform. All that stuff like that. All right, let's get Miss Natashay's point of view on this. If Natashay remembers the incident that we're talking about when one daddyO in BA's live. Do you remember this incident, Miss Natashhay?
I remember, but I don't remember the details. I do remember daddyO. And to be honest, while I got a moment on your platform, to be honest, it's quite a few people that have been just like out of pocket lately with disrespectfulness. I mean, daddyO in the past have been up on these platforms, and he's been giving his opinion, rendering it, or whatever, but it's never got to the point where you didn't reference your male part and tell me to do this. And it's just been out of pocket, honestly. I think this election and all the things that were picking aside is getting to people, because he was rude that day. And I think he had made some reference about his little body parts, and that's when he got dropped. And he didn't try to apologize to me, nor did he reach out. So it was kind of strange if he reached out to someone else. So I don't know. It's kind of
right.
weird.
So that's what I say. That's what he said it, and he invited me to go to Oakland to see him. I'm not exactly sure what that's about. I don't really meet a lot of fans in public like that, so I don't know why he's so interested in me going to see him. I don't understand that.
He hasn't been acting the same lately, to be honest. It's been quite a few people that I once thought was, pretty stable-minded or whatever, but they're not acting. I've seen him in other lives, and he's been kind of off-hinged a little bit. So I don't know what's happening, but I know that day he got dropped. I know that he was very, he was talking over a lot of people. And then when it came to me, I guess I must have triggered him a little bit, and he did make some nasty comments, and BA dropped him. So that was it.
Right. And I think the thing what we're saying is that it's never okay for a man to reference his eggplant and then use the vulgar word, the street word, DICK. Right. When you're talking about that, I don't think that's ever okay.
No, it's not.
I just wanted to say, I don't know this as a fact, but just listening to what Natashay said about daddyO, and just thinking about something that he said in the past, there's a chance that, maybe his PTSD is, not under full control at right now or at that point, because like I said, I do remember him saying when he was upset about what happened with Mr. Lenny, he also admitted that he has PTSD, and he tries not to go as far as he can. So again, I'm not taking up for him. I don't know if this is to be a fact, but just like I said, listening to what Natashay said, even what BA said about his behavior not being
very out of character.
Same. Yeah, very out of character, then it's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
So
I got PTSD too, and we all do. I got it too. And at the end of the day, there's no excuse. There's no excuse.
Listen, I'm a firm believer. I'm a firm believer that you can't bring something out of me that's not already there. Okay?
Exactly.
That's what I believe.
And that's fine. And it could be something that's there, but there's things that trigger things. And
can I say something real quick?
He never apologized publicly.
So can I say something real quick? So nothing is going to trigger me to the fact of me hurting somebody's feelings on purpose. So
so let's talk about it then, because I've been trying to avoid this. So Tanjeez, you have said very hurtful, disrespectful things to people, and so I'm assuming you're saying that that's just who you are. because
No,
of
I'm
the
not.
things that you
No, I'm
say?
not saying. I'm not saying that. I don't purposely hurt people's feelings unless you come for me. Because
Okay, so
if you come for me, I'm gonna come for you. Just like you did Caroline, how you made her cry and talk about her daughter. That
that's
was
Hang on,
cute. I
hang
like
on,
how you,
hang
no,
on.
no, no, no,
Whoa,
no,
hang
no,
on
no.
one second. Whoa,
That's cute.
everybody
I like
quiet.
that.
Everybody quiet. Miss Sil, give me a second. Miss Tanjeez.
sure.
Miss Sil did not make Caroline cry. She was empathetic to Miss Caroline for losing a daughter, as
We
we
made
all
her
have.
cry first, Mr. Denali.
No.
No, there was no
That
first because
lady,
I didn't cry.
listen,
So there was no
Caroline was
first.
Okay,
upset.
listen.
She was upset and dropped and came back.
I
That's not
know,
how that happened.
but
Tell
she
us the
Okay,
did
way
but
that. Give me
it
one
happened.
so hold
second. I
on,
want to
hold on.
say something, and I don't want people to talk over me. I was there. You can go look at the footage on my YouTube.
I watched it.
Miss Sil was sympathetic to Miss Caroline about losing her daughter. It was not meant in a mean or disrespectful way.
Can I say something?
It was being empathetic to Miss Caroline because she did lose a daughter, and anybody who has a child know that's a very unnatural thing.
And I understand that, Mr. Denali, but I'm gonna tell you what I heard was that she actually cussed her out first.
And
She
did.
cussed her out first.
No, but
Hold on. Can I say it? Can I finish? She cussed her out first, and then Caroline dropped, and then Caroline came back.
That's not how it happened.
Hang on a second, Miss Tanjeez.
That's not how it happened.
A lot when that was 2 hours and 21
I
minutes.
watched the whole
I
thing.
know,
Mr. Denali.
Miss Tanjeez. A lot went on before Miss Caroline dropped.
I know that I watched it.
Right. But Miss
But
Sil didn't say anything.
that still doesn't give a fact of the part where she cussed her out and said, "Bring your ass. You done brought your ass up here and said da 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 da," and
Nope,
went
that's
off
not
with
how it
her.
went.
And
Miss
then
That's not how it went.
she
That's not how it went.
Did you hear Miss Tanjeez? Did you hear Miss Sil apologize and Miss Caroline apologize at the end?
Absolutely. After the fact, the next day.
No, it was the
Nope,
same
see,
line.
that's not how it worked. See,
Okay,
It was
so
the same. Wait a second. It was the same show. At
Okay,
the end,
so my
Miss Tanjeez.
apologies. Hold on. Let me just say, I did see a snippet of when she went on Caroline's live and apologized.
No, she apologized. They
See,
both
there you go.
apologized to
Loud
each
and
other
wrong.
on that show.
But Miss Seal, don't say I'm loud and wrong because you was
You
wrong.
are.
You was
No,
dead
I
wrong.
Listen,
Miss
No, I
Seal,
wasn't.
you
listen
ain't
what
did
I'm
nothing
saying.
wrong.
Everybody
Just
quiet.
talk
I don't want everybody quiet.
You was dead wrong.
Miss Tanjeez, they both were wrong. Okay.
No, I don't see where she was
I
wrong
got
by
you. I know
asking
you don't
question
see it. I
because
know
she
you
did
don't.
not. She did
Miss
not.
Tanjeez, I don't want to mute you, but I will. They both were wrong.
She
They
right and I'm
both.
wrong.
Miss
She right, I'm
Tanjeez,
wrong.
I don't want to mute you, but I will. Thank you. They both apologized at the end. Not the next day, in the moment. They both apologized. And Miss Caroline has been here many times since. I went on her live and spoke with her. We have spoken in DMs. And as far as Miss Caroline, that's it. That's it. They both apologized to one another. I don't want to talk about that situation anymore.
Can I
Wait. But she attacked me, so I do get to defend myself,
hold on
don't
one second, Miss Seal.
I just defended you that I corrected
No.
the record.
I don't
I
need
didn't
you to
attack
defend
you. I
me
just
when it
told
was
you what I
something that
heard.
was said.
Okay, all right, listen.
So,
Miss Sil, what is it that you want to say, please?
So I wanted to first clarify, I did not just come out and curse her out. I was attacked. That's first. Secondly, again, like I was pointing out that also brought out, I'm assuming, to about Tanjeez is the hurtful, mean things that she says. Like she just tried to come for me and bring up Karen Land. So what happened with daddyO and why he feels as though he doesn't have to show Tanjeez respect is when Lenny Soul was talking about what happened, once again, like how Tanjeez just tried to do, she inserted herself. And then whoever came back and told you about the sucking D, like this situation is people are saying things and not speaking the facts. If you're going to go back and say something, at the very least, speak the facts. So my point is, like I said, I wasn't going to bring it up, but it's interesting how you can be disrespectful to people, but then demand respect in return. And that's the part that If you're going to be disrespectful, stand on being disrespectful. Don't do it and then turn around and expect for somebody to show you respect.
Okay.
Can
All
I,
right.
can I
Can I
break
So
go ahead, Natalie
Mr.
Shay? I'm gonna let Natalie Shay go ahead and say something because I don't want to talk over her. Go ahead, Natalie Shay.
Denali? How are you?
I'm doing well. I,
Can I get 2 minutes to say something in your live because I gotta
you,
run.
you
Okay.
can. You
I heard a
can.
rumor. And I don't know if it's a rumor or if, and I don't want to use rumor because I don't want it to have a negative impact. But I heard that possibly you helped find Jerusha a match.
Okay. Okay.
So hold on real quick. I just want to say this to you.
Yes.
The whole time I've known you, we've talked about your lives and you've had this big vision, this big goal, this big dream for your life. And if that's the case, I don't know, and you don't have to answer me here. I don't know if that's the case, but if it is, I'm super proud of what you did. That is a major thing if that's what's happening.
I'll go ahead and play it for you.
Okay. Also, I want to say that if that's happening, I actually, when I heard that, I just kind of thought, I don't care, what has happened in the past or what people say about you. That is a great accomplishment.
It
and
is.
it's a powerful
I
thing that
agree.
you've
I
done.
agree.
I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it.
Can I say something?
Here.
Can I say something before I go, Rex?
Yeah, go ahead.
On the whole daddyO thing, I would like to give him the benefit of the doubt because I have said things out of character before myself. That was a little bit far fetched. I know daddyO, and so that was disrespectful, but it was out of character. Just like Miss Sil said that he might have been going through some shit, whatever. We all get out of pocket. Everybody gets out of pocket. We've all done it. I've done it plenty of times. So he did apologize. I think 100% sure. I'm not really sure. I remember how the conversation was, but I'm pretty sure he did apologize. But I would just give him the benefit of the doubt that we all fuck up. We all, he might have been going through some shit. You know what I mean? But
right.
That's what I was getting ready to do. I think we're all going through stuff. The other night, I'm a grown adult, and I cried myself to sleep. And it's just based that it's the temperature of the world is high right now. So I just wanted to make sure that I address Mr. Denali's what he did.
I'm gonna play it so everybody can hear it.
Wonderful.
Hang on a second. Here we go. Miss Oblivion opportunity, and then we'll close it out. Miss Oblivion, you came up, I'm assuming, because
I'm a potential match.
You are.
I got it. I got the email today.
Oh my goodness! What do we? Oh wow!
So this is somebody that was on TikTok. Somebody that was on TikTok.
So they have to do further genetic and they have to do further testing to see if what's it called? I can do a I'm sorry.
Take your time.
I'm excited. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, bone marrow transplant.
Right.
The basic markers were matched. Were a overview match.
Okay.
So they're going to, I guess, compare, because they contacted me and wanted to know if I would submit more material, and I said I would. It's a finalization process, but at least it's something.
It's positive. We're in the right direction.
I don't know how many people have done kits for her, but the more potential matches there are, the more likely it is that this is going to actually work.
Absolutely. Wow! What an amazing time to hear from Miss Oblivion. Wow! My heart is so full right now. She just, Miss Jerusha just had surgery on Monday.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she had, well, she shared this, so I can share. She had a clot in her port or something like that, and she had surgery. So she's at home now. She spent Monday in the hospital. She got home on Tuesday. Today I tried to call her. I noticed she was recuperating. So I don't think that she hasn't been. She was up here yesterday, but today she hasn't been up. But I will contact her and let her know that, or I'm sure somebody else in the audience probably will, as well. But this is a man. This is so that's so when you see Miss Oblivion around, make sure you give her a big thank you. She also has another page called Ironic Chaos. So when you see her, you let her know the wonderful thing she did for our angel, Miss Jerusha.
Wow. And this was just a lady on TikTok that saw the campaign.
Yes, she's a, I don't know if she's a creator, but she goes on. She's, you know, a big Democrat, and she always has slides and things. She always shows her work. But when you see her, remember her name is Miss Oblivion.
Miss
or
Oblivion.
she goes by Ironic Chaos. That's another one because she has a bunch of pages because she gets you know, put in TikTok jail. So she has a lot of pages.
I think I've been on a panel with her before.
Yeah, she's a light-skinned lady from Texas. She's 40 years old with a couple children and things like that. So when you see her around the TikTok streets, make sure that you tell her, please, you know, thank you. And, you know, so we'll go.
Well, should we get Jerusalem hopes up right now? Should we wait?
No, what we're doing. Well, listen, Miss Jerusha knows. Of course, this is not the end, but we're closer. Right. Now, everybody who is still looking to get tested, continue to do that, because until we have an exact match, the fight still goes on. We've still got our boots on, and we still got to march, and we still need to text 61474 swab together and get the test kit for our young Jerusha. As we said, Miss Jerusha is half, her mother is Jewish descent and her father is African American, and they said it's a needle in the ocean. So we still need people's help to get out there, get the testing so that we can make sure we find an exact match for Miss Jerusha so that she can be here for many more decades. You know, she's 15 hours into a PhD program, and her daughter is a RN, 27 years old. I've nicknamed her TikTok 5. She came on the show the other day. So we're still out there searching to make sure that we cover all our bases, because we can't give up because we're not there yet. So we're trying to get to the finish line. So we still need your help to continue. Miss Jerusha, I'm sorry?
I just wanted to say that, Jerusha, she's in the comments, and then, or she just asked us.
She is? Oh, there she is.
I'm gonna bring her up. B.A., are you staying or you leaving? B.A.?
No, brother, Brett, drop me. You guys have a great day, man.
You too. Thank you so much, B.A. Follow B.A. He has a great show. He does a lot of good stuff over there. Go ahead and follow him. I'm not sure what time you go on, B.A., but when you follow B.A., just put the notification bell on so you know when he goes live. He has some great content over there, and he runs a pretty good live over there. So give him a follow and check him out, please. Please do that. Thank you. See you later, B.A.
And while you're bringing up Jerusha, I just wanted to ask, is there any way you can confirm the age max?
You got to be 40 and under.
Okay, but I was asking you for a reason.
Okay.
Because I just heard that you can be older than 41. Now I don't know what Jerusha's situation
They've advised her to get somebody 40 and younger. That was the advice from her doctors and things like that.
Okay, all right.
Because the guy we found who had the exact match was 57, but he was too old. So I don't know if it has something to do with her sickle cell. I'm not sure of all those particulars, okay? But that's what they got. Let's see, is Miss Jerusha, is she in the queue?
I was just hoping that we could open it up some more for her, because that's kind of narrows it down. But
I know, I can only go by what they're telling me to do. So I would do it, but
I would too.
I'm 50. I'm half 100. 18,250 days.
Oh wow. Okay.
So Anthony, I'm going to drop you down and I'll bring you back. We want to bring up our angel, Miss Jerusha. I'll bring you right back, sir. Let's get Miss Jerusha up here. Okay. Our angel is here, Miss Jerusha. She had surgery on Monday.
Hi, Jerusha.
Hey, everybody.
Are you out? Are you out?
Yes.
You're home resting.
Yes.
Okay, good. So we're speaking your name. I told everybody the good news, and we're not there yet, but we need to continue to march. We continue to find this needle in the haystack until we have complete confirmation that we have an exact match. We still need the troops out there texting 61474 swab together We can't stop. We got to continue to keep our foot on the pedal to the metal, so we can find this needle in the ocean. That's what they said for our angel, Jerusha Youngblood. Go ahead, Jerusha. It's all yours.
First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody who's been so kind and gracious to me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Right now, just to be honest, nothing is really panning out for me in regards to a match.
That's why we continue to march. That's why we're continuing to get people to text 61474 swab together so that we can find a match. Okay. So we're not stopping until we get an exact match and we get confirmation that it's an exact match. Listen, she's a special lady, so she's got a special markers that we gotta find. So we're going to continue to try to find this needle in the ocean. Jerusha's very full right now. I know she's emotional. She's going through a lot. And we're trying our very best to make sure we find this match. Even things that she doesn't know that's going on behind the scenes, we are doing. Because like I told her, I said, when you get weak, we're here to hold you up and lift you up in spirit. And I make her laugh. Sometimes she said, stop making her laugh because it hurts. But the least I could do is try to make her laugh because she's going through a lot. And we're trying our very best out here on the ground to find this needle in the ocean. So, I'm glad that she was able to come up and that she's at home resting as comfortably as possible. But you don't have to say much, Jerusha. We got you. You know that. We got you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're not giving up. We're going to continue to do. Many people, they know that they're putting their best foot forward for you to find this needle in the ocean. Okay? Anything else you want to say, dear?
I'm just grateful. Thank you all.
Yes, absolutely. Jerusha has an attitude of gratitude, what we all should have. I can't imagine hearing those words and then having to go on. I don't know. I'd be on the island somewhere. I don't know what I would do. But she is so strong, so very strong. Dr. Shay, did you want to say something? I saw you come up.
I was, but I'll save it. Hi, Jerusha, and everyone. Miss Seal, Gen X, Nada Shay, Miss Sylvia, Convies, and I don't know Nana KJ.
Yeah, that's Kim. That's our friend Kim.
Okay.
Oh, that's Dr. Shay. She got a different name.
She's incognito.
It's just a backup page.
She's a doctor on every one of her pages.
Jerusha, I don't want you to worry about your match. I just want you to live every day. Don't worry about the match.
You cut off Dr. Shay, Miss Sylvia?
No, I'm talking to Jerusha. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Shay.
Just relax for a second. You got a lot to say. Go ahead, finish, Dr. Shay.
Have you talked to Miss Oblivion?
What is that?
I was asking if you talked to Miss Oblivion.
Not yet. From what I understand, she said she was going to go the next day to get the markers. She had just got back from Dubai. So I know that kind of probably took a lot out of her traveling over there. But we are definitely going to get this all taken care of and get it squared away to make sure that the extra testing that she's supposed to be doing, that we find a match. So we're not giving up until we have that confirmation of the exact match. So that's where we're at this particular point.
He came back last week, right?
Say what now?
He came back last week, right? This was
I think it was Thursday or something to that effect. So, we're going to, listen, it takes a while just with the swab. So with the blood work and everything like that, we should get word pretty soon about what's going on. So I don't, we just.
And then they might be having her wait due to the fact she traveled outside the country.
We are just
here. I was just asking, have she talked to Miss Jerusha? Have you talked to Miss Oblivion?
At this particular time,
I'll call both docs. Thank you. I'll call both of you.
And Dr. Chewy was up here asking about you yesterday as well, Mr. Risha. He's very concerned about you, and I let him know that you had the surgery, and he was giving you well wishes as well. Okay.
Can I
So,
take a Richard real quick? And I have to drop. I'm sorry, I was doing something.
no,
But
you're
Mr.
fine.
Richard, listen, your situation is a little bit tough. I've been through something similar that I don't talk about, but I feel compelled to try to, help you at least try to hold on to your faith, a little bit, because God is amazing. He is absolutely amazing all day long and twice on Thursdays. I can tell you a story about how, one day I woke up and I couldn't see, and how that could have just it took a lot of my career. It took a lot. You know what I'm saying? I spent a lot of time in the hospital. Every time I sit up, I sneeze, I would have blood coming out my nose, and my bag was still red. It was supposed to be clear. People know what I'm talking about. But anyway, I remember sitting in the bed and I didn't have fear because, my doctors were coming in giving me bad news every day. And one day, suddenly as it came, it just suddenly stopped, and I got better, and I got better fast. And now, my life is almost, I would say 93% back to what it was. Everything ain't the same, but who's going to be the same after years? You got to get yourself in a space of faith and not put your hand in the arm of a man or a woman. You got to find out where the power is, and the power lies with the one and true living God. And every day I encourage you to get in contact with him. He knows where your donor is. He knows where your answer is. He knows where your healing is. He knows all that. So you got to connect with the one who knows. I love you to life. I gave you my phone number. You can call me any time of the day or night. Any resources that I have, anybody that I can put you in contact with, I will. I love you. And I hope that, next time we talk, we're having a different conversation. But if we not, God still is, okay? So I got to go, Mr. Denali. I wanted to come up here real quick and congratulate you on the great job that you're doing. And I have to run, guys. Thank you for having me up. Hi, Miss
I haven't done anything yet, but once we do, it'll be many times for us to celebrate. But we still got our head down and trying to make sure we continue to fight the good fight and march on. But I appreciate your kind word. Absolutely, Miss Natashé.
And amen. All right. Thank
and God is good all the time, right?
All the time, God is good. Amen, Mr. Denali.
Thank you, Miss Natashé.
But also remember, faith without works is unalive.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Faith without works is unalive. So that's why we need people to continue to text 61474 SWAB together. I can't impress that upon everybody enough. SWAB together. All right. Thank you, Ms. Natashé, for coming up.
I will. You're going to invite me back. I need to have a political conversation, but I just can't have it tonight. I want to tell y'all some stuff.
Okay, cool. Absolutely.
All right. Talk to you soon. Bye, Miss Sylvia, Miss Tanji.
Bye. When you come back, we're going to talk about how Michelle and Hillary told your boy and got at him with both they little
and then I just talk about the goodness of Jesus. Why you gonna try to take me to the other side?
Yeah, because they got his.
You know what I'm saying? I was just trying to be nice. Now you gonna get me to
Michelle got his butt last night. Well,
Michelle ain't do nothing. I ain't gonna even say about Michelle. Goodbye.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Okay. Mr. Anthony, you came back. Thank you for coming back. Sorry, we had to get some other people up, but you're back. What state are you in, sir?
Still Washington.
You're in Pacific Northwest?
Yes.
Okay, cool. What did you want to say, sir?
I was say, have y'all seen the latest grifting Trump doing? The $25 box cereal he's selling?
He's selling a $25 box of cereal?
Yeah, and how these people, how MAGA complain about the groceries. There's no box of cereal that costs over 20 bucks. He's selling boxes of cereal for $25, and then how he complain about the groceries so high.
Well, I mean, how is it grifting if someone buys it on their own? Does he have a Second Amendment to the head to buy the box of cereal or the sneakers?
I have no idea, but I know what I'm saying. My point is,
I'm saying, aren't they doing it on their free will if they want to buy it?
Yeah, but
so tell me, how is that grifting? I'm curious.
Grifting is how Trump is betraying them, saying like the groceries so high.
No, I know, but I'm saying if he has a product to sell and people sell it, that's grifting. and they buy it. Is that grifting?
Where I see it, yeah.
But why is that grifting if he's offering a product and the person has free to buy it or not buy it? They have free will, correct?
Yes, everywhere. I'm saying, why complain about the groceries so high of a product, and they willing to buy something is overbound.
It's the same thing with Democrats. They complain about climate change, but then they take private jets all over the place.
I'm just saying, why?
I'm just saying, why if he has a product to sell, you would call it grifting?
Yeah, it's grifting because he's lying to him.
He's lying to him about what? It's not cereal in the box and they buy it?
Because he's saying, I know the grocery's so high. Here you go. I'm gonna put a product out. You know what I mean? Stop complaining.
So how much should he sell it for that would not make it grifting?
I say like 10 under.
$10?
Under.
10 or under?
Yes.
Okay, he's using his name and likeness to sell a box of cereal.
That's overbearing expensive. A box of cereal, $25.
Now, I don't know if I would call it grifting, considering that he has a product to sell. He's bringing it to the market, and you as a consumer have a right to buy it or not buy it, right?
I'm saying, all the ridiculous things he's selling. First the Bible, then first he's selling the Bible.
Whatever. I mean, Apple sells iPhones for $1,200. It costs them $200 to make. Is that grifting?
No, I'm just saying, I don't think you'll get it.
What? What did you say? You don't think I what?
I don't think you get it.
Why do you think I don't get it, sir? Are you a capitalist or are you a socialist?
I'm a capitalist.
So he has a product to sell and he's selling it. How is that grifting? Please explain. Please explain, sir. Sir. Please explain to me what is the difference between that and a company buying something for a price and putting extra money on it to make money. What's the difference?
How is he taking
advantage, sir? How is he taking advantage if he puts it to the market and you sir, please don't overtalk me. Sir,
I'm sorry.
Sir, if he has a product, he puts it to the market and the consumer has an opportunity to buy it or not buy it, right?
But it's the same consumer complaining about the prices of groceries.
That's politics. The other one is business. Well,
and why are you taking advantage of that?
What?
Is it taking advantage of?
How is he taking advantage of putting a product on the market?
The same people that complain about the product. Why are you gonna sell a product so high? It's higher than the grocery store.
Because he has his name on it. Do you know that he has it? You know, when people have put their name on something, it's more expensive. Do you think the same steak that you buy at Ruth Chris is not possibly the same steak that you're buying at Texas Roadhouse? Do you think it's a different steak? I mean, if you buy Wagyu beef or Kobe beef, sure, but just a regular ribeye is a regular ribeye, isn't it?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's just you're paying for the name. You're paying for the atmosphere. Ruth Chris is nothing but a glorified. I mean, I don't want to say that. Ruth Chris is really nice, but you understand what I'm saying with a high-end steakhouse. I just don't understand why you would say it's grifting. We had a guy up here last night who said that people who make over $200,000 a year are corrupt.
What?
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what I thought when you said grifting. And you're voting for Harris?
I can see how he would say that.
I didn't ask you anything, Miss Sylvia. You're voting for Harris, sir?
Yes.
Can you tell me what her identity is, sir?
She's a black woman.
Okay. When I say identity, like Joe Biden is a tough kid from Scranton, middle-class values. He had a lot of unalivings in his early part of his life. It kind of shaped him. He used to take the Amtrak train to work. Trump is a business. Give me a second. Trump is a brash guy from New York, tells you exactly what's on his mind. If you hit him, you slap him, he's going to hit you with a baseball bat. Just he has this aura about him. Can you tell me in those regards, what is VP Harris's identity?
She's a strong advocate for women's rights. And it's just wrong. It's just wrong as a man trying to tell a woman she don't have had the right to control body.
That's her identity? Do you see how when I said about their identity, it didn't have anything to do with policy? It didn't have anything to do with her career, with their career? Do you see the difference there?
Yeah, I see the difference. And that's what I believe her identity is.
Okay. All right. Listen, Bill Clinton is speaking. I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. What was he? I forget what number president he was. If Obama was 44, Bush is 43, so he was 42. I'm gonna turn it over to number 42. Let's listen for a little while.
But I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. Are sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden, thank you. And he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family.
Really? 78? Okay.
And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. Last night, in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that. 2 leaders with all-American but still improbable life stories. It can only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. 2 leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life is that a presidential election is unique in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly, the Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring. And the third thing is that every 4 years we get to change the requirements for the job. So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can? We, the people, we have to make a decision about these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates, and they say, as they're saying now, here are our problems, solve them. Here are our opportunities, seize them. Here are our fears, ease them. Here are our dreams, help them come true. A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together. Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people, and the other guy who's proved even more than the first go around that he's about me, myself, and I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams. You know, when she was young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, how can I help you? Now she's at the pinnacle of power and she's still asking, how can I help you? I'll be so happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's. Yeah. But we got an election to win. And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency. He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art. Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant. And one of the One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or there's something going on here, there, or yonder. But Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done. I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes. His vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage, like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you. So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to spend the next 4 years talking about crowd size? You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1. I'm glad that we've got a championship winning coach on our team. But even the most limited of us in what we know about football or any other sport knows that if you're got 50 and the other side's got 1, you're ahead. What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more. And affordable health care. That's why the Democrats put a limit on monthly payments for insulin and a $2,000 a year out-of-pocket limit, and are trying to cover more drugs by bargaining for prices. We need more financing for small businesses. We need still to strengthen our alliances
What the heck? What happened? Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. No technical difficulty. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that.
Are we allowed to boo?
You want to boo? Oh, me? You want to boo me?
Yes. We was all into it.
I'm sorry.
Great place he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there. The presidents of North Korea and Russia. I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter? I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought about it, and I don't know what to say. Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead. She's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president. As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach, in the National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school. So, armed with her first decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years. In the face of stiff and often violent opposition, we have to find a way to go forward together, where we the people make our union more perfect. So that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids their whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that. And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty. He says that we got to make home ownership an achievable dream for everyone, not just a privilege. She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserved the right to vote. The other day, her opponent implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks. Most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen, when people got distracted by phony issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy. And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night, they are human, you know. They're bound to make a mistake now and then. We got to be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas, in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you to talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you. Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances, but there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate. And so I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I have no idea how many more of these I'll be able to come to. I started in '76, and I've been to every one since. But no, 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know. If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it. Take it from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention the man from hope. We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us. So, I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you. And God bless America.
It was a good speech. Not exactly the fire he once had, but, he's 78 years old, so what are you going to do? But he's still a great speaker, still seems to care and those type of things like that. So, what are you going to do? Not exactly Obama, but not many people are. So, but he was good, absolutely, in his time as the president of these great United States. Let's see. Ms. Hill, you have any words on Mr. Bill Clinton? The comeback kid, as they call him?
I think he looked good. He looked good.
He's on the vegan. He's a vegan guy.
Is he?
He's plant-based, absolutely. No more, no more hamburgers for him. No way.
Oh, nice. Good for him. I noticed a little, kind of little shakiness in his voice, shaking his hand. But again, he's an older man. But I think
78 years old. Wow.
Yeah, I think he did good.
Yeah, and you're right. He looked good too. Looked good. Really good.
Yeah.
He don't look like he's 70. I guess he does look 78, but him and Walls look very similar.
No, they don't. You gonna leave Walls alone.
Very similar in age. I don't know. He looked 72 and Mr. Clinton looked 78. So there you go. 6 years different.
You know what I noticed though? Walls looks older with his glasses on, and I noticed that at least it's like the DNC, I noticed that he hasn't been wearing his glasses.
Get his contacts. Get him a prescription for contacts.
But I think you go a little hard on Walls' looks. I don't think he looks as old as you're saying.
Crazy. I doubt it.
I think it's the white hair.
Of course, it's the white hair, it's the balding. What do you want me to say?
Well, everybody can't have a nice full hairline like you.
That's true. Not many people do, and a lot of people are jealous of my hairline. It is not a lace front. No way.
When you gonna let everybody in on the secret and take your lace front off?
One day I'm gonna do that. When I end my show forever, I'm going to go ahead and tell everybody that yes, you guys are always right. And it is actually a lace front. Please forgive me.
No, what you got to do is you got to host with your astronaut helmet on first.
Okay.
And then at the end, that your mic drop is when you take off the astronaut helmet and you don't have on the lace front.
You won't let me do it with an astronaut helmet. I say, no way, people want to see your face. I'm like, they do?
All on your last show. Of course you know we got to see your face. You can't do a show without seeing your face.
I know. I wish I had a better face sometimes. So, but anyway, what are you going to do?
Oh, stop it.
Mr. Vader, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Denali? How y'all doing?
Good. What you got?
Oh, I was just dropped in, heard y'all listen to old Bill Clinton there. Old Bill.
Right.
It's amazing. It's amazing how everybody they love old Bill, even though he had allegations and charges in Arkansas. Cheated on his wife, with Monica Lewinsky. But
Right.
they want to hold Trump to a higher standard. Hey, lied to the American people on camera. Hey, as a Democrat, we overlook stuff like that, I guess. So what's going on? What's the topic tonight?
Nothing. We're just cruising around, DNC and things like that. So yeah, that's basically what was going on. No real, number one topic, but anything you want to say about the political? Well, listen. The theme is that she hadn't done an interview yet, and she needs to do one with V.P. Harris.
Her smart thing to do is to not do an interview, because as soon as she opens her mouth, then she's going to be chopped up. Okay, so she not too long, about 4 weeks ago, 4 or 5 weeks ago, ran on how great the economy was with Joe Biden and everything. So it's going. Hey, everybody's waiting on her to talk. Policies, all this stuff. Same thing with Trump, but Trump is waiting on her. Once he says something, she stole it. So
are you looking forward to the debate?
Oh yeah. I'm looking for it. Of course, I think she has her advisor was Hillary Clinton's advisor, and his advisor is Tulsi Gabbard, and I believe somebody else. Look, you gotta be prepared for Donald Trump. You can't. This is not a courtroom where a judge is going to be able to say, put you in order. Donald Trump is going to say stuff off the cuff. He's going to ad-lib. He's going to try to get under your skin. As a prosecutor, you go in there in a controlled environment. This is not going to be a controlled environment.
Right. So you think Trump is going to beat her?
There's a lot of things she still hasn't answered for between the debate between her and Joe Biden and Tulsi Gabbard. Have you ever went back and looked at that debate?
Between her and Joe Biden? I mean, her and Bill Clinton? I mean, who are we talking about?
No, her and Joe Biden and Tulsi Gabbard. Well, Joe Biden brought up her record as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, and remember, and on my platform, Joe Biden, I played the video where Joe quoted the source. You can go look it up for yourself if you think he was lying. I mean, she had no answer, and then Tulsi Gabbard, she backdoored, she flatlined her right after Joe. So,
hey, dude,
yes,
Big Steve say, man, that was 4+ years ago.
Oh yeah, y'all. Hey, I'll tell you what. All that is not. Listen, that's 4-some years ago, and let's just forget all about it, okay? Because how long was January 6th? How long ago was that?
That was 3 years ago.
Okay, but I'm sure you hear about it each and every day, don't you? When you talk about Trump. Or how about the Central Park 5? You hear about that. Or you hear about Trump was back in the pageants. You always hear about the past years of Trump. But when I mentioned something about her, that was 4 years ago. Let's just say that's too long ago. No. All that is in the game. All that is skin in the game.
So can I ask you a question then with that? So you mentioned how
I like when people say, "Can they ask me a question?" and they don't let me respond, and then they go ahead on and ask anyway. I like
Oh,
that.
okay. Dude, can I ask you a question?
No.
He said no.
Okay, well then I'm still going to put it out there and then anyone can respond to it. So I noticed that Duke stated that Bill Clinton was up there and, he stated all of the things that happened with Clinton and things like that. And then he stated that, but with Trump, that well, there's a different standard. So my question to the Trump supporters is, so do you guys hold Trump to a different standard the way we hold the Democrats to a different standard?
I think there's only one. Johnny, who are you supporting?
Well, I'm sure some in the comments too.
Oh, well, I pay attention, but Johnny.
And the reason why I ask is because every time when something is said, then, if you bring it up, it's a deflection, is, oh, why this, why that, even like how Duke brought up the January 6th. So the things that, that are said, a lot of times Republicans deflect from it opposed to stand on the topic and sticking to what the facts are. So, but they're also good at, oh, well, Biden this and whoever else that, Democrats this, that. So it's like, so I think it's safe to say that if that's the case, everyone is holding the person they support to a different standard. So why are we even keep going back and forth through this?
Why we keep going back and forth to this? Number one, it's a political year.
Well, I thought you weren't answering the question. You said no.
You said you opened it up to everybody, did you not?
But you said that you didn't want to answer my question.
Did you say you was opening it up to? Did you say you was opening it up to everybody?
I'm teasing you. Go ahead and answer.
Me too. This is how I fun to joke around. But this is what I'm saying. Okay, listen. It's a political year. We don't talk about this nonsense no other time than right now. Okay. I haven't forgot about Bill Clinton and all his atrocities that he did. I don't care about Bill. Bill don't care about me. But I just look at all the people dancing and holding hands, slapping each other in the back and high-fiving. And they just love old Bill, regardless of what he did as a Democrat. But out the other side of the Democrats' mouth, they want to hold Trump to a higher standard and say, oh my God, how immoral is Donald Trump because he's accused of doing this or accused of doing that.
You gotta let him finish, Mr. Rowe. Please.
You know, in kindergarten, I expect kindergartners to burn out.
I stopped it. Just go ahead and continue your point, Duke.
Now, in Arkansas, he was charged. That was before he went in office. Monica Lewinsky was when he was dead center of the White House. He came on first and said he did not have relations with that woman. And then he turned around after the dress came out. Then he said, well, what is. Okay, I can't say the action. So, no, it wasn't after he got out of office. Nobody cares about after he got out of office. He was a United States president sitting in the White House and he lied to the American people on national television. And yet, when Donald Trump lies, and he lies all the time. Oh my God, people fall all backwards. Like, it's the end of the world. Oh, how many times did Trump lie? Oh my goodness. So, don't sit here and act with all this fake outrage. When one candidate lies and another candidate lies, and you say, oh, it's okay, we'll just overlook that. We ain't seeing it here, nothing. That's my stand.
Duke, I got a question for you. You talking about a personal encounter versus an
I
encounter.
love how people act. I love how people got a question for me and then don't ask me.
Hold on,
And then
there,
don't
chicken
ask me
man.
if I want to
I
answer the
didn't cut
question.
you off, chicken man.
You know,
don't cut
first
me
of all,
off.
you got a question. You got a question for me.
Hang on. I don't want the personal insults. Duke works for
chicken
place.
man. Yeah, I know.
But we don't want. Listen, he has a name. Please call him by his name.
Okay. All right.
Ask him the question.
I'll be glad the day I run into this guy.
What's the question?
Hey, okay, my question is, you
wait a minute. You want to run into me? You want to run into me?
Absolutely.
I can give you my address, bro.
Okay,
I can give you my address, bro.
You ain't gave it up.
Okay, I'm at 5644 Market Street.
Everybody quiet.
You can come see me anytime, bro. You can come see me anytime.
Okay, I'll be there. Trust me, I'll be there.
Everybody's tough. I got it. Big Steve, please. Out of respect for the show.
Cotton swab.
Listen,
go ahead.
Out of respect for the show, let's call people by their names. There's no need for name calling. Okay? The man works. He works for a chicken place, and that's it. He does honorable work. I love chicken. So, Big Steve, what's your question?
He's trying to compare a personal action versus actions that equivalates that affect more people than just one or two people. How do you do that? That doesn't make sense. And I don't know any man that will walk around here and admit to anything. He was going to either play to see if he can get away with it, and then if he don't, then he going to man up to it.
Okay. So what's the question? Oh, you saying Duke is comparing Bill Clinton with Monica Lewinsky to Trump SA? What are you saying?
Just a litany of things that he lies about. We're talking about a litany. We're not talking about
Trump.
one.
You're talking about Trump. Okay.
Exactly.
Well, listen, like I said before, people that are voting for Trump, they've made the decision. It doesn't really matter what he does. They're going to vote for him. He's their guy. And that's just it. I don't know what else to say about it. We've been over it, and that's what they're doing.
But I will say, Duke did admit that Trump lies all the time.
Yeah, he did. He said,
he did admit that. So
what do you guys think about Trump?
But you can't compare oranges and apple. What man admits to the public that he's messed around on his wife and played around on her and risks the chance of getting divorced and happen to give her 100% of everything because he has admitted to adultery. What man on this panel, including Duke, would do that?
Oh boy.
But Denali, what do you think about Trump being up on our
saying.
Give me 1 second, Mr. What is that? Mamba? What is that? What is that? Are you a Kobe Bryant fan? That's Black Mamba. I don't know. Okay. So Duke, I think Steve is saying, how are you comparing Clinton to Trump?
Let me tell y'all something, okay? It's okay to have heated discussions and differences of opinions, but threats, I love threats, okay? We don't need to go this route. I understand you don't like my point of view, and I respect each and every one of you until you disrespect me.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm cool.
I said I wanted to see you. I can see you and give you a handshake. What are you talking about,
nigga?
I didn't say
that ain't what you meant. I'm not. Hey, look here. I'm not from Middle America. I understand what you meant.
That's all I said.
Yeah, I'll be glad to give you a place to run into me with. You don't want to see me.
That's all I
really
said.
Don't.
Denali, is that all I said?
Let me tell you something. You really don't want to fuck with me, bro. You really don't want to fuck with me.
Can somebody put Duke on mute?
I do. That's why I'm still here.
You don't want to mess with me, bro.
Yes, I do. Listen.
You can DM me. You can DM me, dude. That's all you gotta do. Just DM me.
Nah, nigga, you can come see me for real.
Now you calling people niggas?
You a goddamn right I am. You give a threat. Now stay on my business.
You ain't threatening you.
This is the second time today. We don't usually have
everybody here.
Hold on, let me turn my camera on so you can see who you're talking to.
Oh, yeah, okay. I can do the same thing. Hold on.
Turn your camera on, nigga.
Oh, listen, Duke, stop using the N-word.
Say, bro, I'm not them
Oh,
little
shut
children
up,
that you like
dude.
playing
Turn
with.
your camera off.
Okay?
You ugly.
No,
Oh,
I don't
come
give a
on,
fuck.
Sylvia, stop
Oh
it.
my gosh,
Listen,
are y'all
hey,
serious?
All right,
don't start,
listen. I
Sylvia.
don't know
Big,
what
You
you're
you're
want
doing.
muted. You're
look,
muted.
bro.
You're muted.
You ain't nobody to mess with me, bro. Okay, nobody. Now I come in
Okay.
here
Can
respectfully.
we?
I'll
You
answer
ain't gonna bust
questions,
a,
but
you
all
ain't
this.
busting the grape. You
Okay,
ain't busting the grape.
I'm not worried about that. You ain't made my
You
heart
ain't
pump
busting the
Kool-Aid,
grape,
not one bit.
homeboy.
You
Stop
having
talking
a
like you gonna do something. You ain't gonna do
I
a damn
can't.
thing.
I'm
Big
You
not talking.
soft as
Steve.
a
I'm
cotton
threatening.
swab. You soft as a
Duke,
Okay.
cotton
Duke
swab.
don't like
What
You
black.
shorter
state
than
you
me,
in?
and you
What
work at a
state you
chicken
in,
place.
Big
Shut the fuck up.
Steve?
Shut the
What
fuck
state?
up,
Look,
bitch
come
ass
Hey,
shut
nigga.
me up.
Steve,
Come shut
Are
me
everybody.
up,
y'all
Big
serious?
Steve.
This is just
Wow.
off.
Come
This is
shut me
just
up,
off
Big
the rails.
Steve.
Ass nigga.
Huh?
Yeah,
I
bitch.
can't.
Man,
Duke,
you ain't shit.
Duke, and Big Steve. You guys need to count to
Faggot ass
5.
nigga.
Hey, Steve.
Oh,
Jeez Louise, what is wrong with y'all?
Hoe ass nigga, you
Everybody,
ain't shit.
no, no,
Yo,
no,
yo,
no,
I
no.
hope you
We're
have that
not doing
same
this. No,
energy when
I'm
I
going to
see you,
drop both
homeboy.
of y'all. I will drop both of y'all. Count to 5, woosah, and relax. Not on my show. The N word, the F. Okay, both of you all gone. Okay. I mean, if you guys can't have a conversation without it going to somebody pulling up somewhere, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous and very juvenile. daddyO, hey, come to Oakland. For what? I don't want to see you. I don't go visit fans, especially ones that people listening, especially ones I don't like. So,
Is there a full moon
Well, I do.
tonight?
I don't
I
know
I
what's
was
know.
gonna
going
What's
say
up
on.
with
yes.
the energy today?
Ooh,
Good
Everybody's on
Lord.
edge for some reason.
man.
But
I was.
Denali, what do you think about Trump being up on all polls since the DNC started?
Just give me a second, Mamba.
All right.
Trump is not up in the
What I
polls.
find, what I find very interesting, and
He's up in the polls, actually.
Mr. Mamba. Do not cut me off. What I
I was talking
find
to
very,
Sylvia.
I don't care who you're talking to. Be quiet. When you hear my voice, stop talking. Do you understand that?
Yes, Mr. Denali.
Thank you so much. Stay on mute for a second. I find it interesting that people, the last 2 nights, I noticed that when I put on the DNC, a lot of people left. And not many people left when I had Trump with Elon Musk and other Trump events. It's just, I don't know why, I don't know. I just found it to be very, very interesting. So.
I noticed that
Well,
too.
Denali, I think a lot of people left because the DNC, all they talk about is Trump.
That's it. I mean, you look at their points they were speaking on.
But that
I
is
think
kind of true.
But what did y'all talk about in the
Okay, Sylvia,
RNC?
let me control this thing right
We
quick.
talked about issues. That's what we talked about.
I want everybody to be quiet. That's what I want. For right now, let's bring the room down. It got very hot just now. Let's bring it down. I don't like threats. I don't like these things. It's not necessary. I'm trying to normalize healthy debate. And I want people to respect this platform as such. So please, let's stop with the name calling. Let's stop with the insults. Let's stop with the pulling up. I want somebody to pull up. Man, it used to be pull up. I'll meet you at 3:00 after the bell ring. Now they want you to take a flight to go pull up. What is going on?
Yeah, I'm not flying nowhere to get locked up. That's not happening.
I'm gonna fly to Oakland now.
I'm not flying to go catch a charge and
Pull
lose
up
my
in
job.
different states. With Sylvia, you got a flag. I don't know what that's about. Look at the flag and appeal it and come back. But all this pulling up, I'm going to jump on a plane to pull up. Oh my God, jeez Louise.
Yeah, no. I need my freedom. I need my livelihood.
Let's get some education in here, and let's go to my main guy, HNIC. HNIC, how are you?
Hey, what's good, man?
Got it, brother.
Actually, Spirit Airlines gives a discount if you get the pull-up discount. So if you can show that you pull up on somebody,
okay. I will be partaking in the pull-up discount. Okay.
you pull up. Hey, it's 25% off. So
I ain't flying Spirit Airlines either. No way. No way.
That's that Spirit special. But I've always been a big fan of Clinton, and when people say "Make America Great Again," I look at the '90s, and we know who was running the show at that time. That's of course my golden era when I was a kid. But he actually said something very interesting that I believe I've been talking to you about and to others. Is when he was saying that, hey, when we go out and talk to opposition or people that don't agree with us, he was saying we're not gonna. I'm not gonna quote him exactly, but he was saying, "Hey, we're not gonna be disrespectful. We're not gonna look down on them or anything else like that." And I've been really saying that, especially whether it be, especially like with a lot of people I see on the left. I used to be part of the left, but I left that behind. But what I see online and also in person is like this derision for people that don't think like people that are on the left and everything, and that rubs a lot of people the wrong way, and that's hard to get middle America or even rural America to actually want to join that party or at least vote for Ms. Harris if you're going to look at people from with derision and condescension, because you're saying like, oh, if you don't agree with me on this, then hey, I'm just going to X you out. Your whatever type of ism, and that right there is very is very dangerous and everything on both sides. But as I said, I know a lot more people on the left, and I see it more on the left actually than I do see on the right.
That's true.
All right, Denali, do you mind if I respond to this?
Yeah, go ahead, Mamba, and then we'll go to.
Before I respond to this, I'm gonna say what's up to Mr. Rowe. Love hearing your voice. Happy you're up here. Yeah.
All right, my dude.
Yeah, what's up? What's up? So I'm hearing that RFK is actually going to drop out, and he is going to team up with Trump because he really does not want Kamala in office. I think that's the best thing for America. I think that if they do team up, it'll be a landslide in November.
Oh yeah, for sure. By at least 5 points of margin.
Absolutely.
No, I won't. As I said,
If who teams up?
RFK and Trump, they're gonna team up most likely.
Team up how? What do you mean, in his cabinet?
Well, he's gonna.
He will
endorse him. You mean?
Endorse him and join his cabinet. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what I think about that. I'll just say this real quickly from my anecdotal evidence from people who come on the show. I think that RFK took from Trump. He didn't take it necessarily from the Democrats. A lot of the people said that were voting for Trump who are RFK fans.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He took a lot of votes from Trump. So getting him in his cabinet, that'll be big. Endorsing him.
Okay. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Hello, Mr. Denali. How are you?
Hey, Mr. Nupp. How are you doing, sir?
I am fine, sir. Good to be back tonight.
Excellent. Let me give Nick an opportunity, and then we'll get you up next, okay?
Yes, sir.
Nick.
Howdy, how you doing, Denali?
Nick Kagel, something. Go ahead.
So I wanted to get on a topic that not many people are speaking about, crazy enough. So how does somebody go from being the most unpopular vice president in history to winning the presidential election? That don't make any sense to me.
That's true.
Is there some poll that says she's the most unpopular vice president?
Yes.
She didn't do anything in office.
Okay. All right. Okay. Mr. Mamba, tell me a vice president. Tell me which vice president signed a last bill into the law.
Well, obviously Kamala, because Biden's not.
Hang on a second, Mr. Nick. I'm asking Mr. Mamba. Give me the name of the vice president who signed a bill into law.
I'm gonna be honest. Nick, you definitely did just take the words out of my mouth. Biden is not competent at all.
Sir, that's not my question. My question is, name me the vice president, the last one that signed a bill into law.
I mean, obviously Kamala, but
Yeah, okay, what bill did she? Hang on, Mr. Mamba. What bill did Miss Harris, VP Harris, sign into law?
I don't even remember, honestly.
Do you know of any bills that any vice president has signed into law?
I do indeed.
Okay, tell me.
Did Kamala have something to do with the CHIPS Act?
Sir, listen, I'm asking you the question. Do you want a lifeline? Would you like to have a lifeline? You want to phone a friend? Mr. Mamba?
Yeah, I'll phone Nick.
For you, Mamba.
Okay, hang on a second. Are you asking Nick for help, sir?
I'll phone Nick. I'm phoning Nick.
Okay, you're going to go to Nick. Okay, Nick, can you tell me, sir, the last vice president that signed a bill into law?
Well, I can tell you,
No,
there's
not
no
what you
instance.
can tell me, sir. Sir,
what happened to no hostility?
It's a
What happened to no
specific
hostility?
question,
Denali.
and you can say, sir,
What
I don't
happened
want
to
to
no
mute you.
hostility?
What?
What happened to no hostility?
Who said that? When you heard, you saw that, you got a memo about that?
You're raising your voice and being
Of course
hostile.
I am, because you're not listening.
Well,
The
you asked
question
me.
is,
You
sir.
asked me, and I'm trying to give you an answer.
Okay, what? Give me the answer.
There is no bill that has been signed by a vice president. First off, second off,
Absolutely. So when Nick said she didn't do anything, give me the vice president that did something.
well, you want to look at it in essence. Okay, so if there is an individual such as Biden, do you feel like that he's competent? That's the question I have.
Not my question, sir.
It's a secondary.
Sir, I don't care about the secondary question.
It's a precursor. It's a precursor.
Sir,
question.
I don't. Do you understand? I don't care.
I know you
would
don't.
like to
Right,
really
exactly. So I'm
contribute to that
asking you guys,
conversation.
Nick and Mr. Cage or Mr. Bamba. He said that she didn't do anything as vice president. Give me the vice president. Give me the vice president that did something.
Vice president that did something, Mike Pence. He
What
went
did
to
he
the
do?
border, and he went to the border, and he actually
Did he
strategized.
sign?
Signing bills has nothing to do with being productive.
Sir.
No.
If you can't
May I
make
jump in?
policy, how are you doing anything?
Well, for instance, Mike Pence, he went to the border and spoke with the president of Mexico, and they
Okay,
had a
so
meeting.
what? And what did that do?
It actually reduced. So what they were planning on doing was the next election cycle. Their plans were to
Whose plans?
The Trump administration's plans were to tariff Mexico until
The what administration?
the Trump.
That's the answer.
Right, Trump, not
Trump.
Pence. Do you
Trump.
know what the role? Do you know what the role of the vice president is, Mr. Nick?
To be a supporting character
Right.
for the president.
So,
But yet,
right.
how
So
has
he doesn't-
Kamala supported
He
anybody?
doesn't, sir. He
How
doesn't
has
get.
Kamala supported
Sir,
anybody?
please don't
There
talk
has
over me.
been
The vice,
no.
Mr. Nupp, I don't want to mute you, but I will.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Nick, the vice president is there to support only. That's it.
But
Well, how is she supporting
Kamala
them?
done for support? What has
Yeah.
she done to support?
How
them?
is she supporting them?
Tell me how any vice president has
I gave
supported
you
their
an
president.
example.
Well,
I gave you an example.
I actually have-
Said that- okay, so you
one.
said that Pence had a meeting with the Mexican president, right?
Yes, and what meetings have Kamala held?
I'm so listen. I'll look it up. If any producers, can you tell me the meetings?
I
That,
guarantee you she hasn't.
why
one
are you
meeting.
talking over me?
I'm
I
not talking over
don't
anyone.
like it.
Because you're talking over us.
Because I can. Now you're going to sit in the corner and you're going to wait until I want to talk to you. You sit there and you wait. Don't say another word. You sit there. I can do it because it's my show, and if you don't like it, you don't have to be here because I didn't ask you to come. You push the button to talk to me, and I'll talk to you when I'm ready. And right now, I'm not ready. You sit there and you wait while I talk to Mr. Nick. You like, I don't know that I'm cutting people off? I have decent understanding, not the best, but decent understanding. So you sit there and you wait until I allow you to speak. You sit there. Mr. Nick, I'm sure that Ms. Harris has talked to leaders and things like that as well. Would you agree with that?
I would agree, but in another sense, I would have to say that she did not conduct and perform individual meetings on her own terms. She done it on a president's term.
We'll get the actual factual information. If any producers in the room, can you please get me some? Tell me who Ms. Harris has met with, foreign leaders. I listen. I'm sure she has done that. I'm sure. I'm almost positive she did. Because they did tout some speech that she gave in Munich to European leaders, and they said it was a good speech. I don't know. I didn't hear it.
That was at the EU conference, I remember, and it was a complete sham.
Why was it a sham?
Because nothing she said had any substance or value.
Okay, all right. I'm sure that's subjective, right?
Well, it's not really. All she spoke about was...
Sir, I'm saying you can hear one thing, sir. You can hear one thing and someone else can hear something else, right? That's subjective.
No, she spoke about giving an immigration pact to Europe.
It doesn't matter, sir. Some people thought it was impactful. You didn't. That's fine. We can agree to disagree.
How is it impactful? Because right now we're looking across Europe and there's all these illegal immigrants coming through countries and mass essaying little girls
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that is the majority, sir. I'm sure it happens, but I'm sure it's not the majority of what's going on. I don't like people who maximize the minimum and minimize the max. I don't like people that do that. They do it for a particular reason, and they try to emote emotion out of someone to fit their narrative, and I'm not a fan of that.
No, all I'm saying is
I like to talk about what's generally true.
Generally true. Like, for instance, the 72 young women in Europe that were essayed by illegal immigrants in the past week.
Well, listen, that's horrible. I don't condone that. What do you want me to say? Immigration is a problem.
The fact that
immigration.
That is,
okay. Do you like the executive order that Biden signed a couple of months back?
What was the executive order for?
The executive order was to close up the border. Lower the people that were able to come into the country. I think it's down to 2,500 or something to that effect. It was an executive order. Yes, he did it for political reasons, but yeah, he did sign it. Most of my Republican friends said it was a little too late. He did it. What do you want me to do? I mean, what do you want me to do? Okay.
What he could have done is not propose a bill that stopped the construction of the wall. That's what he did to begin with. That was a complete
I think that. Listen. At the end of the day, do you know who Steve Bannon is?
Steve Bannon, I don't care. All I'm trying to say is the fact.
No, I do.
Why are you beating around the bush? Why are you beating around the bush? All I'm saying.
I don't care what you're saying. I'm asking you a simple question. Do you know who Steve Bannon is?
You won't let me complete my sentence.
I know I won't. Do you know who Steve Bannon is?
I don't care.
I actually, do you know who he is?
No, and I don't care.
Okay, let me tell you about Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon was part of the Trump's advisor, and he grifted about $40 million from people to build a wall that never was built and used it to finance his lifestyle. Do you know who? And he spent, I don't know how many times, spent several months in jail. Do you know who? You remember that story, sir?
That was from taxpayer money, yes.
He grifted money about building a wall that he never built.
But he's in jail. You're missing the part.
Absolutely. I'm just saying that was Trump. That was Rattle Cowboy. That was one of Trump's advisors.
So, with that being the case, why is
Denali, stop power tripping.
So, with that being the case, why is Biden not in jail when the FBI just proven less than a week ago that he had 47 million?
Not true, lying.
Be quiet. Be quiet.
Biden showered his niece.
Now
he showered his niece.
Why did I get cut off? Hold on. Why did I get cut off?
The ignorance that's being
and you got dropped. You got cut off and you got dropped.
Mr. Denali, can I, because they're talking about the border, I want to say something because I learned something on another live today. I don't usually listen to other lives, but
hopefully we can
they said that in the year 2019, we had the largest migrant.
That's what we're doing. All working okay right now.
Who's making all that noise? I can't hear. Then under any other president, there was an increase of 68%. And the only reason that the numbers went down was because of Title 42, which was not Trump who initiated that. That was the CDC. And once the CDC dropped Title 42, that's when I believe the bill, they were trying to pass the bipartisan bill for the immigration laws, but the Republicans shut it down. And I want to know if the Trump supporters are aware that in 2019, we had the largest influx under any other president at that time. It went up 68%. And also, he took money from vets. I think it was in tune of $3 billion. I can't remember the exact number, from a vet budget to build the wall.
All right. Nick, you're back. Why are you back?
Because you accepted my request.
Why'd you push the button?
Because I wanted to come back on and you accepted my request.
Okay. Are you able to behave yourself?
I was originally, and I still am.
I disagree. Judge Denali says no. Are you able to have a
Okay.
healthy debate, sir?
You know,
Without
it
little
was
snark,
healthy.
without making, sir, without making little snide remarks and things like. Are you able to do that?
So factual
Are you,
information is
the
not
question,
remarks.
sir, are you able to do it?
Why did I get dropped when I mentioned Biden's illegal foreign business deals?
Sir, has he been brought up on charges on that?
Yes, the FBI are currently taking investigations on it.
Sir, investigations are not charges. Has he been brought up on charges, yes or no? No, it's simple.
I'll let you believe what you want to believe.
Sir, are you okay? Do you believe in the rule of law?
I believe the FBI has released statements saying that they have found the investigation.
So a person is guilty because the FBI is investigating, right?
Well, the fact that they've stated they have found proof that he has had $47 million in funding from foreign illegal deals.
If you talk fast, it's not going to help you.
You ask me a question and I give you an answer, and you get mad when I give you an answer.
Because you won't, sir. Has he been brought up on charges? Yes or no? You don't like facts, right?
Why have they not done anything to Nancy Pelosi?
Yes or no, sir? Has Biden been brought up on charges?
It will be here soon. Don't worry.
Sir, the question is yes or no. Has he been brought up on charges?
If I say it will be here soon, that should automatically.
Shut up. Just sit there and be quiet, okay? That's what I want you to do. Yo-Yo, what you got? Yo-Yo?
Oh, I had came up. Hey, Duke. I had came up to break up the argument, but then as soon as I came up, they dropped down.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know.
I was just listening right now.
Okay. All right, great.
I'm just listening right now to see what the topic's going to go to.
Okay, cool.
Let me say this before you go.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Before you go any further, Mr. Denali, with the platform. First of all, everybody, I'd like to offer y'all an apology due to my character. A lot of times, I do not step out of character into emotions, but I still have a little bit of the hood in me that sometimes override, and having been incarcerated, sometimes I do bend to pressure. One thing I do not like, and I remember before social media, is that minorities beg for a platform where we could all get together and have a spirit debate and on topics and be able to put our voices out there. But once we got these platforms, now the only thing I see is that we like to just try to tear each other down, crabs in the barrel. Look, we're not all the same. We don't all think the same. We may have the same skin color, but that does not mean that we have to walk and talk in like in a platoon. We don't have to march to the same cadence. We don't have to. We don't all have to wear the same uniform. I've done that. We don't all have to do that. I remember adamantly that Martin Luther King and Malcolm X was polar opposite from each other. But yet when they came together, they treated each other with respect. I don't know what happened to us with this social media where we have to feel as though just because I believe in one thing, and I've been to a region where I believe in somebody else, and these people don't believe in that, we can still respect each other. I don't understand this. I absolutely do not understand this. This is the reason why our grandparents never discussed who they used to vote for. If you used to ask your great-grandparents or your grandparents who you vote for, they would told you it's none of your business. Now all of a sudden we got to know, and once we know, now all of a sudden we turn back to the 1968 Democratic convention where everybody's fighting. This is outrage. This is absolutely outrage.
Hey,
black folks are some of the most conservative people on the planet. Okay, we all have differences of opinion. I'm going to voice mine, and I'm gonna respect yours.
Hey Duke, I agree with you. Denali, can I say something to that?
Yeah.
Duke, I totally agree with you because like I haven't voted since 2008. I am truly an independent and I'm just frustrated with everything that's gone on the last few years. So I finally decided to vote this year, especially because I'm in a swing state. I live in Arizona. So I have gotten so much hate because I don't think the way others think. Was it last week, Denali, I was on and a guest literally said, we are all supposed to think the way she thinks because I'm Black. I'm supposed to think the way she thinks. She literally said it. And I was like, you know what? I can't argue with ignorance. I just can't. And didn't I get down? I'm like, I can't argue with someone literally saying I'm supposed to think the way you think because I'm Black. Like, that sounds so ignorant to me. How do you argue with that? Like, what? Like, I'm not a robot. I don't think the way you think just because I'm the same color. That just sounded so dumb to me. And so I agree with you, Duke. I've been getting so much hate because of how I think.
I made a comment on my platform today. Barack Obama and Donald Trump are not enemies. They're not. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are not enemies. All these politicians are not enemies of each other. Remember, Donald Trump was a long-time Democrat. They stay at each other's mansions. They share each other's Secret Service. They ride in limousines. They go to each other's resorts. They're
Kids go to
not
school together, all that stuff. They're hand in hand.
It's only us, middle class, upper middle class. We're the ones at war with each other, thinking that they are. They're just like boxers. Boxers in MMA and WWF. They promote that they're at war with each other. Like they really just can't stand each other. But in the shadows, they really go out and they're friends. When LeBron James come over to play against Steph Curry's team, they stay at each other's houses. They don't stay in hotels. But on the floor, they compete against each other. We get on this platform and act like Donald Trump and Kamala Harris actually hate each other, or Bill Clinton, or Obama, or any of them. They're friends. They're billionaires and millionaires. They don't talk to us. They don't hang out with us. They don't share our Secret Service. They don't get on their private jets and fly us around. They only come to us once every 4 years. And every 4 years, we act a fool for them. Like we're the clowns.
Okay.
This got to stop.
Thank you, Duke.
I would like to
I appreciate
disagree
you
with that.
apologizing, Duke. Thank you so much. Because I don't like the personal tap. I know that the room can get very heated, and I think it's going to get even more heated as we go closer and closer to election time. So I'm just asking everybody, when you get to that point, just try to woosah, count to 5. Let's bring the room down so that we don't say things that we have to come back and regret. Because once the toothpaste is out, it's hard to put it back, and you can't unhear something. So please, let's be mindful of that, especially on the platform, because we're trying to normalize healthy debate. So let's try to keep that at top of mind, okay?
Denali, where do you think all the hate comes from? Why do you think there's so much hate for people who want to vote differently? You see it. It's happening with you, even being a man not wanting to vote for Kamala, being a Black man. You see it on that side.
I've been asking that question, and I haven't really gotten a good answer. I have some opinions that I'll share at a later date, but I will not share it right now at the moment. But I will keep that question and I will bring it up. Mr. Nupp.
Hey, let me say this. Hold on. Wait a minute. People in the comments said they're not friends. Do y'all not understand that Trump contributed to Kamala some kind of fund or something? Do y'all understand that?
Listen, Duke. Don't worry. Exactly right, Duke. We're always talking. Don't worry about that. We want to give Mr. Nupp an opportunity. He's been waiting patiently. Mr. Nupp, what you got?
Sir, I will let you comment on the Robert Kennedy effect.
Okay.
As of Friday, all people are saying in the interlude that Mr. Kennedy will be abandoning his campaign, that he is going to endorse Mr. Trump.
Right.
Well, it's about maybe 4 or 5% of the vote. But I think this new surge that we're witnessing from Miss Harris, it really won't matter. It really won't matter.
But she
Robert
needs to do a
Kennedy,
goddamn interview. That's what I can tell you that, Mr. Nupp.
yeah,
Why
well,
hasn't she done a goddamn interview?
Robert Kennedy is a fringe candidate with fringe ideas
Mr.
that
Nupp
does
is
not play
right.
well. Does not play well with anyone. I don't know why no one has not done an interview. Maybe time, I don't know. But
Well, shouldn't she do an interview considering we got 80 days left or so? Shouldn't she do an interview?
Well, you'll hear tomorrow night, really. Well, she will speak tomorrow night regarding the platform. Then you will start hearing her policies.
I'm saying she should answer tough questions. If she can't answer tough questions from the American press,
starting tomorrow, you will.
Sir,
tomorrow it will become official. She gets her chance.
Sir, it's a campaign speech. She's not answering questions. She's just talking.
Well, I tell you what, it's working right now, isn't it?
Well, do you think that she shouldn't do an interview?
No. I think she should, and she will starting tomorrow.
Oh, she has an interview lined up for tomorrow? Huh?
Well, there will be questions regarding the Democratic platform as to what she agreed with or what she doesn't agree with.
No, I'm saying where tomorrow is she answering questions?
I'm not saying that she has announced that she will, but I guarantee you the press and what have you will be on her tomorrow after the platform is announced. You will hear it starting tomorrow.
Where are they going to be on her at?
With the questions regarding what does she want, what does she approve of.
But who's going to answer the questions?
The media selecting people in the media. I don't know if it's ABC, NBC, or CNN, but she will get questions from tomorrow on.
Where?
What do you mean where?
Where is she going to answer questions?
Tomorrow after the convention is over, she will be asked if she likes this platform, and they will expound on the questions and answers that she gives. That's when it will start tomorrow, Mr. Denali.
Okay, where can I watch this at?
I don't know where you can watch it at, but there will be interviews. There will be interviews. After this convention is over. I don't know what platform it will be. I don't know if CBS will have it. I don't know if NBC will have it. I don't know if CNN will have it.
You know that generally when an interview's coming up, they promote it. Like Elon Musk promoted the Donald Trump interview.
Oh, that was a waste of time too.
I didn't say listen, that's not my point. My thing is that she hasn't
I can't tell you when. I can't tell you where. All I do know, there will be interviews after tomorrow.
Okay.
After tomorrow.
I keep hearing every day I hear tomorrow, and tomorrow never seems to come.
Well, bank on tomorrow, sir. There will be.
Okay, where will you be at tomorrow? I'm going to call you up. I'm going to call you up and ask you where is the interview at?
I'm going to join you. I'm back from my little vacation right now, and I'm back in the loop. So I will join you, sir.
Okay, great. All right. HNIC, am I missing something? Is there some interview schedule that I'm missing, Mr. HNIC?
I haven't heard of anything yet, but it's actually pretty good tactic that they're doing that. It's almost like, in boxing, like if you have two counter punchers or you got a person that you know is a counter puncher. If you have like a Philly shell and just shell up and don't actually put anything out there, it's hard for them to actually grasp for something. In the 40 laws of power, there's I think law 4, always say less than necessary. If you actually, and then also the idea of saying
she ain't saying nothing. She's a mute.
But that's actually is to her favor, because then she's hyping up the base on the idea of good feelings. A lot of it they talk about her empathy and things of that nature, saying that she's cool-headed, everything else, and then also looking at her past of what she has done, and then not have to offer anything that you don't want to give ammo to the other side because they're chomping at the bit for that. Because remember that they were all geared up for Biden. And now since they're not with Biden, okay, well, where's the ammo that you're going to use? All right, well, you can put out.
Don't start digging the hole deeper. You are winning right now.
Why are you interrupting HNIC? He didn't interrupt you while you were speaking, sir.
So it's actually it's a shrewd tactic, even though like, hey, I'd rather see what you're running on and everything. But hey, when the window is even smaller, and then that's when you put that information out, it's a smaller window of them being able to produce things and then to attack and everything. So me personally, it's very shrewd. It's politics. It's not pretty. It's like Game of Thrones type stuff. But what they're doing, especially if that's not her strong point, because I remember back 4 years ago when I was looking at the debates with the Democratic convention and everything like that. I thought she was a very weak candidate and everything. I was surprised they even put her as a VP.
Well, he
But they're
promised her.
showing
That's what he
things up and
did. He
everything.
pandered to black women in South Carolina. That's why she's there.
Yeah. So I see that it's a shrewd move.
Do you think she's a DEI hire?
Oh no, that's that right there. That's going to get more people to vote for Harris. When you say stuff like that, that actually makes
No,
me
it's a question. I'm
more
just
impressive.
asking. I'm just asking because he did say in South Carolina, if you say black women saved his political ass, and he said he was going to put a black woman. They asked for this through Jim Clyburn, that they wanted a black woman on the Supreme Court. Biden said yes, and they want a female vice president, and Biden said yes.
How about this? If we say I don't know if a president says I want a southern person to run on the ticket, like JFK saying, hey, we need a Southern Democrat to run on the ticket and getting LBJ. Is LBJ a DEI vice president?
What is DEI? DEI means what? Diversity, what? Equity, and
Diversity,
inclusion.
equity, inclusion. So therefore he would be a DEI because he couldn't carry the South without LBJ. So is he a DEI candidate?
But isn't DI about it's like affirmative action, right?
Right, diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? So the diversity would be saying that we had JFK, he was a New Englander who knew nothing really about the South and everything, and Jim Crow South, and he says he needs a Southerner to be on his ticket. So he didn't get the best and brightest. He says I need me a Southerner, so he got LBJ. So then we could say LBJ was a diversity.
I always
and
thought
inclusion.
DI referred to race. You're saying if you're a YT person, you can also be a DEI hire?
I tell you this, when I look at the idea of college admissions, they will look at a young white person if they're poor and from like a different area, they will see that and consider that as a diversity or affirmative action and everything. I do remember on boards when it came to getting students in, they would say, hey, you know what? We're a New England or we're a state school in California. All right, we do want to get some diversity. Let's get this kid from Alabama who may have average grades, but you know what? He adds in diversity into the school and everything. So you do have to people look at it from a different aspect.
I don't know. To me, it sounds like that they're trying to run out the clock, and she's asking to be the number one person in the world. And I don't think it's crazy. I mean, I get the strategy, but how can you make an informed decision if she's trying to get those independents? Because her base is going to be with her. Trump's base is going to be with him. They're fighting for that 12 to 15% in the middle. And I don't know how well she's doing based on the fact that she hasn't had an interview. And I believe
Mr.Denali, it's like this, though. Like, how many people really look at policy? They look at maybe one or two. Unfortunately, that's how we are. They'll look at, feed us, delete us. They'll look at the border, and then economy, barely, even though the president doesn't really run that and everything. So if you're looking at, I don't know, the idea of tariffs and how that actually affects our pocketbook and actually makes it to where we have to pay more, because this ain't the late 1800s anymore. People, unfortunately, we are really behind when it comes to civic education. What we have right now, we made our bed. So like what's going on right now, this is all we the people's fault. So it's idiocracy. That's what I see it as. We're going a step towards idiocracy, whichever one we vote in. I'd rather, Harris get in, but we're still going steps towards idiocracy.
All right, guys. Let's continue. Give me a second, Nup. Let's continue to tap the screen. Don't forget about the gift goal. Been sitting there. I mean, like, can we get that gift goal done? Don't forget, if you don't want to gift on the gift goal, you can always drop something in the Cash App. Those type of donations help keep the show going, helps for the Wi-Fi, all my time, all those things like that. If you enjoy what's going on, you enjoy what I do, especially when I go out on the road. If you see those interviews with the young man who was in prison for 49 years and 4 months, He was going to be on the show very soon. We're going to do a one-on-one interview with him. But those are the things that I like to do. I'm going to the border, either September or October. Put my eyes on the border, those kind of things like that. We're going to the debate watch parties when that happens on September 10th. Those are the things I really love doing, getting out there with the people and bringing those things to you guys instead of me sitting in my dining room and talking to you all. So don't forget, that's how the show continues to evolve, grow, and more things that we'll be bringing to the audience as we continue on our road to 10,000, 20,000 followers, okay? That's what we got. Mr. Nup, real quickly. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Miss Sil had something. I cut her off. What is, or maybe she cut me off. I can't remember which way. Miss Sil, you wanted to say something?
No, I think you guys were talking about DEI and I guess like what qualifies, but for the most part, like HNIC, he seemed like he have handled it. I just was going to add in, doesn't it also include people who may have disabilities, and it opens the door for more people who are qualified for those positions to actually be looked at and considered. That was all I was going to say. But like I said, HNIC, he handled it.
Okay, cool. Nup, yes?
Okay, it's 10:47 p.m. It's Thursday night. Would anyone on this panel would disagree that as of this time, right now, that Mrs. Harris is winning this thing with Mr. Trump?
Well, it's Wednesday at 10:47.
Yeah. Would anyone disagree with that?
I disagree.
Oh, you think Trump is ahead?
Yes, but the main reason I say that is because if you look at Polymarket, it's been the most accurate the last 4 elections. It's had 100% accuracy rating versus every other,
No, 538 is pretty good too, and Real Clear Politics has just a difference from what you're stating. Right now, there is no doubt the enthusiasm and everything is with Miss Harris, and from Trump's behavior and the statements and everything, he is losing. If the election were held tomorrow, I guarantee you, Miss Harris would get elected.
I think it depends on who you're around. I think it depends on who you're around. The people I'm around, everyone around me is talking Trump. So I think it depends on your environment and who you're around.
Because you are in the Trump area, maybe, but the people that I am around,
depends on who you're around.
They are talking Harris. So there you go.
Exactly, that's my point. You made my point.
Yeah, but I tell you, right now, see who you're around, but right now, more people are leaning Harris than Trump, and they know it too. Even Fox News said it earlier today. So right now, no politician is going to change what is winning for them. They're not going to do it. Why should they? Right now, just let it play out for a couple of days. Let it go the way it's going. And even, like I said, Fox News, they're giving Miss Harris the advantage. And
that's not what Fox News is saying. And I watch Fox News also.
No, I have to disagree with you. I have to say Denali's right on that. If Kamala doesn't start taking action to, voice her opinions, she's going to fall further and further behind in the polls because nobody knows what she's standing on, and it's just going to be a ghost campaign before the actual election takes place because nobody knows nothing about anything in the Harris administration, and it's going to. I hate to tell you, Nup, if she don't start doing interviews and debates, she's just going to fall further and further behind in the polls. Currently, right now, she's actually
behind. I disagree with you that she is behind in the polls.
She is currently. If you look on Polymarket,
look at Real Clear Politics and look at 538 and look at the Siena poll. Look at the Quinnipiac poll. They are different.
They've actually been wrong previously. The previous time. The only successful 100% in the past 4 elections has been Polymarket. If you look at Polymarket,
I don't know anything about Polymarket. Never heard of it.
Well, it's the only one that I can tell you in the last elections has been 100% correct.
I can tell you that 538 and Real Clear Politics, which is a conglomeration of all the average of the polls, say differently. And they have been correct many, many times, and they have been wrong. And I am sticking with them.
I would like to say that she's having momentum and everybody's happy and cheering and laughing. But what she doesn't have in her favor is when people go to the grocery store to get groceries, or when they have to pay their rent or their
Well, right
mortgage,
now
they're not
inflation is
happy,
at
and it goes right
2.9.
back to like, dang
You're
it.
exactly right, Yo-Yo.
And they're reminded every day when they have to go pay
Poly
something.
Market?
So,
I'm looking for it. I don't see anything Poly Market polls.
I never heard of it
Market.
before.
Hold on.
Hang on, I'm looking Poly. I'm assuming POLI.
You're gonna put you on a polyamorous dating site.
Okay, Poly Market. Okay. I've never heard of this thing. I found it.
So let me explain to
don't
you
forget
why.
Hillary was winning. And see what happened.
Poly Market actually predicted Trump winning. You know why? Okay, so let me explain to you how Poly Market works. It's different than, a regular poll system. What it's based off of is the sheer amount of dollars that a campaign has, as far as support. And usually that's what defines an administration winning.
That's true, because if it was about money, Michael Bloomberg would have been the president.
Yeah, right now, Kamala has $500 million, the DNC.
Give me a second, Nup. Do you agree with that, Mr. Nick?
So it has nothing to do with the individual who's running as far as their dollar, amount they have in a savings account. It has everything to do with how much financial support a campaign has received and has the potential to receive. And as far as the last 4 elections, it's been the only 100% accurate poll. And, as far as that goes, if it's been the most accurate the last 4 polls, why would I not trust it more than any other, CNN, Fox News that just take a hand?
Can I say a few things?
I'll take a look at this. I'll take a look at this Poly Market. I'll do some research on it because this is the first time I've heard about Poly Market. I want to hear from Miss Kim. Miss Kim, you've been waiting patiently. Appreciate you being here. What you got, Miss Kim?
Well, I don't really have anything to say in regards to the polls because.
No. Whatever you want to say, go ahead. It's about the political system. Go ahead.
Well, I said something earlier, but nobody answered my question.
What was your question?
My question was to the Trump supporters because they always talk about the border. And I heard on a live earlier that in 2019, under Trump, was the largest influx of immigrants for a president at that time. And there was a rise 68%. It rose 68%.
Well,
and then I also, let me finish. And then the reason the numbers went down was because of the Title 42, which was not him, it was the CDC. And then once the CDC removed the Title 42 is when they tried to pass the bill for immigration laws, but the Republicans shut it down.
Right. The Republicans shut it down. You talking about the immigration bill? Yes.
Trump right. So my question is, everyone talks about the border, but are they aware that in 2019 it rose 68% under Trump? And
did
also,
you look that up yourself, or you just heard that on a live? Did you look
then
that up yourself?
I went to research it after I heard it on the live. I went to research it myself, and it was and that's where I got the factual numbers from. And then also that he took, I don't know the exact number for this because I don't remember, but he took, I think it was like $3 billion or $3 million from veteran funds to build the wall.
You are correct.
Well, so Kim, you mind if I respond?
Let me state this. Let me state this, y'all. Okay.
Who wanted to respond to that? Was that HNIC?
That was me.
Come on, okay, Duke, what you got?
So
let me state this, okay?
Hey, Duke, let's go.
Let me state this. All right. Donald Trump did have a problem with the border. This is why he worked with Mexico to get the stay in Mexico policy. Okay. and then the stay in Mexico policy started working. Then COVID come along, and then it was title. I think it was Title 42 or something like that. All the policies to stem the flow of the migrants, or I'm gonna say illegal aliens, because I'm here in Texas. I'm a border state. We're the main state that's having a problem with illegals.
Well,
And
let's
so,
use undocumented people. Let's not use illegal. People aren't
well,
illegal.
Joe Biden called them illegal,
I
so
don't
that's
care
what I'm
what Joe
calling.
Biden did. Just because he did doesn't mean it's right. Yes, use on this platform. I would prefer that people use undocumented people.
Is the end of the word you want me to change? Before
I'll let you know if you say something else I want you to change. I'll make a list.
Undocumented people.
Yeah, let's use that. We want to be respectful to human beings.
I'm being respectful because if they break the laws, then they're illegal.
I understand what you're doing. I'm asking you to respect my show and that I don't want to use that word. I'd rather us use undocumented people.
All right. Since the undocumented people, since the tide of flow was slowed down, okay, because you can never completely stop it, and Trump ran on building a wall, okay, and all that was in place when Joe Biden came in office. Now, Joe Biden decided to take all of Trump's policies according to the border and turn it back around. So I don't know what the problem is. A lot of people that comment on the border don't even live in border states. Y'all live up north somewhere, middle America, East Coast.
I live in Los Angeles, so I live in a border state. And what I just quoted you were facts. In 2019, under Trump, there was the largest increase of undocumented coming across. It rose to over 68%. And at that time, it was the largest amount of any president.
Ma'am, did you hear what I said? Or are you just listening to respond? I
heard what you said, but what you said wasn't correct.
What did I say, ma'am?
It did not decrease.
Ma'am, I just agreed with what you just said.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Okay.
I didn't hear
you agree.
What did I say?
Sorry.
What did I say?
You were correct, and then to remain in Mexico and to stop the air.
I thought you said it decreased.
Ma'am, see, you wasn't really listening. Wait, hold on, ma'am. So you really wasn't listening. You was already in defense mode for the minute I started talking, right?
No, you don't have to say that because I'm being very calm. I was listening. My volume is low, and that's what I heard.
Okay.
There's no reason.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
And the other part was.
Give me a second, Yo-Yo. You misspoke. Do continue your point. Let's keep the conversation going, okay?
Somebody else had a question. I'm gonna see what they wanted to say.
Duke, I was just going to say, and then the other point about the money for the wall. To build the wall. I don't like the way you worded it because you said he took it from veterans. He didn't take it from veterans. He took it from a military fund that was for like fighter jets and certain weapons and things. It wasn't from veterans like people.
Nothing.
So I don't like the way you worded it. You said veterans like people. It wasn't from people. It's like we're sending weapons over like Ukraine, like similar to that.
Okay.
Yeah, similar to that. Like we're
As a veteran, nothing has been taken from Veterans Affairs and Veterans
but she said
funds.
veterans, and I didn't like that.
Yeah.
It was weapons.
She did say
fighter
that.
jets and then fighter jets and things like that.
Okay, so if
sure
it
was
actually
earmarked
for
veterans,
to
be honest,
if
you want to look it up.
But
I just looked it up. It literally says that it was weapons and fighter jets. I just looked it up. On NPR.
I'll double check it in a minute. Who all here is a veteran? Who all here is a veteran? Except for Mr. Rowe. Who all here is a veteran except for Mr. Rowe?
What's your point?
Mr. T, Big T. Who else is a veteran?
What's your point?
I'm just asking. Do I have to have a point? Can I ask a question?
I mean, you ask a question, I would believe that you would have a reason for it. What's your reason?
Let me try to talk a little softer, okay? Maybe I can bring the atmosphere
Can I
down.
ask you the question I've been trying to ask you for a couple minutes now? You said that Joe Biden came in and reversed all Trump's policies. I don't think you were listening to her when she said those policies were in place, and as soon as they ended, that's when the bipartisan bill came into effect. Do you know when those bills were actually reversed and no longer in effect under Joe Biden's administration? Because you're acting like they were repealed as soon as Biden came in.
He did. He
Yes,
signed an
yes,
executive
yes,
order.
Joe.
Put it on.
Yes, hold on. Wait a
No,
minute.
no, no,
Stop.
no.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
That's not what I said. So what
Hold
I
on. Wait a minute, ma'am. Hold on just a second. Let me answer him. Joe Biden came in and repealed the policy executive order, the stay in Mexico policy. Did he not?
Well, let's bring up the date. I'll Google it for you, but I'm pretty sure that stayed in effect till 2023.
No, I think that what happened was Biden tried to do it, and then he went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said no, something to that effect. If I'm remembering correctly, I've done it. I got so much in my head.
I was referring to Title 42, and that was the CDC who put that in place, and the CDC.
Didn't the Supreme Court end it?
Oh, Biden ended it in February 2021.
Title 42 ended in May of 2023.
Okay.
And that was the
remained in
CDC.
Mexico.
The CDC stopped Title 42, not Biden.
Okay. All right.
I'm looking for Remain in Mexico.
Remain in Mexico ended in 21 or 22?
21.
No,
February
that's
21.
when he tried to. It got kicked back then.
Right, but the courts ended it because he was trying to. He wanted to. I forget. Okay, it ended under Biden. Let's just say that. Okay.
Yeah, no, I know, but he made it sound like he ended it as soon as Biden walked in, and that's not true.
Well, Biden did overturn some of the executive orders of his first day. So I mean,
but that's why I was asking if you knew when they actually ended. That's what I was asking.
Okay. All right, Big T. What do you got, sir? Let's give Big T an opportunity.
I don't know. I'm sitting here watching the DNC, and I watched the Republicans convention as well. And this is nothing like the Republicans convention. This is knocking it out of the park.
That shit's awesome.
And Oprah just came out with an endorsement. And you know when Oprah endorses something, what goes on with that?
I don't know. Does she have the same pull that she used to have?
It's usually a win. It doesn't matter. Oprah, when she endorses something, it usually it goes to the top of the ticket. It's a done deal. So I mean, y'all can hang it. Y'all can hang it up right now.
Didn't she endorse Hillary Clinton in 2016?
Yes. I've never seen nothing that Oprah has endorsed that hasn't.
Big T, didn't she endorse Hillary Clinton in 2016? Didn't she endorse Hillary Clinton in 2016?
She endorsed Hillary Clinton. Yes.
But she never came out and spoke for her. She was just on stage here. All right, she gave a ringing endorsement.
Okay, all right. I mean, okay. I mean, you saying she just said a statement, or did she?
I'm saying no. She didn't make a statement. She just came out.
I'm talking about 2016.
2016. She said she endorsed it. So I mean, I guess you could say that she endorsed it, but she came out and gave a ringing endorsement for Kamala Harris.
All right.
She just spoke on the DNC. All right.
Yeah, I saw it. Okay. All right.
If you think people are more concerned about something being lit in a party
don't worry
versus their
about
bills
it.
they got to pay every
all
day,
right,
then okay.
You'll be all right.
Hey, Mr.
You guys
Denali.
also look up. So Biden tried to re-order down.
Get along with the American people.
Mr. Denali.
When something happens for the American people, it happens for everybody. So you guys are still involved. Don't worry about it.
If you guys look it up, Biden tried to reset Title 42 and remain in Mexico, and he tried to water him down and reforce him. The judge said no.
Mr. Denali. Mr. Denali. I just wanted to not endorse.
Talk at once. Everybody can't talk at once. Let's get some order here. Justin, what is it that you're trying to say?
I was trying to go back to the other things we were talking about. If you look, Biden tried to water down Remain in Mexico and Title 42 and reinforce them, and a federal judge shot them down in July of 2023 also. So he tried to tone them down after the court said no and resubmit them, and they still got shot down then. So trying to say he was weak on it when Trump's policies lasted for a little while and he tried to resubmit them watered down, that's just bullcrap.
All right. Anything else, Justin? Or you got what you wanted to say?
No,
Okay, great.
Can I say something really quick before the
Yes.
argument keep going again? Okay. So I'm going to say good night, but before I go, I just wanted to say thank you because I felt like I probably was a little rude earlier. You defend me. I appreciate you for always defending me, having my back. So I wanted to just make sure I said that on the platform, not behind the scenes.
You were
So thank you
rude?
for just a little rude. I think I was, maybe just a little bit.
Which part?
Because I think I said I didn't need you to defend me. If I did, I apologize. Sometimes when things get a little heated, I go a different way. So I just wanted to say thank you for defending me. If I was rude, I do apologize. And I wanted to say it on the platform in front of those who did hear it. And again, keep up all the good work. Thank you for everything that you do. And hey,
Hey,
Mr.
Miss Hill.
EK.
Hey, Miss
Um,
Hill.
Officially, hi, yo, hi, everybody on the platform. Do keep everybody on their toes with all of your antics. And again, good night, everybody. Keep going. I'm gonna keep
Good night,
watching the
Michelle.
DNC, and I'm sure
Don't
I'll
do
fall
that to
asleep.
him.
Hey, Big C. Hey, Mr. J. Rod. I'm gonna keep watching the DNC, and I'm sure I'm gonna fall asleep on that. So, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Hi.
All right.
Hey, Mr. Denali, I'm also getting ready to leave out of here. I want to say this before I leave.
Okay.
I've been watching, as an independent, I've been watching the Democratic Party here in the past month and a half. They just got through having a divorce, which one person didn't like to leave. And so they went out and they found them another wife. And now they're having a marriage. And the marriage party is going very well right now. They're going to have a honeymoon right after this marriage, and the honeymoon period time is gonna be just wonderful. But then the honeymoon is going to end, and when the honeymoon ends, then I'm going to start watching the polls. It's always a good time during the marriage and the honeymoon. Everybody's happy. Everybody loves the new wife or the new husband, as we call him. Just one right after the other. Didn't even take time to heal. They don't have time. They gotta hurry up and get in the house. So I'm gonna watch this right after the honeymoon. Thank y'all for having me up here. I hope y'all have a good night.
All right, Duke. Appreciate you. See you
I'm gonna
later.
remind you of them words, Duke. Trust me when I tell you.
You want to hear something about the polls?
All right. Okay.
I'd like to ask Yo-Yo a
Now,
question.
Wait, hang on one
I got.
second. Mr. Rowe, you had something?
Yeah, I was just saying for all of the people that's concerned about the polls, if they hadn't dropped, Trump spends not just Trump, I'm just using his name as an example. Trump have spent mega dollars on polls. Biden have spent mega dollars on polls. And that's why he dropped out of the race, because the polls told him he could not win. Kamala has spent mega dollars on polls now, and the polls are telling her that she is winning. And this is why Trump now want to have debates. If you can remember, Trump did not want to debate because he was winning. He didn't debate nobody this whole run. Not nobody in his party, nobody. All of a sudden now he want to have 3 debates because he's losing. So for anybody that talk about the people I'll be around and they're saying it's not the people, it's the polls. The polls that they pay millions of dollars to tell them where I'm doing bad at, where I need to go out there and do work. Trump has just last week had to overthrow his whole staff because he was losing. He got a brand new staff now, and he's trying to do a whole different shift. Kamala is in the lead, and she's playing it like she's in the lead. She does not have to sit down and do no conversation or interviews because she's in the lead. She will do interviews. She will do them, but everything is on her own good time. And after the DNC is over with, she's gonna get a bigger bump. So this is just the way politics is played. So you can take it the way you want on either side. If the Republican side is winning, if the Democratic side is winning, I'm telling you, everybody pay to have their polls done. And their polls are telling them that Trump is losing. Denali put polls up all the time. You don't see what the polls say when he put them up. I know everybody looked behind him. And the polls had, Denali had, last I saw, it was 50 to 46 or 50 to 44. Denali, no, he'll put it up for y'all. But I just had to say that because I'm sitting back, I'm listening, and I'm like, wow, where's all this stuff coming from? And I'm done.
All right, let's
So
go
I
to
think what you're saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Hey Kim, is Kim still up here?
Listen, hang on 1 second, Yo-Yo. Big T, you had a question for Mr. Rowe real quick?
Yeah, I think Mr. Rowe, what you're saying according to the polls is Harris is leading, and the thing is, and I think Donald Trump even used the same analogy: if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yep.
Exactly, because you know good and well, if Trump was leading, he wouldn't sit down and do no interviews with
Not
nobody.
a thing.
And I beg to differ with Duke. I'm sorry, I beg to differ with Duke, talking about how good Trump is in debates. Evidently, he lost to Biden the last time out, and now he's a 78-year-old man that drifts in and out. Kamala will tear him from limb to limb. She's gonna use her prosecutorial skills on him and go back at him and call him
Mr.
a
Rowe, I know
convict.
you didn't just say. I know you didn't just say he
I'm
lost
not
to Biden.
finished, EK. You hear me?
I'm just saying. He didn't lose to
Wait till
Biden.
I
That's why
finish.
Biden ain't even in the race no more. Cut it out, man. Cut it out.
Exactly.
Let him finish, and we'll address that.
Let Mr. Rowe finish.
Exactly.
And then we'll go to Yo-Yo, J-Rod, and then EK.
Exactly, EK. That's what I said. You probably didn't catch it, but I said this is why Biden dropped out of the race, because the polls told him that he was behind. He could not win. Did I say anything wrong? I'm just asking, but I'm done.
I mean,
you said Trump lost to Biden in the last debate. That's what you said. Now, maybe you didn't mean to say that, but that's what you said.
No. I said Trump. Oh, if I didn't, I meant Trump lost to Biden in the election. I'm not talking about no last debate where Trump lied and Biden was
you
shot.
meant to say election, but you said debate. You said debate.
Exactly.
A lot of people think Trump lost the debate, but the optics were so bad it didn't matter.
The only difference that I would say is that, Mr. Rowe, if she wants to be the top spot, she's got to do an interview. If she wants to attract the independents, she's got to do an interview. It's no way that she needs to.
Let me ask you a question. Who she have to do an interview for? You?
The 12
because,
to 15.
Because everybody else voting for.
The 12 to 15% of independents who don't know who she is. That's who. She's not doing that for the base, because the base is going to support her. You've seen the interviews I did. It doesn't matter what she does, they're going to vote for her.
Right.
Same thing on the Trump side. It doesn't matter what he does, they're going to vote for Trump. They're both fighting for the 12 to 15%. And other independents that I have spoken to, they say that she should do a debate because not a debate, of course, but an interview because they don't know much about her. That's it.
But do you think Trump really has a Republican Party base?
Look, and I'm not debating that. I'm saying she will do a debate, but the 12 to 15% is not that high anyway, but let's just say the 12%.
It is that high.
It's not that high, the independent.
I don't think either one has got over 46%.
The independent, okay, I'm saying, even if I take your figures, they know Trump. They know Trump, and they do not want Trump. That's what I'm saying.
Well, why the independents undecided then?
I mean, that's simple, because they're undecided. They
Right,
tell you they're undecided.
Mr. Rogers, you say they know Trump, so it seems like
they know Trump.
It would seem that if they know Trump and you're saying they don't want Trump, then they wouldn't be undecided because they only have two choices, basically.
That's not true. They undecided because
and she told all the independents to follow her.
Let me answer that.
Yeah.
They independent because that's the way it shows up on their voting card. I'm an independent. I'm a Democrat. I'm a Republican. That's what they are. But a lot of them know which way they're voting.
Are they not sharing that? Are you saying they're holding it back?
Are you talking to 12 to 15% of the people?
Right.
Are you just talking to a few people on the street?
No. Well, you know, come on, Mr. Rowe.
That's what I'm telling you.
No, I'm saying, you know, the polls, they only do 750 people to 1,500 at the most.
Yeah, so for me and the rest of the folks that's sitting there in the comments and on the panel, would you, when you get a chance, pull it and put it up on your screen back there so they can see what the polls are?
Okay.
Because I think a lot of people just do that for me.
Because I put the polls out from 538, I think it was last week. And, in a couple of battleground states, she's up 2%, things like that. It's within the margin of error. Average of 5 polls across the U.S. has Harris up by 1 point at this point when I put it up last week. Okay?
Can I ask you guys, do you think those polls are always going to skew in favor of Republicans? I believe that because most young people will not take a poll to save their life, and young people typically vote Democratic.
I don't know if that's true because I have been polled on my cell phone. My son has been polled on his cell phone. He's 18.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not saying that's the absolute, but I'm saying they're finding different ways to get polling.
They need to. I'm glad to hear that.
Polling is generally correct. Of course, there's no 100%, but I think they're finding different ways to get to people because most people don't have landlines anymore, and they're getting to people on their cell phone. I mean, I got plenty of texts from organizations saying, "Hey, we need a poll. What do you think about this issue? What do you think about that issue?" So it happens to me a lot. I don't know why, but it does because many people come and say, "I've never been polled." I've been polled several times. Of course, I have sat on 3 juries. Maybe that has something to do with it. I'm not sure. All right. Okay. Miss Yo-Yo, did you want to say anything real quickly before we go to J-Rod and then EK?
Oh, no, I was going to say, I think, Kim, you're still up here, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
I was going to say EK is a walking computer of statistics. You could ask him that 2019 question. I'm pretty sure he can give you the answer.
I don't want to go back to immigration right now.
I don't want to talk to EK.
Okay.
You don't want to, what's wrong with EK?
Well, I was just saying he's a walking computer of statistics. So.
I know.
Right,
so I was just saying he would know the definite answer to that question.
All right, let's give J-Rod an opportunity. J-Rod, he's been waiting patiently.
Okay. Yeah, I can sing, man. That's why.
Thank you for coming. We'll see you around, sir. Thank you.
I want to say one thing here. You talked about Oprah did endorse Hillary. She did not endorse Hillary. She endorsed Obama.
He wasn't running in 16, sir. It was Trump and Hillary.
All right.
What are you saying, Mr. J-Rod? You waited for that to tell me that, sir?
When she was, well, okay, all right. I'm just saying the time when she and Obama run.
Hillary was only in the general election.
In the primary. Well, anyway, I still got something to say about her tonight. She came and she gave a story about, I forgot the lady name who got busted to a school, and it turned out that all the white kids, people took their kids out to school, so there was only 2 of them in there, and 2 little black girls. Well, then she followed into the time when Kamala was busted, you know, but she says she is an independent, and she asked all the independent. That's what she did tonight, telling them that this is an election that for them to go out and vote for character, decency, and you know. Anyway, well, she made a plea to the independents to vote for Kamala. Now, about I know we don't want to continue talking about the border scenario, but a guy that was up here that he was arguing with you about the wall, and when you asked him if he knew Steve Bannon, well, Steve Bannon didn't only steal the money; he went to jail, and Trump pardoned him. That's even worse. And I'm done. That's all I had to say.
All right, great. EK, you're up next.
Yo, what's up? I don't know what you guys were talking about because I came in. I was watching the DNC.
It's okay.
I think Kamala should be up more than 1 point based on all of the positive press that she's gotten and all of the negative press that Trump has. So I wouldn't be celebrating and thinking you guys are going to win this. She should be up 4, 5, or 6 points at this point because she hasn't taken a hit yet.
I disagree. Kay. You know what?
Let me finish.
We got the VP candidate, Tim Walz. Let's listen to his speech.
Go ahead.
Hey, he's a clown.
Well,
watch how goofy he looks.
Let's give him an opportunity.
I'll tell you why I disagree, okay? Remember.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight. Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska, a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what, growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years. My dad, a Korean War era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets! We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district. But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher. Never. I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work, making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut the cost of prescription drugs and helped people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours. We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you, you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call. The pit in your stomach when the phone would ring, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations free to pollute your air and water. And banks free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class. They'll repeal the Affordable Care Act. They'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And they will ban abortion across this country, with or without Congress. Here's the thing. It's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's also wrong. And it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us that the next 4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching every year, we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you. I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead. Say it with me. We're not going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president, she's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators and fraudsters. She's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time, 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field. That's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first. Healthcare and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community is left behind, where nobody gets told they don't belong. That's how we're gonna fight. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
All right. Short, I guess, and sweet, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, let me get in, Mr. Denali, because I was talking before he came on. Let me finish up what I was saying, if you're good with that. First of all, I agree with you 100%, Mr. Denali. That was her big first fumble, was picking this clown. The guy said that his father was a Korean era Vietnam veteran, and they left him with huge medical bills. And I question that because he's a liar. First of all, the guy would have got free medical care for the rest of his life being a veteran through the VA. So I don't know how he left him with a bunch of debt. But again, all of that will eventually come out, just like his stolen valor has come out. And I also found out that when they said football coach that led him to the state champion, I played football in high school. Didn't play in college, but I played in high school. We had a full-time coach and assistant coach and an assistant to that. Turns out he was just a volunteer guy who came out and helped on the side. He was not a coach, like he's the head coach that led them to a state champion. Again, he keeps embellishing his achievements, and that's concerning to me. The guy is not serious. He's a clown. She chose him because she knew he would not compete with him. That's why she didn't take Shapiro, who was a much more accomplished guy and would show up Kamala Harris. I'm really not worried about this, and I can't wait for the debate. And one last thing I'll say, he's actually putting down J.D. Vance because he went to Yale for medical school. He actually went to Ohio State for undergraduate. But yet and still, whenever they talk about Kamala Harris, they talk about her accomplishments of being a lawyer, this, that, and the other, and everything else, and how smart she is. But on the same token, when it comes to J.D. Vance, they want to put him down for going to Yale, which seems hypocritical to me. So I'll leave it right there at that.
All right.
I think that when it comes to that kind of stuff, I am an engineer, but I believe in kids or people who do not have that level to be able to advance in whatever level they're able to do. I believe that the world needs all of us, even the people working at McDonald's, the undocumented that we talked about, that's picking the fruits in the field. Without them, we ain't gonna have no. When we go to the supermarket, there ain't gonna be nothing there because Americans is not going to do that. So when it comes to that part of the high education and the low education and the stuff, yes, he talked about Yale with J.D. Vance, and he talked about his kids didn't go to Yale, but it means to me that you can advance no matter where you are, and especially today, there are a lot of jobs, good paying jobs that does not require you to be at Yale or Harvard or none of those places. And those are even more jobs that needs to be done. For me, what was touching, I'm a father, and I also I'm a son. And what was touching to me was seeing his son when he spoke about the fertility drug to have his kids, and his little boy looked up and was crying and pointed his hand at him and says, "That's my dad." That brought tears to my eye, because that, no matter what we think about Vance, about him, his his little son was proud as hell to see his father up there, and each one of us who have children, we should know how that feels.
Yeah, J.D. Vance's kids, I'm sure, would do the same thing and be just as proud as their father. That's not proving nothing, J-Rod. What is that saying? Everybody's kids are going to be proud of their parents for the most part. Trump's kids are proud of him. What is
That's
that
what
saying?
I said. That's what I said.
No, you're making it look like it's unique to him.
I didn't say it was unique to him.
Well, no, it is unique to him, PK.
I said that
That's
touched
his
me.
son, and his son is looking at him.
Everybody's son is looking to them.
Yeah, well, I mean, have a little humility for a son and his father.
That's exactly what I was trying to get.
I'm sure you would feel
that's exactly
overwhelming pride when you see your kids stand up and do something, or your father.
I have a question.
So what do you mean
That
by
was my point. Absolutely, that is universal.
Okay,
so it's nothing unique about
he
him.
made that mention. That's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with that.
What's your question, Gen X?
I want to know. I wonder how his son is going to be looking at him and feeling toward him when he grows up and finds out that his father passed a bill to unalive babies up full term.
Hang on a second. We're gonna
lock him in.
I don't know.
That's not true.
I don't know if that's true.
Not true.
It's not true.
Wait, hang on a second, Miss Gen X.
Hang
on. Are you saying infanticide, Miss Gen X?
Do what?
Are you saying he's for infanticide?
Full term. There's no limit. Full term. Look it up.
Okay, we're gonna check it.
Look it up.
Yeah,
okay.
She's right.
His son's going to look at it.
She's right. Up until the ninth month.
Isn't that illegal in every state?
First of all,
No.
at 9 months, it's a
not.
baby.
In California and in New York, you can do it up until the time of birth.
A baby
Y'all
that's
better
ready to
look it
be
up.
born. Okay. All of this is
I'm gonna look it up.
California is only up to 6 months.
I'm going to.
No, it's
look
not.
Up,
it's up to 9 months in California.
I'm going to look up Minnesota AB law. Okay. All right. Ms. Tanji, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just agree with Gen X. Just look it up. That's it.
All right. Big T, go ahead.
Pointed or right. And it makes absolutely no sense. At 8 months, you can take and have a baby that is able to sustain life outside of the womb. All right, so why would they take
it? 8 months is 24 weeks.
To even
How
suggest
is it
that.
that
24
Big
weeks is
T
viable.
talking
Makes no
and everybody
sense.
wants to talk over him?
Hold on.
He didn't
My
interrupt you,
twin.
Mr. J. Rod. Give Big T his opportunity to speak.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
No, it makes no sense. I mean, for people to say that they're aborting children at 8 and 9 months of pregnancy. That's when you deliver children. So why would they have the need to do that? That's then murder.
Hey, I didn't.
That's
Hey,
what
Big
that
T,
is.
I
Miss
didn't
Jenna,
pass the
you're absolutely
bill.
wrong.
Big
You're
T, I
wrong.
didn't pass the
You
bill.
shouldn't say that.
Let the man
God
talk.
And
did.
it's not nice.
He did it. I didn't do it. He
I
did it.
am
I'm just a
looking.
No, no,
messenger.
he didn't do it.
Listen to
And
me.
you're
I'm
wrong.
looking
Show
up
me the
the
proof
bill.
of that.
I'm looking it up.
Saying it because there was one case in
Well,
Virginia
Mr.
where
Denali
at
just said
9
he looking
months
it up,
the
Big
baby
T.
had to.
Big T.
Could you
Big
excuse me
T.
for a minute, Miss? No,
No, I'm
Miss
just saying
Taji,
he's looking
excuse
it
me
up.
so
No,
I
I'm
can
just saying
finish.
he's
Have
looking
the
it up.
floor.
No, I'm telling you.
No, you can't tell nothing.
I'm telling
He's
you
looking
because
it
I
up.
know
Big
it as a
T.
fact.
Big
The
T.
reason
Big
why
T. Big
they
T.
say
Big T.
that.
Big T. Can I look it up? Can we go to something
Sure you
else?
can. And
I'll
you'll
look it
find
up.
out. Okay.
I can't wait for the debate between J.D. Vance and this clown. He's going to get massacred, and he's going to call him on all his lies. J.D. Vance is brilliant. He's brilliant.
Still wet behind the ears, man.
He's brilliant. Did you know about his upbringing, about his mother being on drugs, living in Appalachia, having 4 different stepfathers, and that this is the 4th name that he's had, that he had a hard knocks life coming up? He went to Ohio. First, he went to the military, then he went to Ohio State, and then he went.
I know
he wrote a
exactly how
bestseller.
he got there.
How did he get there?
I seen the movie.
I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about before he wrote Hillbilly Elegy.
So how did he even afford to go to Yale?
Scholarships and yes, because he served in the military.
No, I
he
can
served
tell
in
you
the
how.
military.
No, it wasn't the military.
Internships.
Yes,
No,
it
it wasn't the military.
Internships.
It was
and scholarships.
It was donors from the Heritage Foundation.
He did
That's what it
internships,
was.
DT.
So what? Even if that, I don't know if that's
No,
if that's the case
where
or
it was
not.
from.
So what?
All right.
So what?
But yet
So
you
what?
talk about a gentleman that.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with it.
Then why? Well, then why are you even bringing it up?
I'm pointing it out because you're talking about.
First of all, I don't believe it. But even if it's true, it doesn't matter.
Well, take a look. Don't believe me.
It doesn't matter.
How about your facts?
And so he had sponsors that sent him to college because they believed in him. That's a good thing, don't you think?
No, they don't think like that.
Well, you first have to figure out why.
Oh, Denali.
I see now.
I also meant to add that children can have ABs too. There's no age limit on that too.
I'm reading it. Please just let me get it so I can bring the facts. Okay.
Mr. Denali, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Have you had your Tito's tonight?
Why am I even sitting here arguing with y'all?
Have you had
Get your Tito's, Mr. Denali. It's gonna be a long
Hey, you guys have a good night.
Y'all stressing out, Mr. Denali.
EK. I looked it up, and in California, you cannot get an abortion past 24 weeks.
I'll see you guys later.
Bye-bye. Good night.
Okay.
Well, that's a good thing. What about New York?
I didn't look up New York. I live in California.
Look up New York. Look up New York.
EK, is that true? Is that true that he wasn't really a coach?
I looked that up too, and he was the defense coordinator.
He wasn't even that. He's an assistant.
I just looked it up, and on Forbes magazine, it says he was the defense coordinator. I just looked.
Do you know anything about football? Because I play football. Do you know anything about football?
That don't mean nothing, EK. He got a rank.
He got a rank. He's an assistant.
He was the defense coordinator.
No, he wasn't.
Do you guys want me to read it, or you guys just?
Yeah. We know that Mr. T was wrong. Go on and read it.
Okay. So it says Democratic leaders took advantage, of their new control of both houses legislated to rush the bill through in the first month of the 2023 legislative session. They credit the backlash against the Supreme Court decision that summoned to reverse Roe v. Wade for their takeover of the state Senate and keeping their House majority in a year when Republicans expected to make gains. After last year's landmark decision across the country, we're the first state to take legislative action to put these protections in place, Wall said at a signing ceremony flanked by over 100 lawmakers, providers, and other advocates who worked to pass the bill. AB rights were already protected under a 1995 Minnesota Supreme Court decision known as Doe v. Gomez, which held at the state constitution protects AB rights, and the district court judge last summer declared unconstitutional several restrictions that previous legislators had put in place, including a 24-hour waiting period and a parental notification requirement for minors. Opponents decried the bill as an extreme, saying that it had and other fast-track legislation will leave Minnesota with essentially no restrictions on AB at any stage of pregnancy. The leaders of the Senate and House GOP minorities, Mark Johnson, urged Walz in a letter Monday to veto the bill, saying the Democratic majorities rejected dozens of amendments that Republican lawmakers proposed as guardrails, including prohibitions on third trimester ABs except to save the patient's life. But the White House welcomed Walz's signature on the bill, noting that Minnesota is the first state legislator to codify protections into law this year. Press Secretary initiative to defund access to AB in California, Canada. Congressional continue their support for extreme policies, including a national AB ban. The president and vice president are calling on Congress to restore the protection of road in a federal law. So basically saying that in the law that there's no restriction at any time. I have to get the law to really get into it, and we can get into that later on in the week. But you know.
Oh, and they don't have to notify the parents either of a.
Said here that they said had put in several. Okay, wait, hang on a second. Let me read it. And the district court declared unconstitutional several restrictions that previous legislators had put in place, including a 24-hour waiting period and a parental notification requirement for minors. So it looks like they took that out. So there is no waiting period, and parents don't have to be notified for minors. It had other fast track will leave Minnesota essentially no restrictions on AB at any stage of pregnancy. Okay, that's what it says.
Is that serious?
Huh?
What?
Reading what it says. I mean, if I'm wrong, it's AP. That's where I got it from.
That's crazy.
Yo.
So Gen X was right, and Mr. T was wrong.
No restrictions? Are they serious?
That's exactly. That's
essentially.
not what that's saying.
What do you? Huh?
You people can't even understand a bill.
Hang on a second, Big T.
It's only in cases of emergencies
No, it doesn't
where
say
there's
that.
life threatened and heck.
Big T, where does it say that
It's
at?
supposed to happen. He
Not what you
just
just read.
read it. You didn't hear that part, did you?
That's not what he
Last
said.
year's landmark across with a first date, we said signing with 100 people. AB rights 1995. Opponents decried the bill as extreme, saying that it would and other fast track legislation would leave Minnesota with essentially no restrictions on abortion AB at any stage of pregnancy. But it didn't say. I'm trying to get it where it says about. Oh boy! With the new law, will leave little immediate further impact on access to AB in Minnesota. The governor, legislative leaders, and sponsors of the bill said it provides a critical new layer of protection in the case of composition of the state courts someday changes, as it did in the Supreme Court right before struck down by Roe v. Wade. So Minnesotans now know your access to reproductive health and your right to make your own health care decisions and preserve and protect it. Walz said because of this law that won't change, one, the political winds and the makeup of the Supreme Court. Fundamentally, this legislation is about who decides, said House Speaker, who should be legally entitled to make reproductive health care decisions as an individual. can't be decided by a politician. It can't be decided by judges. AB currently considered illegal in all stages of pregnancy with various exceptions. In 13 states, including neighboring Wisconsin and South Dakota, banned in several states, including the pretending court, because of restrictions. Elsewhere, Minnesota has seen a surge of pregnant patients coming to the state for ABs. Minnesota's new law is named PRO Act, short for Protection Reproductive Action. It establishes that every individual has a fundamental right. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I just read it. There's no time limit or ban.
Oh, that's awful.
There are other bills to protect AB in the legislative pipeline as well, including one to delete the statutory restrictions that the district court declared unconstitutional last year. It's meant to safeguard against those limits being reinstated if that ruling is overturned. So I believe the argument. I don't know. The bill seems a little confusing. So I don't know. We'll have to do a deeper dive on it. I'm not really getting.
Well, I just Googled, can you, what did I write? I said, how long, can you get an abortion at any time in Minnesota? And it said,
Oh, they're saying
yes.
essentially that's what they're doing, but I'm
It
looking
said,
for the
yes,
language.
there's no time at any time. And they said, no, parent doesn't have to give consent.
That's what I read.
Yeah.
Big T saying, I didn't see where it said.
First of all, at 8 months, the baby can come out and survive on its own. So why would they take an abortion? First of all, I mean, let's use common sense.
That's the question. Why would
Second of all, if you've ever seen an abortion, how that works, it's inhumane. So they wouldn't do that. There are laws against that.
I just told you that there's no law in Minnesota that's against it, Big T.
Calm down before you guys can go off, because once I land my plane, you can go back and forth with this. This is only a Republican talking point. That's all it is. No one
you're
does
just
that.
not accepting
The
facts,
only
Big T.
reason why it was ever mentioned is because of a case in Virginia where the woman was about to lose her life and the baby was going to be stillborn, but they wanted her to have it anyway. The courts ruled against it, and they said that she could have the abortion. That's the only case that they know of at the 9th month. Excuse me, Yo-Yo. At the 9th month.
There's a case where the baby was born and they let it die.
I'm sorry, unalive.
That's correct. That is correct.
There's a case where they let it unalive for table.
Had life.
It did have life.
It did have life. They could not do a DNR.
It was not.
It was alive. It was born with severe disability. Hold on, Big T.
So when you bring the evidence to me to show me otherwise,
I'll bring it. I'll bring it to you. I'll bring it to you.
I can assure you, because I know of the case.
Right here, it says the state does not include any specific prohibitions on AB at any stage of pregnancy. The number of ABs that occur late into pregnancy is historically rare in Minnesota. The Minnesota Department of Health provides an annual report to the Minnesota legislature on number of induced of ABs each year. The most recent data from 2022 listed 1 AB performed in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy at 32 weeks, with the majority of ABs occurring in the 1st trimester. A similar annual report for 21 listed 1 3rd trimester AB involving a Minnesota resident that year, but it was not performed in the state. 1 3rd trimester AB was also reported in Minnesota in both 2020 and 2019. Prior to 2023 PRO Act, AB were already legal in Minnesota under Roe v. Wade, remained legal in Minnesota following Roe's reversal as a result of the 1995 Doe v. Gomez, Minnesota Supreme Court. So it says it right there. There's no.
He owes Gen X an
Well, it looked
apology.
like he ran.
He owes Gen X an apology.
I'm a Democrat, but I don't agree with that at all. I don't think it should be past 3 months. Even
I agree with you also, and I agree, and there's certain exceptions, but past the viability point, that's ridiculous. When that child can feel pain, to do that is inhumane, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, listen, according to them, in the last 3 years, there's been 3 since 2019 that were done after the 3rd trimester. 3 total.
You know that's smarter. That's
I don't have to run from
here. It
That's
says
you guys don't scare me.
the statute does not include any.
I just don't choose to argue with you right now. That's all.
What's playing, Big T?
I want to read it again. I want to read it again so everybody's clear. I want to read it again.
House conceived the house born.
He's reading it again, Mr. Big T.
The statute does not include any specific. Doesn't prohibit on any ABs at any stage of pregnancy. That's what it says. But it also goes to say that there's been 3 since 2019 that have gone past the 3rd trimester.
Y'all can't say nothing else to me again about Donald J.
Doesn't tell you why.
It doesn't matter why, Mr. Big T. They can have it regardless. It doesn't.
Does matter, EK.
Why does it matter?
A person's life in danger.
Nobody's saying to not. First of all,
I know,
Big
T, they don't have any restrictions on it.
Kids at 8 and 9 months of pregnancy just because they don't want it anymore. That's ludicrous.
Mr. Big T,
and it's against the law.
It's not against the law in Minnesota.
He just not include
against the law. He just read it.
He just read it.
Any ABs at any stage of pregnancy. That's what it says. What do you want
against
to do?
the law.
Okay.
It's not against the law, Mr. Big T. Just accept it and say it's a bad law. Why can't you just say that?
I just Googled it too, Big T, so you should just look it up. You should look it up.
Right now, Big T, it says the statute does not include any specific prohibitions on AB at any stage of pregnancy.
It's a bad look. It's a bad look, Mr. Big T, and I respect you. But when I'm wrong, I say I'm wrong. Everybody's wrong sometimes. Just accept it and say it's a bad law and it needs to be changed.
Trump has stuff we don't agree with. Just say it.
I don't think banning abortion is.
Trimester AB was also reported in Minnesota, both in 2020 and 2019. So it's extremely rare.
I said, when you look at the reason for the disparity and why it happens, you'll see that there's reasons why they have it. That law that you're reading right there, has provisions in it. It's not.
It doesn't. I just read it.
Big T, what would be the reason?
One second. Big T, did you read the bill? Did you read the bill?
I know enough about it.
Did you read the bill?
I haven't read it in its entirety, but I've read enough.
I'm reading what it says. It's okay. I'm listen.
Just be done.
And they said Trump fans are delusional.
Can I ask a question?
And yo, I'm not delusional. I can see very clearly.
He's literally reading it to you.
He's not delusional, guys. He's not delusional. He's just stubborn at this point and doesn't want to admit he was wrong.
Okay, you're stubborn then. You're stubborn then.
Big T.
Okay, well,
I'm reading the bill, and it says it doesn't prohibit it at any stage. Although extremely rare, you're talking about 3 or 4 cases in 4 years. It's still, the bill says that it can be done. Can you agree to that?
If that's what you read, Mr. Denali.
I'm just reading it. I don't know what else to do.
Can I ask a question?
You don't have to do anything else.
Okay. All right. I mean, I don't really have Tom Elo. I really don't have a dog in the fight particularly. I'm pro-life for my life, but I'm pro-choice for other people. So I necessarily would not have an AB, But if someone else wants that, they're right. I don't believe that it should be a law. I think they should be able to do it if that's what they want to do. You know, when my ex-wife was pregnant, they wanted to do an amniocentesis, and I was like, well, it doesn't matter because we're not going to, AB no matter what. So that's just it. I mean, no need to do it. Right. In my opinion, we'll deal with it if something unfortunate happens once the child is here, because we were not going to have an AB. My ex-wife and I, we both agreed to that because we just, for us, it wasn't something that we wanted to do. But for other people, I want to give other people the choice to make the decision. And I also think that when a woman does make that decision, it's not an easy choice. I don't think women, by law, yes, there are some people that may use it as birth control, but I think that's a very heavy thing for a woman to make that decision. I don't think the overall majority of women take it lightly, and I think it probably haunts them for the rest of their lives, I think. Because women are very nurturing.
I agree, Mr. Denali. I agree with you.
They're very nurturing, and, to think that they did that, I'm sure in their deepest moments at home, they think about that. And I think it does weigh on them as they go out their life. But that's a decision that they have to make. And I don't really want legislators really to be involved in that, in my opinion.
Well, now,
that's me. For me, I believe in freedom, and I want people to make the decision that they think is best for them. As we had a conversation the other day with a guy, he doesn't want the government to tell him to wear a mask, but then he wants the government to tell a woman what to do with her body. That just doesn't seem to make any sense to me. But everybody has a right to their own thing. How is it you don't want the government to tell you to wear a mask, but you want the government to tell a woman what to do with her body? And if you are pro-life and everything like that, well, take care of the child after it leaves the womb. Don't stop. Let's reform some of these orphanages and foster care and adoption and all those kind of things like that. Don't forget about the child after it's born. Sometimes it comes across that people who are pro-life care only while the child is in the womb. And once the child is walking, talking, hey, that's you guys deal with. Why don't we continue that up until the child is 18 years old? My opinion, you can take that for what it is. It's a shame what happens in these foster care. We know that from our angel Jerusha, her testimony of being dropped off with $78 after the age of 18. $78. $78 at 18. All right, go figure life out. That's ridiculous.
So the third trimester is the 7th, 8th, and 9th month, correct?
What's your point, sir?
If that's the 7th, 8th, and 9th month, that's a baby. Okay, and so my question is, does people actually know how a abortion occurs? It's a tube.
I know, sir. We don't need to get graphic.
A whole baby can't go.
Do not need to get graphic. Please go back on mute because I was speaking.
Okay.
Thank you. We need to follow through all the way to the child is 18 years old. Don't stop once the child is born. That's my opinion. That's what I kind of feel. It should be everything with children should be on the table. And we need to help the children, especially if they have maybe not the best parents. And we need to revamp, in my opinion, foster care and adoption and those kind of things like that. And cut the red tape. I know what Mr. Lenny Soul had to go through to adopt his child seems a little extreme. I know they want to protect children, but we have to have some common sense with this. I mean, it seems like it takes an act of Congress to adopt a child.
Can I say something? Real quick?
Go ahead.
So you got people that say that once their child get 18, you got to get out. So what do you feel about that? How do you feel about parents saying that, okay, once you turn 18, you're out of here?
Well, listen, I'm not in favor of that, but that's their children. So they raise the children to 18. But when you talk about a child like our young Jerusha, I think she went into foster care at 12. And then she gives $78 at 18 and go figure it out without the proper guidance. And we know the foster care system, people look at those children as nothing but a paycheck and don't treat them always the best. Not all, but enough that there is a problem and it needs to be revamped. But like I said, I think sometimes the pro-life, they just worry about the child while it's in the womb and don't do everything. They don't go as hard for the child once the child is born. That's my opinion. That's what I've seen after talking to pro-lifers and things like that. My opinion, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't think I am, but maybe I am.
I think that's disingenuous to say that.
Yeah.
It is?
Hold on, Mr. Denali, there is one group.
Why aren't we fighting as strong to revamp foster care and adoption as we are for AB rights?
Okay,
well, I'm 100. I agree with you 100% on that. That they absolutely need to be restructured and revamped, as you said, because it's a problem.
See, that's why I don't come off mute.
Well, hold on. Let me make 2 quick points, and then I'll stand down. So there is, and when you said that, why don't they go as hard? Because again, I am not a zealot on this. I think that up until the first trimester is fine. Anytime during the pregnancy, if it's for the life of the mother, is fine. But as far as helping them after the birth, there is one group, a charity that's called pre-birth, and what they do is they give the ultrasounds. And if the woman decides to go ahead and carry the pregnancy to term, they take care of all the financial responsibilities, not up until 18, but to the first 2 years of that baby's life. They provide every financial need, from diapers to formula and every support for that baby. And I think more organizations, if they want to be pro-life, need to follow that model of following and helping that lady, that young girl or that woman through that pregnancy beyond just her giving birth. So I just wanted to say that's out there.
Why do you say I'm being disingenuous?
Because at the end of the day, we're talking about a human life.
I know.
We're talking about a human life here. We're not talking about, if you want to call it a clump of cells, we're all clumps of cells, right? Now I'm talking about all these
can you speak to what I'm talking about as far as like why don't we go as hard?
That's my question too. Why can't we fight just as hard for that as we do the necessary of wanting and chanting to have ABs? Because at the end of the day, from my understanding, I think the youngest birth of a baby to survive is probably like at 24 weeks or something, or somewhere around there, right?
Okay.
And then before that, when they go in there with these instruments and rip this baby out, this baby feels pain. You know what I'm saying? You talking about inhumane? If that's not inhumane, I don't know what is. And I'd rather fight for that child and then let's figure it out once they get here. But everybody has a right to life.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying, do you think there's people who are pro-life, take you away from him, not talking about you. Do you think the majority of people who are pro-life go as hard for children 6, 7, 10, 12, 14, 18 as they do for the fetus?
There's a lot of people that tries to adopt and foster. There's a lot of homes that open up their homes for foster cares.
I get it, but it needs to be revamped because there's a lot of abuse that goes on. There's a lot of things where the people just looking at the children as paychecks, and they don't treat the children properly.
So I got a question.
There's so many kids in foster care.
How much abuse is it of them going in and ABing a child like that? Like, so would you rather help the kids that are in foster care, or would you rather be like, okay, so since this
child,
why
it gotta be one or the other? Why can't it be both?
But they're not getting the help. They're not getting the help. Foster care is like overcrowding. People are not adopting these children. These children are in like big foster homes or dorms, and it's not happening. It's not happening. So
do you think
the population
that it's better to AB them in the womb, or to
as long as it's not past 3 months, I think that it's okay. After 3 months, no.
We should just AB them, and that way they don't have to deal with foster care. Is that what you're saying?
it's not about just foster care. It has to do with it, like he said earlier. If people are just using it as birth control, then no, that's not a good reason. But things happen. Just for instance, I'm going to use myself. When I was 18 years old and don't know nothing, I got pregnant. I was not capable of having a child at that time. I had to have an abortion. So if there was an abortion ban and I had to have a child, that child would not have had the mother that it needed.
So let me ask you a question. So do you think that if you hadn't been doing what you was doing, would that have been better or worse? Like, I mean, like what I mean,
if I had been doing what?
Like being promiscuous or whatever. Like, I mean, did you not? I mean, I'm not gonna say you didn't know or you did know what could come of having sex. I mean, did you know or no?
Of course I knew, but I'm 18, so I'm doing stupid things. I did a lot of stupid stuff at 18.
Stupid is and stupid does. I'm
exactly.
Just being honest.
You're right. You're right. But I wasn't going to bring a child into my stupidity.
Kim.
Yes.
I believe in, okay, within the first trimester, right? Now, this is what I believe. Prior to the child feeling pain. See, that's what sickens my stomach.
Yeah, after that, I don't agree with that either.
And from my understanding, that's like around, I want to say like around 8 weeks or something like that. It's like before the first trimester is over. It's like halfway through the first trimester.
Listen, I think most people who are reasonable, what is the first trimester? Is that 16 weeks?
It's the first 3 months.
It's 12 weeks.
12 weeks is the first trimester. I think most people probably say, probably no more past the second trimester. That should probably be the cutoff, I think.
No, that's a full baby. That's a baby in there.
Okay, Gen X, what trimester should it be cut off?
I say it shouldn't go past, I would say 8, 9 weeks.
Okay, before the first trimester.
Most people don't even know they're pregnant until after 6 weeks.
Fantastic. If that's your cutoff, that's your cutoff. What happened? Okay, you were going to make the woman have the child. What should happen to the child after that if the mother doesn't want the child?
Give it up for adoption.
Right, and that's my point. The adoption system is jacked up. Would everybody agree with that?
Well, why don't we?
Can I speak on it?
That's what I'm saying.
Can I speak on it?
I will. 1 second, 758. I want us to go as hard for the fetus going into a child as once the child is born. That's what I'm talking about. Don't stop then and then work on another fetus. Let's work to make sure that child, when it's born, and we're going to make the mother have the child, has a good quality of life. That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you 100%, Mr. Dolly. There are 2 million people that, you're making perfect sense. There are 2 million people right now, you guys can Google it, that are waiting, couples that are waiting to adopt. There are 1 million ABs per year. But the problem is that the system is so hard to adopt, and that needs to be revamped. I agree with you 100%. Exactly.
Lenny Soul is a war hero, war veteran, everything else. He's standing with Biden, got all these pictures and stuff, and he had to jump through so many hoops to get a child adopted. A teenager, not even a baby where everybody's clamoring for a baby. This is a teenager he's trying to adopt, and he had to go through so much red tape. These things need to be, the bureaucracy needs to be cut down so these children can have better quality of life, so they're not like our angel, young Jerusha, is kicked out of the system with $78 and telling go make it.
I agree that there needs to be reform. I work in the system. There needs to be some reform, but as far as the adoption process, I don't feel like we should cut the red tape. Too many times children have been placed in the wrong hands. I myself work in the system and had to go through the same red tape. I have adopted 3 children that were teenagers, ages 13, 14, and 16 myself. The red tape is necessary when you're adopting. What happens is it's the saying of one bad apple spoils the bunch, and it's happened a lot, numerous of times in several states, different counties. Normally, each state and county they regulate the foster care system. The reform it does need to be there, but as far as the adoption process, it is needed. Children end up in the wrong hands. People portray themselves to be one thing in front of the agency or DSS or YFS, and behind closed doors there's something else going on. And as soon as a child is harmed or unalived in a situation, the public is saying, well, we need to have more red tape. We need to vet these people better. And that's what they're trying to prevent when it comes to adoption. But as far as the reform of foster care, a lot of states are extending the care from 18 to 21, or even some are trying to extend it out during their duration of college or school. They are not prepared for the world at 18, and they're not financially prepared because a lot of them are getting put out at the age of 18.
Absolutely. Nice question. 757.
Yes.
When you adopted those babies, did you have to pay money to do that?
No, when every place is different. In the state of North Carolina, you don't have to pay money if you're going through DSS or YFS. You have to just pay for just if the child's birth certificate to get changed, you have to pay for that, and that's like $60 per child. But no, I had to go through the red tape. Again, I had to get fingerprints, criminal background. Your credit has to be run. They want to make sure that you can afford to take care of these children. They don't want to put the children in the same predicament that they just got out of. They don't want to repeat trauma with the kids. And there are some mistakes that are going to be made, and the system is not perfect. But as far as adoption is concerned, I'm all for the red tape. Now, as far as the foster process, it needs to be reformed across the board.
Well, listen, we always talk about in this country, can't do it. Why is it we always saying what we can't? What happened to the power of yes? Children are a valuable asset, and we need to put all the money behind it to make sure that we're putting children in good homes. The backlog is, as EK said, 2 million. It's just entirely too long. Miss 755, how long did it take from soup to nuts when you started the process and you got your children? How long was the process?
Because I'm already licensed in the profession. It depends. It varies from county to county in the state of North Carolina. Some counties.
For you, because you did it. You personally.
6 months from when I took the child in my home. It took 6 months for the adoption process.
Okay, great. You're licensed. If you're not licensed, then what?
In the state of North Carolina, you have to be licensed first before you can adopt.
Foster care?
Yeah, you have to.
To be able to adopt, you have to be in foster care to be adopted?
If you're going to adopt through DSS or YFS, yes, you do. I don't know what that means. Social services.
Is there another way to adopt?
It is. There are agencies, and agencies charge an astronomical amount of money to adopt kids.
Yeah, that's called a private adoption.
Okay. They cut through the red tape for you.
Right. So
I don't know what, it's above my pay grade, but I'm just saying children sit in foster care with people who are just looking at them as checks. That's got to be very traumatic. I mean, these children are really going through a lot, and we don't even know the half of what they go through because we don't know. But they've probably seen.
That is the case, but we never mention the great foster parents that are out here. There are a lot of success stories when it comes to kids that have been in the foster care system.
PK said there's 2 million on the backlog. And I just want people who are pro-life to go as hard for that.
I agree. And the money, that was one of my arguments before. We're spending all this money, fighting the border.
Don't say Ukraine.
No, I wasn't gonna say that. I was saying we're spending additional money from children from the border that are coming over here, and our own children in the system is in much need of that money. You understand what I'm saying?
I get you.
Yeah, that's
I
one of
don't
my
know.
fights
I'm
that, and
assuming they're
I'm on
different
the
budgets.
ground. I'm on the ground every day fighting the same fight for these babies out here because a lot of them have been through a lot of trauma and they don't deserve it. They didn't ask to be here.
They did not. That's all I'm saying is that just go as hard for the fetus up until the baby is born. Go hard from conception to 18 for the children. That's what I say. Whatever.
I
I mean,
agree.
maybe I'm
I
right,
agree.
maybe I'm wrong. I think I'm right though.
I agree
You're
with
right.
you. I agree.
So, hey, 757 Bay, you are a hero. You adopted 3 teenagers. That's amazing. God bless you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm not doing it. No, no way. One teenager was enough for me.
No, wait a minute.
No way. No way.
Listen, I
I think he had enough.
I
I
can't
think
save the
that Mr.
world.
Denali has enough love in his heart to
I
take
do,
on.
but I don't have enough patience. No way.
Listen, I can't save the world, but I was able to save the 3 of them. I was able to save their lives.
Beautiful. Let me give you a hand. Let me give you a clap. I'll never get a clap for that because I ain't doing it. No way. I would have thrown some money at it.
They're a sibling group of 10. 10. And I was able to keep.
You can do it. I think you can do it.
No way. My son is 18. Listen, I don't have to take him. This is what I'm saying. I don't have to take him daily. I mean, he still calls me for money. All that. But I'm not looking to go back in. No. Especially a teenager who's already set in their ways. He's bad enough.
Yeah, my girls. My biological daughters are 28 and 26. So.
No way. Can't do it. I got a lot of love, but I have 0 patience. You guys take home my patience.
Hey, Denali, I gotta take off 757 Bay. That is such an amazing thing that you do. I have so much respect for you.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
Everyone that prays, keep me in their prayers.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody in the panel. Hey, Tanjis.
Hey, Yo-Yo.
Good night. I gotta take off.
Good night, Yo-Yo.
BK, Ro, everybody, Gen X.
Good night.
Same here.
Trisha. Hi, Trisha. You must be new, right, Trisha?
Yeah, we're going to go to Trisha. I'm sorry. I hate the button on the stage. Trisha?
Hey.
Hi. What state are you in?
Texas.
Wait a second. How old are you?
I'm 28.
Something's going on there. What line of work are you in? What line of work are you in? Something's up here.
What line of work?
Work. What line of work?
Work.
W-O-R-K. Work.
My spidey senses
My
is kicking in.
Mr. Rowe, my shit is never hardly wrong. What line of work are you in, Trisha?
Y'all, I got to get out of here. Thank you for having me. Hi, my dear. I just wanted to say hi before I left.
I just got to chilling because
y'all have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
757.
Miss Trisha.
Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
What line of work are you in?
Oh, Democrat. I don't know what you're talking about because when you tired, I just got in
what
Trish
line
been drinking.
of work are you in?
What kind of job do you have?
Oh, healthcare. Like
you a doctor?
No.
Are you a CNA?
Private sitter.
You're a sitter?
Private sitter.
What did you want? Let me stop.
Like a child babysitter.
I got it. I understand. Okay.
Private sitter.
I got you. What did you come up to say, Miss Trisha?
I was just listening.
Just listening? Okay. All right. Miss Hawkeye, and then we'll go to my dear. Well, Hawkeye, what's going on? How you doing?
Hello. I'm just getting on. I'm sorry I've been off and on. And
no, you're fine.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Hey, Hawkeye.
Y'all talking about? Y'all ain't talking about ABRE. That's what I come in on. Was that?
We're kind of loose talking about it. You know, the Minnesota law and stuff like that. Tim Walz just spoke, so that prompted us to talk about the Minnesota law. You know, things like that. So, is it something that you heard that you disagree with, or kind of spark your interest?
I didn't hear Mr. I hadn't watched the convention tonight. I'm trying to watch tomorrow night.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna hang out for a second because it's not fair for me to say anything when I just literally got in here. So I got to mind my business for a minute. But I'm just gonna listen and speak up when I feel like it. If you
All
if
right,
you
great.
don't mind.
I'm gonna have Mr. Ernst on here. If not Friday, maybe Saturday. I'm gonna give him a call and try to get that scheduled out. He said he'll make himself available. Do our interview one-on-one with him.
Can't wait.
We got almost 100 people in here. Can we tap the screen, please? 28,000 is completely unacceptable. You got a good live here. People, please tap the screen. It's free. Just tap it.
Let's light up the screen, y'all. Come on, let's light it up.
They don't listen to me anymore.
Hey, y'all, I think I'm going to go. I need to get some sleep before my procedure
You
tomorrow.
got that procedure tomorrow, so you got to get some rest and have not a great time, but I want everything to work out for the best. And is it outpatient?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll be home resting. Good.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Okay, you take care.
Good luck, Miss Gen X. Good luck.
Thank you. Hey, Tonjees.
Yes.
I see trees of green. Good night, y'all.
Good night, Jen.
Good night. All right. My girlfriend.
That's an inside joke, but anyway.
No problem.
I got a question. I
kind of figured that. Who has a question?
I do. I got a question for Miss Trisha.
You do? You sure?
It's absolutely.
That's your homegirl. She from Texas, Tanjeez. What's up with that?
You talk to her.
I just got a question for her. I just want to know, you said, he asked you a question. You said Democrat. So I just want to know, why are you voting Democrat?
Why I vote for? Oh, you want to know why I vote for Miss Harris?
Yeah.
Cause she good, and she gonna do this country right.
That's it.
Taji, let's not do it.
Okay.
That's
all right, Miss Trisha. Thank you so much, Miss Trisha. I'm going to rotate the panel around. I appreciate you.
Hey, Denali.
Yes, Yo.
I just came up for a second. Can I just say one thing and go back?
Go ahead.
Okay, Miss My Dear, how are you?
Good morning, Yo. I'm blessed, hon, and you?
I just wanted to come back up. I'm okay to apologize to you. Yesterday we talked, whatever. I didn't want you to feel like I was being disrespectful, or I just wanted to apologize because I've thought about today. I was like, I hope she didn't feel like I was being disrespectful when I answered your question about Mrs. Michelle Obama. And I apologize if I came across that way. I just didn't understand the premise of the question. So I apologize. I would never disrespect you in any way. And I just wanted to personally jump back up because I saw you came up and just apologize if I came across that way and just let you know I never would want to disrespect anyone on here. And I apologize if it came across that way. That wasn't my intention. So I just want to say sorry to you if you felt that way.
I appreciate you being woman enough to apologize. But actually, I knew you didn't get my point, so that was okay. But when I had the opportunity, the Lord opened the door for me to come in and say how immigration, when I read my immigration thing from Google, that I totally agree with you. So I don't argue with people about who they're going to election today. It's too messy.
Yes, ma'am.
Everything's polarized out there. Everyone's view is polarized, and so I just come on here. I just watch Price is Right on here all day and all night. My kids are all grown, and I said, I got to try to interact with people.
I just wanted to say I was sorry because I was like, I thought about it today. I was like, because when something bothers you, and I was like, I think I might have came across like being disrespectful, and I would never want anybody to feel that way. So I apologize. I was like, maybe my wording or whatever. I just didn't want you to feel I was being disrespectful anyway. I would never ever do that, and I apologize. That's all I wanted to come back and say because I saw you came on.
You're a big woman because a lot of people won't apologize. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No. I said next time I see her and she's on, I definitely want to say it, not in the comments, whatever. I want to personally say the words to you. I apologize. I would never disrespect you in that way, and I didn't understand the premise of your question, and I might have came across as a little like what, like So I'm sorry. And everybody have a wonderful evening. I just wanted to personally apologize. Bye, Yo.
Right, okay.
Bye, Yo.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, Yo. Thank you. You so sweet. I swear to God.
So nice.
Hey, I did want to say, Miss My Dear, I love
Is this
listening.
Hawkeye? Is this
Hey,
Hawkeye?
yes, ma'am. I love listening to your stories, and I just want you to know that you remind me so much of my grandmother that's no longer here. She lived in Illinois, and I love that lady more than life itself, and wish I could bring her back. She would be about your age, and you remind me so much of her, and I just love listening to you talk. I could listen to your stories all night.
Oh my God. I appreciate that. And I've seen you come up on my, let's learn this technology. I'm sure you know that, heard me say that. And I see your name coming up and I try to push it. My hands aren't fast enough to click it before it goes off. But I said, I'm going to pay attention if that's the right Hawkeye, make sure so I'm going to do it. I'm going to get it. I'm gonna catch it one day, and I'm gonna follow. I guess I'll be following you when I do that.
No, ma'am. We're friends. I started following you the first night I heard you talk, and so we are friends. So somehow you may not know it, but you did follow me back. So I just want to tell you that I love your spirit, and if I was close to you, I'd come see you every day because you just remind me so much of my grandmother.
Wow.
And that's all I'm gonna say. I didn't mean to take over. Thank you, Mr. Denali.
No, you're fine. Those are beautiful stories. I miss my grandmother as well, so I understand what you're saying, Miss Hawkeye.
Excuse me.
All right. Miss My Dear, what you got? And then, we're going to get out of here because I've been up. So.
Okay. I didn't really come on here for this story. I watched the DNC. And when it went off, I came back on here, and you were on AB. And I hadn't planned to speak on that, but since that's what it is, and it's the quickest story, because this other one on 9/11, that's way too long. You're getting ready to go off.
That can be on a 9/11 show.
Oh, now God, I have to say that another time. God blocks things. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do 9/11 thing because you said, well, if it's too long, I have to do one part, 1, 2, and 3.
I'm saying you could tell the story on 9/11 because we're going to have a 9/11 special show.
Well, okay, then God can block something because I asked you, I wanted to come on and tell it a couple of weeks ago, and you said, no, we're having a special show on that. Right. And, okay, but now, so that blocked me there. God blocked me like you're telling there. And then I went on my therapy yesterday, and they scheduled me out, and one of the days is 7/11. So God might be blocking me then with that. So I don't know where I got to take my time. I got to see where he leads me with that. But I did call my kids up there this morning. I said, I've been struggling with something for 2 nights. I haven't got maybe 4 hours of sleep.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, struggling with something. And I don't want to go in, but I said, I want to tell this 9/11 story. What do you guys think I should do? I asked my family up since calling this morning. And my 12-and-a-half-year-old granddaughter, who is 80 and a half, that girl is God. And tell it, my dear, tell it, my she was in the car with her dad. Anyway, so I don't want to get into that. That's too long. But now this one about adoption, I had to have to come in on this. 2 of my 15 grandchildren in Cincinnati are adopted. They were like 10 years old when they adopted them. Next week they'll be 29. I sent them a beautiful birthday gift, both of them. They'll be so happy. Anyway, so they're gonna be 29 or 31 in a week. Okay, but anyway, so my son sent for me to come out there, and my aide too, because I was on a walker. I just had neck surgery. And so my son wanted me to come out there with his second son, birth. And so he sent for me and my aide to come out there. And I got stuck out there. One year I went out there, 9/11, I got stuck out there, and I couldn't get back to Vegas till about 10 months to get a plane back here. And so I was in the house with their 2 beautiful, one is 6'4", the other was 6'3" or 5 or 4. They're tall and thin and lean and strong and healthy. And so I was in the home with them. Now, the oldest one does go on TikTok. So I don't know how, but I'm not gonna say the name, okay? So my son is a minister. Well, now he's something else there, but he's in the religious field. And for the past 30 years out there in Cincinnati, well known. I'm not going to say the name. That's not important. And they adopted. Oh, and his wife, he has a degree in psychology. He didn't finish UNLV out here because he got married and moved his family out to Cincinnati. But and his wife is a pastor, my daughter-in-law. Now, she has a kind of personality like Jerusha. Jerusha? Yeah, I'm not sure. And really sweet, oh my God. And so they adopted some lady that they knew of because they were well known in the community, asked them to adopt the baby. The mother was a crack mother, stone crackhead. And so I got to remember how this went now. So anyway, they ended up adopting these, foster care. That's what they ended up being foster parents first, licensed. And Miss 757 told her exactly the truth how it was. Exactly how my kids told me how they had to do their adoption stuff. But they foster care first for about, I think they adopted them, maybe they were, anyway, they were like 10 years old when I got out there, okay, in 2001 to 9/11. And but I had been out there before around them, visiting off and on with my family back and forth, because that's where most of my family is back there. Out of 15 grandkids, there are 2 of those. But they ended up legally adopting them and had them ever since they were 10 years old. They'll be 29 next week, 29 or 30. They have some serious issues, because they were born as crack babies. You know what I'm saying? And so the system ended up taking them from the mother when they were they had been in foster care back and forth and everything, different parents, different foster parents, and my kids, God bless, they have a big heart because I couldn't do it. I mean, I love children. I'm like Dr. Mr. Denali. I don't have at my age, I don't have the patience. You know what I'm saying? But I love them. I love them for a few minutes, hug on them and everything. But they wear me out. I don't have the energy at my age. Right. So, but anyway, that's not important. So the important thing I'm trying to make, I lived around these kids in the home for almost a year. And they have some serious problems. Now, one is not as coherent as the other one. They're identical. I can tell them apart, though. Their parents can tell them apart. I can tell them apart. But they're identical, and they had some serious problems from their birth situation. And so they had, even though my son has a degree in psychology, well, he almost got the degree. He almost finished it. And my daughter-in-law, the pastor, she has a blink eye from having a master, she went past master's, doctorate. She's almost a doctor. She's going to go back to school too, she says, and it wouldn't take her long to get. So, these are people that tried to deal with that, but they had to end up bringing in some Top Guns with these kids because of the problems they were having. And because they would do dysfunctional things, they were just, they were very dysfunctional. And that, so they end up behind Top Gun. These kind of psychiatrists, they take them like twice a week for serious counseling, past their level of education. These guys, how do I describe it? They deal with the hard, They're the top psychiatrists, and they meet with them take those kids. They came into the home while I was there, because they even investigated me and stuff like that. But I had, retired from the work, well, not retired from them, but I had worked at the United States Welfare Office for 5 years. And I knew how the adoption system worked, how they had people use them for money, just like the mall they said, use them for money. It was prevalent out here. One reason, because Nevada State didn't pay good welfare money like California did. So that was another way for foster parents to give money. And I even had to go in their home with some. I wasn't in the foster care unit, adoption unit, but I worked there at the welfare. And if there was a report of something going on in the home, I had to go out there and report it and turn it over to the fraud unit or whatever if it involved money. But anyway, I don't know how to tell a short story. I'm sorry, I just don't know how to do it, but that's why I'm writing a book. But that just to give you an idea, and they still have issues, although my kids have worked through with them all the 10, 12 years they've been with them. But it's been very challenging on my son, very stressful, and they didn't need the money. Now, it's true, that's prevalent with foster care. I mean, well, not everybody, but it was misused in the system. My kids, they didn't need the money. She was a teacher, and my son made good money at that time. He doesn't work now. He focuses totally on his ministry, but they didn't need the money. And my point being, anyway, so they're legally adopted, and they call me my dear, just like I tell the rest of my grandkids. Call me my dear.
Wow.
I treat them the same. And actually, to tell you the truth, and see, I don't know how to tell the truth. But anyway, they had problem with those kids because sometimes when the kids wanted to go out and have breakfast sometime. They didn't want to take the whole family. It was what, five kids, including the adoption one? And they couldn't leave the adoption one with everybody. It was very hard to get someone to keep them if they wanted to go somewhere. So I would, let them say, okay, you guys go on out. I'll hang with them, Now, one thing about it, those boys never gave me any trouble. I don't know, but when the few times I kept them, and I told the big Top Gun investigators that came, counselors rather, that I know the kids have serious problems with them, but when I keep them, the few times I keep them, So that's it. I land my plane. I'm sorry. I don't know.
There's no need to be sorry. You're part of the family. You got a story, and you're going to be able to tell it. So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that story, and we're going to save that 9/11 story until 9/11.
Well, it's not debatable. This is a bare natural fact that something happened. Either a person can believe me or not believe me. I'm not going to argue. I just want to come and tell my story. But it would probably take about 10 minutes, Marley. So if you don't want, and I know you don't like people taking up that much time. So if you don't, I'm not going to do the story.
Okay.
I do drop it.
Well, listen, we got a little ways to go till we get to September 11th, and we'll make that decision on that day, okay?
Well, I told you they got me scheduled for therapy on September 11th.
Oh, that's right. You're not going to be here.
Yeah, because I don't know how they're going to wear me out. I mean, they're going slow with me now, but I don't know how they're going to pump it up.
Okay. Well, listen, we'll make a decision. Maybe we'll get you to tell it on the 10th. And as a prelude to the September 11th special show.
Well,
okay.
Thank you. I feel flattered. Thank you.
No problem. Listen, guys and gentlemen, everybody in the room, we're gonna probably have 2 debates next week. Mr. Duke and Mr. W. We're getting the date set up for that, and also we're gonna have another one. This is gonna be a female debate. I'll give you more details as soon as I get the time and the dates figured out. I think the debate went well, and we're going to do more of those. Like I said, one-on-one debates with real-time fact-checking, and we'll probably expand it here in the next couple of weeks to 2-on-2, kind of a tag team kind of thing, and be able to mix it up on the debates, and we'll have some prizes and things like that to do it, okay? All right, I think that's it. I think we've done enough show today. We'll be back tomorrow. I want to thank everybody who came up and lent their voice to the platform. A lot of passion in the room. A lot of passion. I love it. You know, it goes off the rails sometimes, but we do our best to put it back on the rails. So I want to thank everybody who came up and gave us their peace of mind, that they, you know, things that they care about, their passion, sometimes anger. But, you know, listen, we're all brothers and sisters. We're all in the same gang, as they say, and we're all trying to make this country better. And we're going to get out there and vote. And then guess what? I don't think it's going to end. After we go to the polls, I think it's going to be more stuff and things like that. So we'll be here. We'll be bringing it to you. And I want everybody to have a great night. And we will see you guys tomorrow. All right? Have a great night. Thank you so much. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Night.
Good night.